Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. Especially we do follow-up calls with customers. You guys were amazing. They are incredible. They treat us with so much respect. We go for our military because they go in, they get the job done right, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker handed the San Antonio Spurs their first loss of the season last night, 130-118 behind 28 points and 13 assists from Booker to complete a 2-0 weekend for the Suns that started with a 118-96 NBA Cup win against Utah on Friday night. ASU, despite not having Sam Levitt or Jordan Tyson, found a way to win on Saturday in Ames against Iowa State, 24-19. That way was Jeff Sims. He had 177 yards through the air and a whopping 228 on the ground. And here was Kenny Dillingham post-game.
Nobody cares about your excuses. You either get it done or you don't. And our guys got it done today. No excuse for who's in, who's not in. Nobody cares, right? Do you accomplish a task or you do not? And our guys accomplished the task today, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
And tonight, Monday Night Football, the Cardinals will be in Dallas against the Cowboys. And for the third straight game, it'll be Jacoby Brissett under center. That game will get going at 6:15, and you can hear it here, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans, and welcome to Game Night in the Valley to conclude what might have been one of the greatest sporting weekends I have ever experienced.
We got a reprieve from the sports gods.
We did.
I mean, kind of.
We did. We got two great performances from the Phoenix Suns, a great performance from ASU under tough conditions, a wacky day, a weekend full of college football, a wacky day in the NFL.
For those who observe it, an Arizona Wildcats win.
They blew out Deion Sanders.
For Arizona football, blew out Deion Sanders. Yeah. Huge controversy at Phoenix International Raceway. And a greatest end to a World Series you might have ever witnessed, all in one weekend.
I didn't think it was that great.
Well, listen, if you can't, if your hatred of the Dodgers is such that you can't enjoy that competitive drama, okay, then then be you.
It was an amazing game. But it became obvious at a certain point. It was like, we could do this all night. We know who's going to win.
I did not have that feeling.
Really?
No.
It just seemed like the Dodgers could do no wrong.
Well, they were hanging on by their fingernails.
Yes.
Well, by their toe tips.
That too.
Literally.
Yes, literally.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, and that dude, that Isaiah Kiner Falafa, he is getting destroyed. We'll get into it, but he apparently had no lead off third base at all.
Yeah, it's, well, he'll be on a new team next year. He's on a new team every year. So.
There you go. It's crazy. And Sammy was in Del Mar all weekend.
Yes, and it was Halloween.
What
a weekend. How'd you do, Sammy?
He came to work, so he's
Winners.
not rich.
So we went Friday, and it was the fellas had a tough day on Friday. No big winning tickets. And then Saturday came around. We struggled for the first couple, and then as a unit, we all won the last 5 races. So we walked out of there feeling real good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean? Feeling really good? Is that a moral victory?
No.
It's a new day.
You didn't notice, if you're watching on the YouTube Arizona Sports, you could see he's wearing a top hat and monocle right now. So he clearly did very well at the end of his.
Yeah, he did.
That would have been something. I come back with just
only the best.
Swinging a cane.
Yeah. Well, good to have you back.
Yeah, good to have you back, Sammy. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns won their second straight, 130-118 over the San Antonio Spurs in Mortgage Matchup Center. Phoenix combining hot three-point shooting and stifling defense in the win. The Suns hit 19 of 33 three-pointers, and they held Victor Wembanyama to 9 points on the night. Devin Booker leading the way, 28 points on 10 of 15 shooting while handing out 13 assists. Grayson Allen, Ryan Dunn each had 17 for the Suns, who had 7 different players in double figures. Suns hand the Spurs their first loss of the season. Take that with ya. Suns now 3-4. They'll hit the road for a one-off Tuesday night against the Golden State Warriors at Chase Center in San Francisco. You said it before we hit this splash, Bick. Really good weekend for the Phoenix Suns.
Really was. I'm surprised by how they handled Victor Wembanyama yesterday in the Spurs, but good defensive game plan made me feel good about the coaching staff and the want to. So yeah, impressive weekend.
Suns Sunday in the NBA. The Knicks beat the Bulls 128-116. Jalen Brunson had 31. First loss of the season for Chicago, meaning only the Oklahoma City Thunder still undefeated. The Thunder moved to 7-0 with a 137-106 pasting of the New Orleans Pelicans. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 30. Only 13 of them came from the free throw line. New Orleans still winless, as are the Brooklyn Nets. They fell at Philadelphia 129-105. Kelly Oubre Jr., a swaggy 29 points for the Sixers. Lakers beat the Heat 130-120. Luka Doncic, 29 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists. Tonight is the night for the Arizona Cardinals. They are in Texas to face the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football at AT&T Stadium. And Kyler Murray will not be back at quarterback for the Cardinals. Jonathan Gannon made that announcement on Saturday.
Will not be back starting at quarterback.
At the time, he said Murray could have a role as a backup, whatever that means.
He's hurt, but he could have a role. There's a lot of weirdness going on, man.
Weirdness.com.
Yes.
It'll be Jacoby Brissett making his third straight start for Murray. Cardinals trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. Cowboys come in at 3-4-1 on the season, but saddled with one of the NFL's worst defenses. They rank 31st in total yardage, 31st in points allowed. Kickoff 6:15. Of course, you can catch all the action right here on the home for Cardinals football, Arizona Sports 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage in about 20 minutes. No, it starts at 1:30. Elsewhere in the NFC West in Week 9, it's a good division. San Francisco beat the Giants 34-24. Mac Jones, 235 yards, 2 touchdowns. Niners moved their mark to 6-3. The Rams routed New Orleans 34-10. Matthew Stafford, 281 yards and 4 touchdowns for LA. And on Sunday Night Football, the Seahawks bludgeoned the Washington Commanders 38-14. Sam Darnold, 21 of 24, 330 yards and 4 touchdowns. Commanders lose quarterback Jaden Daniels again with a dislocated elbow late in the game.
Yeah, 38-7, and Coach Schmuckman has him in there with 7 minutes left. A guy who's been hurt twice already this year.
Really dumb move.
We're going to get into that. Other games of note around the league on Sunday: Minnesota edged Detroit 27-24. J.J. McCarthy returned to quarterback for the Vikings, threw 2 touchdowns, ran for another. Carolina went to Lambeau and shocked the Packers, who were wearing faux leather helmets, 16-13. That's what you get for wearing faux leather helmets.
Yeah.
Ryan Fitzgerald booted a 49-yard field goal as time expired to win it for the Panthers. Will Lutz had a 34-yard field goal as time ran out to lift the Broncos to an 18-15 win over the Texans. In Houston, Steelers slowed down the Colts with a 27-20 win at Acrisure Stadium. The Bills beat the Kansas City Chiefs 28-21. And to slow down the Chiefs' roll. A gutty win for Arizona State Saturday. They beat Iowa State 24-19 in rainy weather in Ames. Jeff Sims, starting for the injured Sam Levitt, set a school record for quarterbacks, 228 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns on 29 carries. First win as the starting quarterback for Sims. He had previously lost last season at Cincinnati and this year at Utah. ASU on a bye week. They will host West Virginia a week from Saturday. Arizona went to Boulder and smacked Colorado 52-17. Noah Fafita threw 4 touchdown passes for the Wildcats, and Arizona forced 5 CU turnovers. Wildcats pushed their record to 5-3 on the season. NAU lost on national TV to Idaho in overtime, 35-32 on Friday night. Did you see what happened on that 2-point conversion?
I did.
The night the lights went out in Flagstaff. The new AP Top 25 released yesterday did not include ASU. No change in the top 7. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, and Oregon and Ole Miss. BYU moves up to 8th, Texas Tech 9th, Utah 17th, Cincinnati falls to number 25. Hey, did you hear? The Dodgers ruined baseball over the weekend, to use their manager's own terminology. Rallying to win 2 games in Toronto, including a 5-4 11-inning win in Game 7 on Saturday. Miguel Rojas tied the game with 2 outs in the top of the 9th with one of the most improbable World Series home runs ever. Andy Paez made a great catch with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th while colliding with teammate Kike Hernandez. Will Smith's solo home run in the 11th proved to be the game winner. Dodgers win their 2nd straight title. They become just the 9th team ever to win games 6 and 7 on the road to win the World Series. And Ryan Blaney won the NASCAR Cup Series championship race Sunday at Phoenix Raceway. But a 3rd-place finish was enough to clinch the NASCAR Cup Series season championship for Kyle Larson and the number 5 Chevrolet. Larson wins the championship for a 2nd time and the 15th win for team owner Rick Hendrick.
Busy weekend.
A lot going on. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, November 3rd. Coming up, Phoenix Suns look like a different team this weekend. Have they found their identity? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think of Sam Levitt and how this sucks buttermilk, because now all of a sudden here it is, a season that he really was a very critical part of the success of ASU going forward. To see him now being done for the year.
There's just no way to look at this season and say injuries didn't dictate ASU's season. I don't know that they would have gone to the college football playoff. I don't know that they would have won college football playoff games, but now, unfortunately, I'm always going to think they were one of the top 2 teams in the Big 12.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Over the past 2 decades, the accident attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough clients to fill an entire basketball arena. And here's another basketball analogy to prove why you call Sweet James if you're ever injured in any kind of accident. So there are over 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at that level that puts them in an elite category. It's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there. They all say the same things, but Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which is rare in their industry, if you can believe that, and it means a lot. It gives Sweet James a ton of leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which is why you can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. They not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And if you are ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge. Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office located at Scottsdale and Shea, That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor in high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Sponsored by Progressive. We make the claims process easy, so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What trajectory are the Phoenix Suns on after their games against the Jazz and the Spurs? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube page, and the Arizona Sports app.
Has more turnovers and points. That says it all, doesn't it? Here's Booker driving on Castle, throws to Gillespie. Right corner 3 on the way. He got another one. Colin Gillespie right in rhythm, set up by D. Books. 12th assist of the night, 12 points for Gillespie off the bench, and a 31-point Suns lead.
Yeah, John Bloom on the call. Colin Gillespie's 3 putting the Suns up by 31. They didn't win by 31. They end up winning by 12 after some ugly garbage time minutes by some end-of-the-bench players for both teams. But a very impressive performance last night by the Suns at Mortgage Matchup Center to beat the San Antonio Spurs, who came in one of 3 remaining undefeated teams, but they leave with the L. And where do you start? Do you start with the blister? Real quick before we move on, we've got to greet our listeners and say thank you to our listeners in Chandler this morning.
Chandler!
We appreciate you in Chandler.
Nice.
You want to start with the three-point shooting? You want to start with the defensive effort?
I think it starts with the three-point shooting. Let's just go sequentially with that game. They came out smoking hot and pretty much remained that way for the entire game. And as Kellen Olson pointed out in his game story from the game last night, there are times when people think Devin Booker needs to be more aggressive scoring the basketball and not looking to always facilitate. On the nights when his teammates pay that off and shoot well, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
Because everybody got involved.
Because everybody got involved. And I say it again, I know you know this. What Colin Gillespie brings this basketball team, it far exceeds his talent as a basketball player.
Yeah, he just fits so nicely with what they do. But he's also that type of player that I think he would find a way to fit in anywhere because he just does whatever needs to be done.
Yeah.
Here was Jordan Knott talking about getting quality three-point shots against the Spurs.
That's been consistent. I'm not sure that that's just a one-night thing. Again, it's a process-based philosophy that you have to find high-quality shots. If they protect the paint, if they put 2 in the ball, if they put 5 around Book, we'll take the highest quality shot that's available that's not in the paint. I think that's going to be something we figure out game to game. Obviously, that's what they do. They have a big guy down there that patrols the paint. It's hard when you get in there. You can feel the guys where we're even searching, trying to keep our dribble alive, knowing that if any shot that goes up, he's going to get a piece of it. So, again, great job by our guys, knowing exactly who to attack, when to attack, and when you put paint pressure and he's in there, then spray it out and trust your teammate. And again, 34 assists is a good number.
Yeah, you used the correct terminology, when teammates pay it off.
Yeah.
I mean, last night, Ryan Dunn, who had struggled in the Utah game, he missed his first 6 threes, and he's going to get opportunities when he's out on the floor, and he finally made his last 3 against Utah on Friday night, and kind of threw his arms up in celebration after that.
Like, thank goodness.
But he was a much more confident-looking shooter last night. He had multiple three-pointers for the first time in this game, but it wasn't just him. The Suns had 5 different players with 3 or more threes, and Devin Booker wasn't one of them.
Yeah, think about that.
He went 2 for 2.
Well, they made 12 of their first 16, and
it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
and that's gonna lead to an enjoyable evening, and it was. I mean, to beat that team that decisively is very encouraging.
Yeah, and the defensive strategy. If you tuned in, and look, there was a lot of people in the arena last night, and the reason is clear. Victor Wembanyama is in town, and he hasn't played here very many times. So for him to come to town and the start that he is off to, there was a lot of people that were curious. Oh, let's see what this guy is all about. We'll pay the money to see this absolute freak play basketball. He looked lost most of the game. They didn't know what hit them defensively.
Yeah.
And you talked about having some confidence built in the coaching staff. That was a very, very encouraging performance by the coaching staff, and credit to the players for carrying out the plan.
Yeah.
A scheme doesn't work if you don't execute
No,
it. And it all came together last night.
They had multiple defenders on him. They were trapping him constantly. He early on, Wembanyama, he was trying to facilitate like Book was doing on the other end. His teammates didn't pay it off.
No.
Right? But he was also, you could tell that his aggressiveness was limited by how pesky that Suns defense was. And even Devin Booker, very active defensively. Look, I find it very interesting because a week into this, both Kellen Olson and I were kind of perplexed at the body language of Book, that he didn't seem that engaged. That problem has gone away.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I didn't know that Devin Booker stands could be as aggravating as Kevin Durant stands.
Oh, we're going to get into that a little bit later.
Okay.
on. Yeah.
All right, good.
Because I heard that you and Kellen didn't point out body language. You were running him out of town.
Yeah. Right. And what really is just ridiculous to me is these stands, they only come at you with results. I'm offering opinions and observations in real time. They only come at you when the results are in their favor.
Oh, you're a radio clown, Bick.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize this in real time until maybe a day or two later. I saw people quote tweeting your blast and just say, "This guy's at it again."
Yeah.
Trying to run this guy out of town. I can't believe.
But it only happens after they have a good performance. Nobody questions it when I say it. But once they win a game and once Book is great, now they're coming at me and Kellen.
And nobody's going to highlight you talking about that he was great today either.
Yeah, of course not. No. It's so loserville. It really is.
It's pathetic.
It's pathetic.
If you are fill in the blank, Stan, you're pathetic.
Yeah, that's it.
Unless it's, of course, of this show.
That's right. Billy Maratis.
Here was Devin Booker on the defensive strategy against Wemby.
We're just trying to, crowd up under him. Don't let him get comfortable. Keep him away from the rim. He's obviously a threat all over the court. But if he's shooting over top of us and shooting fades, we'll kind of live with that. But we doubled him a lot tonight too in the post. So. Tough coverage. We've seen what he's been doing to the league, so we just want to slow it down a little bit tonight.
Yeah, and the weekend as a whole, and really the home stand. If you go back to the first game last Wednesday against Memphis, the Suns had a shot, literally a shot to win that game. Yeah. It didn't go in. We could be talking about a 3-0 home stand. Yeah. Much better basketball overall. They shored up the defense. They didn't give up those 70-point first halves. In fact, they scored 70 in the first half yesterday. And one of the big takeaways from a lot of people, and I got a text from a buddy who had season tickets for a while, gave them up over the last couple of years, was encouraged with what they were doing in terms of, hey, we're going to promise, we're going to advertise effort and grit and hustle and all of those things to make you proud again. Last night was the first game he attended. He texted me. He's like, this is more fun than I've had watching this team in at
That's
least
fantastic.
2 years.
Yeah.
And a lot of people calling the post-game show kind of echoed those sentiments.
Well, and as you kind of implied there, it kind of reframes all the close losses so far this season also, as yes, they are close. It's not just like, okay, they're close games and they're losers and they can't win those games. It showed that they actually are competitive, and it probably is a trend that's going to happen all year.
Yeah, they very easily could be 5-2 right now.
Yeah. Let's tap the brakes on that. This first opening month of the NBA, a lot can change after
Are you
Christmas.
kidding me? They just blew out the best team in the NBA.
But listen to me. But I am going to say that the cohesiveness of this basketball team. Friday night and yesterday, you saw a basketball team that is living up to that, as Vinny said, living up to that advertisement. That you're going to like watching us play. That we are going to be cohesive. That we are going to play hard. You can feel it coming off this team. I thought they were tremendously impressive Friday night.
They were. Yeah.
So that's a couple of excellent, and look, to come up with those defensive schematics against Wembanyama and get in his kitchen like that. I mean, he hadn't been held scoreless in a quarter yet.
He almost went a whole half.
And he almost went a whole half.
His first basket came with like a minute 5 to go in the second quarter.
So the players, and that will only help build cohesion when the players know that what the coaches are feeding them in terms of game plan really can impact the outcome. Then the buy-in gets even better.
Yep.
So I'm very, very impressed with what they put down this weekend.
This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know could be next. Just text character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It is Character Counts. Coming up next, Kyler Murray is out again for the Cardinals tonight. Or maybe he isn't. We'll try to get to the bottom of the latest Cardinals weirdness next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
The Suns win 130-118. They beat the San Antonio Spurs and hand them their first loss of the season. Only the Oklahoma City Thunder are undefeated in the NBA as the Suns improved to 3-4 with back-to-back wins on their home court.
More reaction to this Suns W on the way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone. Got a simple question for you. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Of course you would. And that is why if you're buying a home, if you are looking to refinance, go check out Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage, where all of your income goes directly to paying off all your debt, and you have no fear of doing that because you always have access to your equity. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, but primarily you now get decades to build personal wealth while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Lots of incredibly gratified clients in the Valley didn't even know Life Changer Loan existed. Highly recommend you go check them out. If you're a good fit, you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinal fans, get ready for some Monday Night Football tonight as the Cardinals will be in Jerry's World in Dallas for a showdown with Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. And once again, it'll be Jacoby Brissett getting the start at quarterback. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the state of the quarterbacks.
Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Kickoff will be at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both the Suns and the Sun Devils had a successful weekend. The Suns went 2-0, beating the Jazz 118-96 on Friday night and handing the Spurs their first loss of the season last night, 130-119. And on Saturday, the Devils and Jeff Sims found a way to get a 24-19 win. Sims rushed 29 times for 228 yards, and ASU got a bounce-back win. And this report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
You know, looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Wish I had the Twilight Zone music queued up there.
Yeah.
It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Big Red Monday as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Jonathan Gannon on Saturday as the Cardinals are on the field tonight. Kyler Murray not ready to start on Saturday. Head coach giving it a couple of extra days, though, to see if there's any sort of role he could play. So many questions. Like, why make any announcement at all if you're going to take the next 48 hours?
Well, I think it's because of what went down with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. The Cardinals are not doing the same thing, but they're not far away from how the Ravens got wonky with their injury reporting, if you know what I mean.
Because this is that $100,000 fine?
Yeah.
That's
Listen,
couch money.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know what is going on behind the scenes here, because when you lay this all out, let's try to put this thing together chronologically. So on October 5th, the Cardinals play the Titans, and Kyler Murray leaves the game after a football smacks him in the face mask, and he goes in the injury tent, comes back and plays 15 more plays. We haven't seen him since. Okay? There's reports that he sprained his foot, that he was compromised on those last 15 plays. As somebody who covered the game live, I didn't notice the difference, okay? That's not to say he isn't injured. But it just adds to the weirdness that none of us visually saw the injury happen.
Apparently, the injury happened on the play where the ball hit him in the face mask. They lost that fumble, and I've watched that play probably 25 times. Watched it a lot that day because there was the comic portion or the comic element to it. But also, then you're trying to figure out and diagnose when it happened. You can't really tell anything.
And also, at any point during this, do you remember them saying, "Well, this is going to be a 3 to 4 week injury"?
This is why
we're going to reevaluate.
Hold on, slow down. This is why we're doing this chronologically.
Okay.
All right, so next week they're playing in Indianapolis, and Kyler Murray is on a day-to-day basis. If you remember, they didn't even announce that Jacoby Brissett was starting that game against the Colts until Saturday night. That's how late that thing went, which would lead everybody to believe Kyler Murray was close to playing. Then came a bye week. Is that right? No.
Game.
Packers game, then the bye week, and here we are.
Yeah.
And he's still not playing. That seems very, very weird to people.
Yeah. The other question that came up Saturday after Jonathan Gannon makes the announcement is, okay, if he's not ready to start, why could he be healthy enough to play?
I'm not trying to be coy, but there's a lot of different scenarios that can happen in 2 days that you would make the decision what's best for the player and best for the team to that be the case. You know what I mean? So you probably don't know what I mean, but I think you do know what I mean, So weird things have happened outside of your control for 48 hours leading up to a game, and things change, And so that's kind of the reason.
And then this
question. Now, hold on. Yeah. What was he trying to say
I don't know, but I'm going to use that from now on. When I don't make any sense, I'm going to say, I don't think you know what I mean, but I think you know what I mean.
But I think you know what I mean.
Is it purely health related? Here's the question right from the media.
Is it purely health related that he would not start?
Yeah.
All right, so help me make sense of this.
I can't. I can't help you make sense.
Steal a line from Denzel Washington in the movie Philadelphia. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Like I'm a 5-year-old. So it's led to rampant speculation that the Cardinals are practically begging for, right? Is he being shopped? If so, is there any team that would want to trade for him? You look across the NFL, and the answer is probably no.
There is a Cleveland Browns that still exists.
There is a Cleveland Browns that still exist. There was a parallel universe that people thought maybe the Vikings, because Kevin O'Connell, quarterback whisperer, otherwise great team, high expectations. But J.J. McCarthy put that to bed yesterday. J.J. McCarthy went out and played himself one excellent football game. Mm-hmm. Vikings aren't looking for a quarterback. So there's nobody out there that I can see right here and now that would want to trade for Kyler Murray. Can you name a team?
With that
contract?
I guess no.
There just isn't. I thought Minnesota was possible, a flyer. At one point in time, I thought maybe the Raiders, but their season is gone.
They're horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Commanders wouldn't do it for the rest of the season. They might be pretty much done this year.
Yeah, but they've also got their piece for the future in Jaden Daniels.
I got to be honest though, that's one of the first things I thought of when this news came out on Saturday. Like, oh my God, are they going to trade him?
Yeah, you and I talked on Saturday, and we're like, what is going on here with this story? And Jonathan Gannon, just the way he has talked around this subject for a couple of weeks now has just been bizarre.
It's been, look, there's buttoned up, and then there's this level of buttoned up.
So is he trying to give the media clues by saying, you probably don't know what I mean, but I think you know what I mean?
Is that a clue?
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody said to me over the weekend, what if Kyler just won't go back in and play? And I'm like, that can't be a thing, could it?
If that was the impetus for all of this, doesn't all this weirdness and lack of clarity in the language being used and having a plan but not having a plan, that would make more sense. But why would he not want to do it?
That's the thing.
Because he's reached his boiling point on how he's perceived as an NFL quarterback. I doubt
because he wants out
he's
that
still
badly.
$52 million
That's what I'm saying.
A year.
And if he was cleared medically and was refusing to go in, the team would have cause to do things.
Yeah, here's one more.
It's bizarre.
From Saturday's session with Jonathan Gannon.
With Kyler coming back on Monday, were you anticipating that he'd be healthy enough to play, and this is something that kind of progressed throughout the week? Or did you kind of have that sense back then that there's a chance he might not?
No. Well, I mean, what I said is what I said. I mean, just take it one day at a time with him.
Look, go back to last week where the question, and everybody ran with it, and there was headlines splashed across every website. Cardinals preparing to start Kyler Murray on Monday night, and that was based from a question: are you preparing to start Kyler Murray? And it was not even really a full word from Jonathan Gannon. It was more like a noise, like
yeah,
that was it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is a weird situation.
It really, really is, and illumination will probably come at some point in time. It's weird that they haven't had a quarterback talk for 3 weeks.
Well, Jacoby did speak on Saturday finally. Because he's going
well,
to be
yeah,
the starter.
that's true. That's right. I forgot about the Saturday availability with the Monday night game.
Yeah.
But this whole thing has just been bizarre.
And then to top it off, and I sent this to you as well, and this must have been scheduled by the Cardinals social media team, but a whole tweet with a video breaking down Kyler's return to Texas. And this is after the news broke that Kyler wasn't going to be healthy enough to start.
Yeah.
It is Twilight Zone type stuff.
Like you said, that must have been a scheduled tweet, something that was done and sitting somewhere, like on a calendar, ready to be posted. Either way, I think they've landed on the right quarterback for the game. So that's whatever has led them to this moment. Here we are.
Yeah, because this is it. I mean, this is Last Chance Cafe for the Arizona Cardinals. Here's Jacoby Brissett on the opportunity to play on Monday Night Football.
I mean, it's the NFL. Every game is a big stage. You grow up as a kid dreaming of playing. I don't care if it's Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Friday, And so this is obviously another game, and, I'm thankful for this opportunity and going out there to try my best and make the most of it.
Yeah, you fall to 2-6, though. In this division,
it's over.
In the splash,
it's over, right.
This division, I mean, the 3 teams in this division are all great.
They might be the 3 best teams in the NFC.
They might be.
But that's it. Like, it's disappointing because I think we all had gotten to the point where we're like, okay, we want to see Kyler come back. We want to see him play in Dallas where he never loses. We want to see, if he can't do well in this game with this offense against that defense.
Yeah.
And now we're not going to see it.
Yeah.
Join Wolf and Luke today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys tonight. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. If you want more information, you can find it on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, ASU goes on the road, shorthanded, and pulls off a solid, improbable win at Iowa State. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
November in Arizona, and Thanksgiving is almost here. Want to work off a few LBs before you fill up on turkey and mashed potatoes? Get a partner and sign your 2-person team up for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes on Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text Pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text Pickle to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in every classroom I've ever been in, a 92% grade means you have aced the test, and that's the grade grateful patients give to QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, as in a 92% approval rate for their advanced regenerative treatments, and I believe in this because I happen to be one of them. Twice I've leaned on QC Kinetics. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Currently finished treatment on a bad case of tennis elbow, markedly better because this stuff works. The advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics taps into your body's own natural power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. It's not science fiction, folks. It's your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. So if you are dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain, go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Gambo. Enjoy tonight's Cardinals game. We'll be back on Tuesday to react to the showdown in Dallas and any moves at the trade deadline. We start tomorrow at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
So 3rd down and 4 play.
See if Sims keeps it here. You got 4 receivers left. Middle of the field looks open.
And there's an Iowa State defender aligned against all of them. That opens up the middle of the field. There goes Sims. Off to the races. He may go 50, 40. Say goodbye to Jeff Sims. He is going to go end to end for an Arizona State touchdown. An 88-yard run by Jeff Sims on 3rd and 4. And Sims takes it the distance.
Tim Healy on the call. On the big play, 88-yard touchdown run by Jeff Sims, who sets an ASU quarterback record, 228 yards rushing. The Sun Devils go to Ames, Iowa, and beat they beat a struggling Iowa State team. They're really feeling it right now in Ames, but that is
Who
when you
cares?
go in there without Sam Leavitt, without Jordan Tyson, on the road in the rain. That was a very gutty win for the Sun Devils.
It was a huge statement win for the program.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to go on the road without your 2 best players and piece together a victory like that, that is the sign of a real solid foundation in a program.
Look, we talked last week, and we talked to Kenny Dillingham about it last week. His ability to cook some stuff up when things are looking pretty bleak. And if you go back to year 1, and not a lot of people want to rewind to year 1 of the Kenny Dillingham era because everything went against the Sun Devils that year.
Yep.
But that game where they went to the Rose Bowl, with really no offensive personnel to speak of, and he cooked up a win. It was alarming how deep into the bag of tricks he had to go. This wasn't going into the bag of tricks, but this was a major tweak to the offense.
Yeah.
And Marcus Arroyo deserves a lot of credit as well. And the weather played a factor, but for a quarterback to carry 29 times, last week, the week before against the Houston Cougars, the Sun Devils lost because of a power run game with the quarterback.
Yeah.
Connor Weigman in Houston ran it to perfection in the second half of that game. And ASU 1 week later did the same thing with its backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Jeff Sims, it wasn't smooth sailing the whole way because he had 3 turnovers in the game. He fumbled twice. He threw a pick. But what an absolute studly performance by that guy.
Really was, man. It really, really was. And there was a lot of things that happened in that game when he busted that long touchdown run. We all kind of felt the same thing. We were all watching to make sure he didn't drop the ball at the goal line like Amari DiMercato, right? I know I was feeling it. He got 10 yards out. I'm like, please don't be goofy. Okay, and then you also had that Iowa State tight end and that sickening collapse he had on the football field.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, it was terrible.
He was released from the hospital very quickly after getting there, though.
Thank goodness for that, because that almost looked like a DeMar Hamlin situation for a minute.
Have you ever heard a stadium that quiet?
No, never.
When they came back from the commercial break on TNT, it sounded like it felt like COVID football. It felt like there was nobody in the stadium. Yet it was nearly packed.
Well, he was tackled with a jarring hit right around his heart area.
Keith Abney got him.
Keith Abney got him good. And then when he collapsed and then his body started convulsing, that's when it was like, oh, no. And then the people were immediately like, come on, this is beyond our pay grade. That was terrible. But anyways, the other thing that made this so impressive to me was going into this game, if any team had revenge leverage or momentum, it would have been Iowa State for the way ASU worked them in the Big 12 title game last year. So all of that was in the air in this game, and ASU found a way to power through all of it.
Yeah, the defensive performance, again, they didn't have Prince Dorba. They didn't have Miles Rouser for the first half. He came in, made an impact. But other players on that defensive line stepped up, and they were getting a solid push with 4 players. And Justin Watley was the guy this week who kind of took the turn to wreak havoc, knocking down passes, getting a sack. But going back to the offense, here was Kenny Dillingham after the game talking about tailoring the offense to lean very, very heavily on the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, we said this is going to be, we're going to do everything we can to win the football game, right? We're not playing for second place. Nobody does that, right? That's a loser mentality, right? We're going to do whatever we can every week, whatever the best plan is to win that football game. Then you survive, then you advance, and you try to win another one. Doesn't matter what the record is, doesn't matter what the stats show you, what you can accomplish, right? You only get a certain amount of opportunities to try to win football games, and Jeff was all in on doing whatever he could to win that football game.
Yeah, I wonder how sore Jeff Sims is after that game. Because his last couple carries, too, maybe you noticed this, Pick, he got up to like 27, 28, 29 carries. But the last couple, it looked like he had nothing left in the tank.
Oh.
And he took hellacious shots on both of those last 2 carries.
It was just battering ram kind of stuff.
It was.
Good time for a bye week.
Great time for a bye week. And again, not everything went smoothly in terms of ball security.
No.
Not everything went smoothly in terms of execution. ASU late in the game, and yes, there was wet conditions. They're up 24-19 in the fourth quarter. They got a chance to go for a field goal to go up by 8. Which seems like an automatic decision, right? Especially with Jesus Gomez being as reliable as he's been.
Has he been, though?
Yeah, I mean, he missed 2 against Houston. 1 was a bad snap.
Okay. All right, he's generally reliable.
He's been the Big 12 Special Teams Player of the Week 3 times this year.
Okay.
So he's been pretty good.
Okay.
Except Kenny Dillingham opts to go for it. They miss it. They had a walk-in touchdown, but pass gets batted down at the line of scrimmage. Kenny talked about that play as well.
Yeah, it was close. We had a really, really good call. I still like the call. I mean, it was close. It was right there. They made a great play batting it down. But if you score in that scenario, you almost, seal the deal as opposed to going up 8 if you make the kick. So I'd still go for it again in that scenario because we love the call. If we didn't like a call, wouldn't have gone for it.
Yeah, a little more air in that. Again, it's a walk-in touchdown, and that's the punctuation mark.
And that is Okay, that is the play that made me okay with not kicking the field goal, because in real time I'm like, why are they not going up 8? You're just asking for trouble. Then they popped that play, and you saw Raleek Brown. He was like, oh, come on. He was so wide open.
Yeah.
And that's just, that's the counter to Jeff Sims' great days. There was some mistakes in that. But, to ASU's credit, defensively, they only allowed Iowa State 7 points off 3 turnovers. That's good. That's really good.
It was such an encouraging win that your brain starts to work, and you're like, all right, I know they need 15 things to happen for them to possibly get back in the Big 12 championship. But they won the game. They now look, you could believe that they could win out. West Virginia inexplicably beat Houston this week. Utah beat Cincinnati this week. Undefeated BYU plays Texas Tech next week, so they could beat them.
That's a showdown.
So, it's still so many things have to happen, but, at least this gave you, the thought that, okay.
Yeah. Look, they're still alive when much of the week felt like, the death march because they were so shorthanded. So, again, credit to everybody involved. The bye week is coming at a good time. To me, as I look at the Big 12 as a whole, I think there's clearly 2 teams that are head and shoulders above everybody else right now, and that's BYU and Utah. And I know they've already played this year. Utah is killing people, and BYU is just a winning machine.
So you don't put Texas Tech there?
Where is that game in Provo?
It's in Lubbock.
It's in Lubbock?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Things might get interesting on Saturday. But right now, that's how I view it. I think Utah and BYU are the 2 best teams in the conference.
Yeah, I think it's BYU and Texas Tech. But, yeah, Utah, they have shown the ability to blow doors off people when right.
Yeah, they beat ASU 42-10. They beat Cincinnati, 42-17?
Yeah. So I don't as much as you're conjuring up a scenario, Jared, I don't see it.
I know. I'm just – it's one of those things that's like, all right, wow, I didn't expect them to win this weekend, and then there were some upsets, and you're like, ah.
I think Jared's a closet ASU fan, I think.
No, stop it.
Yeah, but the fact that...
Oh, wait, you're an out-of-the-closet ASU fan?
You get to 8 wins, which means you win 2 of the next 3 games, which I think is conceivable.
Yeah.
That's pretty good for all the injuries you've gone through.
3 wins is conceivable.
I guess, yeah.
Arizona's playing pretty well, but they play really well against the dregs of the conference.
Yeah.
West Virginia, I can't explain what happened on Saturday. I didn't watch enough of that game to know. Colorado is a shambles right now. I was alarmed at how bad their defense is. And credit to Arizona for exploiting it, but my God, the Buffaloes are terrible.
Yes, they are.
The Sun Devils could get to 9 wins. And that would be that would be remarkable.
It'd be huge.
Yeah.
It would be huge.
But they are on the bye week after getting that win at Iowa State on Saturday. Coming up next, good weekend for the Suns, capped off with a great performance against the Spurs. We'll get deeper into it in Vinny's view next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals are back from their Week 8 bye to face the Cowboys in Dallas for Monday Night Football.
Huddle. We got to start digging out of our hole that we dug for ourselves, but they all count the same. But yeah, we got to play well. It's a good football team we're going on the road. We got to play well.
Pregame this afternoon at 1:30. Kickoff tonight at 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so nobody wakes up in the morning and says, hey, let's go window shopping today, as in let's go get new windows. But if you are a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching hot sun can do a number on your windows. If you've been in your home at least 15 years, if you've noticed a spike in your energy bills, chances are you need new windows. And if that's you, do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows, and you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The installation process was fantastic, professional, immaculate, all the way down to the cleanup process. Tremendously impressed. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They'll guarantee them for life. That lifetime warranty is transferable, and with financing options available, great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and May.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan. And we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For these legends, the pressure is where they shine, just like the reward at the end.
There's an urgency to winning the Charles Schwab Cup. It doesn't get any easier.
It all comes down to the Charles Schwab Cup Championship, November 13th through 16th.
Don't miss all the excitement at this year's Charles Schwab Cup playoff. For tickets and more information, head to schwabcup.com. That's schwabcup.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker handed the Spurs their first loss of the season last night, 130-118, behind 28 points and 13 assists from Devin Booker to complete a 2-0 weekend for the Suns that started with a 118-96 NBA Cup win against the Utah Jazz on Friday night. ASU, despite not having Sam Levitt or Jordan Tyson, found a way to win on Saturday in Ames. That way was Jeff Sims. He had 177 yards through the air and a whopping 228 on the ground, and they got a 24-19 win. And here was Kenny Dillingham post-game.
Nobody cares about your excuses. You either get it done or you don't. And our guys got it done today. No excuse for who's in, who's not in. Nobody cares, right? Do you accomplish a task or you do not? And our guys accomplished the task today, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
And tonight, Monday Night Football for the Cardinals. They'll be in Dallas against the Cowboys. And for the third straight game, it'll be Jacoby Brissett under center. And that game will get going at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
That boy is good.
It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
Victor Wembanyama didn't lead the highlights on SportsCenter Sunday night. This has been a regular occurrence since the French phenom entered the league as the most hyped prospect in decades back in 2023. It was becoming more regular this season when the man they call Wemby averaged 30 points, almost 15 rebounds, and nearly 5 block shots per game in San Antonio's first 5 contests of the season. The reason the highlight viewing world didn't see Wemby lead the broadcast is because the Suns' defensive tactics and effort made Wemby look like an unsure rookie in a convincing 130-118 win over the Spurs. Head coach Jordan Ott and his staff's game plan to put smaller players on Wembanyama and double-team him aggressively in spots worked wonders. You want proof? Look at Wemby's stat line. 9 points on 4 of 14 shooting, 6 turnovers. Only the 5th time in his career the alien has been held to single-digit scoring. But it wasn't all about the defense. The Suns shot the heck out of the ball from three-point range, hitting 19 of 33 attempts on the night. The 4th best shooting night in franchise history in a game with 30 or more attempts. The Suns hit 5 straight from deep in a dizzying span of 4 minutes and 15 seconds in the first quarter. In the second and third quarters, they combined to hit 6 in a row over a span of almost 10 minutes. And it wasn't one player. Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Ryan Dunn, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin all had 3 or more makes from behind the arc. One final note, if the weekend for the Suns needed a title, it would be how Booker got his groove back. Book was an efficient assassin on Sunday, pumping in 28 points on 10 of 15 shooting, hitting both of his threes, and dishing out 13 assists. Let's face it, he hasn't been bad in the Suns' first 5 games, but something looked different despite what oversensitive superfans of number 1 had to say anonymously on social media. Book was Book again in his one-on-one battle with Spurs guard Stephon Castle. Things got chippy with a lot of talking, and Booker was taking great pride in lighting up Castle, as evidenced by his wry smile going back on defense after sinking shots on Castle on at least a couple of occasions. The Suns' weekend performance reminded a lot of people that this is a new season with a new roster and guided by a new staff with a new attitude. Let's give this a little time. That is Vinny's View.
It's just competition. That's a good team over there. That's their first loss of the season. Like you said, Castle is hyped up. He's playing super aggressive, super competitive, which, you know, that's why we play the sport. So I have respect for that. As long as it stays in between the lines. They have a really good young team that we'll be seeing a lot in the future. So, you know, we're living the dream.
Yeah, it was good to see the Suns get 2 wins. It was good to see Devin Booker look like Devin Booker again.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for anybody who might get offended by these observations, but do you think Devin Booker's stans got upset after the Sacramento game when he himself described his game as nasty?
As nasty?
Devin Booker's a big boy who can take criticism, and he's taken criticism throughout his career.
Very well.
And he's never uttered a stinking word about it.
Fantastically said. He is everything that Kevin Durant is not in that arena. In terms of understanding, there's going to be critics and there's going to be fans and there's going to be all of it, and all of it's out of my control, and I care zero about it.
When did we cross over to the point where criticism of a star player, fair criticism of a player's performance, not personal, nothing, when did that cross over into he's being run out of town?
I don't know. I do not get it, and I think it is so juvenile and really just stupid, because I started getting this Friday night after the game and then last night after the game, and it's all results based. So if I offer an observation, or Kellen Olson offers an observation that this isn't the same Devin Booker and he needs to get back to being the dude he was, all right, that is a observation, and it's critical analysis, and the response you get is just hate and vitriol and personal attacks, And it only comes after that player has a good performance, which really outs these people as being moronic. I don't understand this tribal behavior. They must think, Vinny, that by defending Devin Booker online, that Devin Booker's going to get wind of it and think, oh, that guy's got my back. He's my friend.
How does that benefit you if you hide behind an icon and a made-up name?
I know. I don't get it. I really don't.
Here's a news flash. He's not going to be your friend.
You're right. News flash. Exactly. So listen.
So frustrating.
Well, it's beyond ridiculous.
I understand
it really
the
is.
point of having a favorite player.
Yeah.
Devin Booker is my favorite player.
Mm-hmm.
I've called him, and I was ahead of the curve. 3 years ago, I was calling him the best player in Suns history. And he's turning into that. He's the leading scorer.
Yep.
But that doesn't make you, exempt from being
it doesn't.
criticized.
It doesn't. And to his
he would
credit,
tell you the same thing.
And to his credit, everything kind of locked in for him. He's been much more active defensively the last couple of games, and he's looking like the old book. So
and they've won the games.
He's also to
not
the
a
point
coincidence.
where he gets to his spot offensively, you can count the bucket.
Yep.
And that wasn't the case early on the season.
Exactly.
And he said it. Look, he said it last week. It's going to take time.
Mm-hmm.
Acclimating. I'm getting acclimated. My only issue with the acclimation is it looks like it's reached a point where everybody that's in the rotation right now is very comfortable with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And on the flip side of it, there's the frustration of, all right, when are we going to see Jalen Green put on a uniform? He did do a pregame workout yesterday, which is a good sign. He's done 5-on-5, but Jordan Ott said still he used the phrase, it's going to take some time.
I know.
So how much of that acclimation that's been built up gets disturbed when he comes back along with Dylan Brooks?
And it also depends on how does this team continue to string together these kind of performances. And if they do, then you're going to have to really be reticent about, changing starting lineups and all that.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, as they're finally going to get into a groove and comfortable. Everybody knows their role, acclimated, the rotation, everything. And then they're going to add in a new starter who, is a big scorer and has a different role and all that stuff.
He's a very talented player, though, so maybe that if there's acclimation that's necessary or required there, hopefully it's a short amount of time.
You don't trade Kevin Durant and the piece behind the trade. You're worried about acclimating. Like, he has to be involved in this team, and if it takes time,
he'll be involved.
Sure.
Of course, he'll be involved
Right.
in the team. You're not going to just sit him on the end of the bench. But again, it's when you start talking about rotations that seem pretty locked in right now. At least they have the last couple of games. I'll say this: going into Friday night, after that loss to Memphis, the worry was that this brand new regime. How do you keep the civic trust and the faith internally if it's 1-5, 1-6, 1-7, 2-10? 3-14. That's why these last two games very, very impressive to me, because the Suns got after it in both games. It was a master class in handling the Jazz, to the point where Will Hardy, the Jazz head coach, was furious with his team. Mm-hmm. But a lot of that had to do with the Suns and what they put on them. And it was a master class in three-point shooting yesterday. That's not going to happen every game. But what I was really impressed with was the coaching staff came up with a defensive game plan that smothered Victor Wembanyama. And as a result, as you pointed out, Vinny, there was a good chunk of people who went to that game last night because the Freak was in town. I mean that in a good way. That it was like Steph Curry coming to town or Shaq coming to town.
Mm-hmm. Kellen had pointed that out too pregame about the number of people that was just hanging out pregame to watch Wembanyama warm up, and compared it to Steph Curry. Curry's still the champion, as Kellen pointed out on that. He draws a crowd for his pregame warm-ups, but this is different because the visual in person, when you see Victor Wembanyama in person, it's jarring visually because he's just so different from everybody else. And a lot of what he put out there last night was jarring visually and not in a good way. He looked lost at a lot of times. He didn't know what was coming at him. That was a great performance.
It really was. And and it was the coaching staff that came up with that. And I can't stress that enough.
Mm-hmm. San Antonio is going to be a problem, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The roster's really good
when
it's whole. Coming up next, the Dodgers may have just ruined baseball, but at least they did it in an entertaining way. We'll get into some World Series talk next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is it. When we talked about coming into this season, this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He's a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast. over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Arizona has the highest UV index in the country, putting you at greater risk for melanoma. That's why choosing the right care matters. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center is dedicated to the prevention and treatment of melanoma and all skin cancers. You'll get access to advanced clinical trials, cutting-edge therapies, and a team of cancer experts, all with convenient locations throughout the valley. Don't wait. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How big of a crossroads game is the Cardinals' Monday Night Football matchup with the Dallas Cowboys? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Monday morning greeting, a good morning, and a thank you to our listeners in Wickenburg. W-Burg, as they call it. No, they don't call it that.
The Burg of Wiccan.
The
Wickenburg.
Burg of Wiccan. We appreciate you listening. out in Wickenburg today.
And the 0-2. Swing and a broken bat roller out to short. Bats up with it. Steps on second. On to first. And it's a double play. And the Dodgers have won it. Here in 11, the Dodgers turn the double play and finish off the Jays 5-4 in the final. And they celebrate to the left of the pitcher's mound, jumping up and down. The Dodgers, repeat champions for the first time in baseball in 25 years.
John Boog Shambi on the call on ESPN Radio the other night, Saturday night, in what people are calling a classic World Series, and it certainly had its moments. Game 7 was an absolute classic. Even if you're not a Dodgers fan, the back and forth nature of that game, the extra innings, the plays that were nearly not made but made.
Yeah.
A home run from an unlikely source to tie the game with 2 outs in the 9th inning. The game had everything. It was a good World Series that went the distance, but I can't get past the fact that here we are again. Dodgers repeat. You heard Boog Shambi say it. It's the first time since the Yankees anybody's won back-to-back World Series titles.
Okay, so it's not the outcome I was hoping for. I wanted the Blue Jays to win for a variety of reasons because I do not want the Dodgers spending rewarded the way it was. But, man, what a couple of nights of baseball, Game 6 and Game 7 were. Together, the Dodgers won both of those games on game-ending double plays, which is rare enough. Game 7 had so much competitive drama, and by the end of it, you could make an argument, and we have throughout the course of baseball season, that Shohei Ohtani is the best baseball player in the history of the sport, yet he wasn't even the best Japanese player on his own team in the World Series.
Yeah, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the World Series MVP after finishing things off with 2 2/3 innings in relief in Game 7 after he started Game 6.
After throwing 90-plus pitches the day before.
After coming off back-to-back complete games before that.
Right.
That's what legends are made of.
That's it.
That's a similar path to what Randy Johnson did in the 2001 World Series. But let's go back to Game 6. You mentioned that double play where Barger gets doubled off second base on that on a shallow fly ball. It was a terrible read by him. But go back earlier in the inning where some people thought the Blue Jays had tied the game on Barger's shot to the wall. That ball gets lodged at the base of the wall. Hands go up immediately. I give credit to the umpiring crew because that was the correct call.
It was.
And a lot of people say, oh, you should have to go make an effort for the ball. That's not the way the ground rules of Rogers Center are written, and it was applied correctly. But that's how close it was.
That's how lucky the Dodgers got collectively.
Toronto that close in Game 6. The play at the plate in Game 7 where Will Smith's foot comes off the plate on the force, and then he gets it down a split second before the Toronto runner crosses home plate. That game was just ridiculous.
Let's extrapolate on that. Could you imagine that play going to review, which it did, and getting overturned, and that overturned call gives a team a championship?
I was bracing for that when that replay happened, and it would have felt cheap.
And terrible.
But that's how close the margins were.
Yeah.
How about Andy Pages getting put in as a defensive replacement and tackling his own player to make a game-saving catch?
Before the Suns game yesterday, we were having the discussion because Dave Roberts pushed every correct button, whether it was going to the right pitcher in the right spot, but the defensive replacement of Pages there who made the play to save the game in the bottom of the 9th inning, Pages couldn't hit a lick. He was terrible at the plate in this series. Better defensive player than Edman. Edman was marginalized with injury. But the discussion we were having was, if Edman was still out there, does Kike Hernandez make that play?
Because they crash into each other. Yeah, right.
No, I don't. He was turned all the wrong way, looking around, trying to find the ball until he got knocked over.
He was the happiest person that Pages made that play.
He was unconscious, but he was still happy.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why the game was just full of every moment was so monumental, right?
It was unbelievable
Incredible
drama.
game. Incredible drama. And
we
then
haven't even mentioned Will Smith's home run in the 11th.
Well, let's go back before we even get there. Miguel Rojas, that's another hunch that Dave Roberts played. He can't hit worth a lick. And for him to hit a game-tying home run in the 9th inning, that's about as unlikely a hero as you're ever going to get. And
that's like Bucky Dent type stuff
exactly.
in 78. And that wasn't even in the World Series. That wasn't even in the playoffs.
And it also, it prevented, had Miguel Rojas been retired like most people thought he was going to be, Shohei would have come up to the plate with 2 outs. He'd have been the last out the Dodgers had.
I was thinking about how dramatic that was. Meanwhile, he swung at the first pitch and popped out. But it's also one of those things that, like, well, Yamamoto, they paid $1 bazillion and he was the World Series MVP. And Shohei had maybe the greatest World Series game of all time a few games ago. But Game 7 was won by Max Muncy, Miguel Rojas, Will Smith, these kind of like utility players that aren't making like $60 million a year. It just sucks. They're such a good organization. I hate them.
So we talked about all those plays. We all love win probability, right? The ESPN win probability graphic.
What a dork.
There were 9.
Yes.
I was making a joke.
Oh no, continue.
There were 9 plays in that Game 7 that flipped the win probability at least 15%.
Wow.
It's the most in any World Series game since 1924.
Wow. That's crazy.
So 9 plays that like flipped the game almost on its head.
Does this make you feel anything as a D-backs fan other than you hate the Dodgers? Just that like this is working for the Dodgers, that they're spending the most money and now they're winning every year?
I definitely have views on it, but they're not clouded. I don't think they're clouded by being a Diamondbacks fan. I think they're clouded by being a baseball fan. And I think we're bracing for one more year of uncontrolled spending and deferment from the LA Dodgers. And hopefully, I think we're headed to a lockout in 2027, and hopefully those issues are taken care of. But it's not easy to see. And when we left the airwaves on Friday and you made the prediction, hey, the Dodgers are going to come back and win this series with wins in 6 and 7, I was just kind of bracing for the Blue Jays to put that on hold and win this series. But that's the reality of the situation. And I made the joke, hey, if the Dodgers do come back and win, they shouldn't be able to get their World Series rings until 2036.
That's great.
This is an issue that needs to be dealt with. You can't have the richest team also with the most on layaway. You can't have it.
It is. I
would not advocate for a salary cap in Major League Baseball.
You wouldn't?
But they need to quell what's happening right now with all these deferred payments. And I'm looking at all the teams that do it. Nobody's doing it to the extent the Dodgers are. But the Diamondbacks are deferring a lot too. I don't like it. If you got the money, pay the players. If you don't got the money, get out of the game.
I think that the Dodgers winning these World Series are going to make it very, very difficult for the Players Union to gain any public sympathy when they die on the hill that is a salary cap. Right? Salary cap works just fine in the NFL. Team in Green Bay can compete with the team in Los Angeles. I'm not going to be. Yeah, I think the sport needs it. Personally,
on the other hand,
you're saying.
I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be unhappy if it happened.
Yeah,
but I think they can fix it without going to those lengths. And everything you hear is that it's a non-starter for the Players Association. That's going to kill the sport.
On the other hand, Game 7 was the most watched baseball game in 8 years. So I mean, baseball. Part of it was because it was so dramatic, but I mean, having your biggest team with the best stars be the best team is something good about that, I guess.
Yeah.
And how about there's been a player named Will Smith on the last 6 World Series champions?
Tremendous.
We know what the Diamondbacks have to go get.
Will Smith.
Somebody named Will Smith.
That's it.
Doesn't matter who.
Yeah.
Get the guy who slapped Chris Rock.
Yeah, right. Get the comedian
out there. Yeah.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Right now, the backup's out there. Kobe Brea making his Suns debut. Lob to Malawach in the lane. He'll jam it with both hands. That's one draft pick to another. Brea to Malawach, and a 20-point Suns lead. Malawach with 4 off the bench.
More reaction to this Suns W on the way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hello everybody, Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinal fans, get ready for some Monday night football tonight as the Cards will be in Jerry's World in Dallas for a showdown with Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. And once again, it'll be Jacoby Brissett getting the start at quarterback. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the state of the QBs.
Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Kickoff will be at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both the Suns and the Sun Devils had a successful weekend. The Suns went 2-0, beating the Jazz 118-96 on Friday night and handing the Spurs their first loss of the season last night, 130 to 119. And on Saturday, the Sun Devils and Jeff Sims found a way to get a win 24 to 19 in Ames. Sims rushed 29 times for 228 yards, and ASU got a bounce back win. And tonight, college basketball will get underway. The 13th ranked Arizona Wildcats start their season in Vegas against the defending champs, and 3rd ranked Florida Gators. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. tonight. And this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Veterans Day savings are here. Brooklyn Betting is giving you 30% off everything in-store or online. Head to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Time to get caught up with the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy. What do you got for us, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. First, want to shout out those watching on YouTube. If you're wondering where to find us, you can just head to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and you can watch our show as well as listen every single morning. So the Cardinals, they haven't even played this week yet, and it's already been a weird weekend when it comes to them. Here was head coach Jonathan Gannon. Sammy! There we go.
He said that in his press conference? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look at the energy he had.
Yeah. Here was their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, on both quarterbacks.
You know, looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
So Jacoby Brissett gets to start tonight. Kyler is available. How strange is what's going on with this situation?
Incredibly strange.
The timeline doesn't make sense.
Right.
It's an injury that none of us saw, which adds to the weirdness. That's not saying the Cardinals are lying. I'm just saying that generally with an injury that lasts weeks and weeks and weeks, you see it. You see a player limping off the field. You know what I mean? Then I think that. Yeah, I just think that there's, when you throw in the way Jonathan Gannon has framed this issue for the past couple of weeks, it's just been a lot of weirdness.
Generally speaking, and I think it certainly applies to this case, I think organizations bending over backwards to obscure the information around injuries. Look, I know there's HIPAA stuff, but it's also football. There's an injury report that comes out, and if you're going to go out of your way to keep everything tight-lipped, it does a disservice to the players involved. And I'm not just talking about Kyler Murray. Like Vic said, we don't know what's wrong with him. We don't know how severe it was initially. The timetable has always been that of hope that he's going to be back sooner rather than later. Right. Happened almost a month ago.
Yeah.
So he's left hanging in the wind now when he might be dealing with a serious injury. The same thing happened with B.J. Ojulari. B.J. Ojulari started to get in the fans' doghouse because his knee injury was taking a long time to recover from.
Right.
Well, the organization covered up how severe the knee injury was.
Yes.
Same thing they kind of did with Darius Robinson last year. I think it's a no-win situation.
That's a great point.
To button up all this injury information.
That's a great point, because you end up hanging the player out to dry.
Absolutely.
That's a great point.
I agree. So Brissett under center, Cards on Monday night, in what feels like need a win to save the season. How do they get that, and what would a win mean for the Cards?
Well, as Vinny's called it, it's last chance cafe. If you're going to make anything out of the season, you have to win this game tonight and get to 3-5. You're already way behind the 3 teams in your division, but at 2-6, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2-6 is over because the Rams are 6-2, the Seahawks are 6-2, and the 49ers are 6-3. And you've got 4 combined games against those teams. I mean, this doesn't solve everything, but it pushes off the painful inevitable for a while if they're able to get a win.
Right, and ideally, off a bye, you can get a win, and maybe that's the start of a small string that can...
Because this team has been competitive.
Yes.
It's been, every game has been close to a historic level. This is a team that, in the worst way, regardless of situation, just needs to feel a victory again. To know what it's like.
They hadn't had one in more than a month. All right, so the Suns, I don't know if you guys have heard this before, but the NBA is a make or miss league.
It is.
And that's
Where have I heard that?
I don't know. That's what the Suns did this weekend. A lot of making, not a lot of missing. A frisky 2-0 weekend. What stood out most about what the Suns were able to do this weekend?
It was different in both games. Because you go back to Friday night against the Jazz, they were up by 20-plus points. They honestly should have been up by 35 or 40 had they shot the ball at all. They couldn't hit the broadside of a barn from three-point range to start that game, and then they started to heat up. But, I mean, it sounds very generic. What stood out to me in both wins was their competitive spirit and their competency. They looked like a good, together, connected basketball
they
team
really
in
did.
both games.
Yeah, and this is, again, doing it against a Spurs team that was unbeaten and being the only team to really control Victor Wembanyama was significant to me. I was tremendously encouraged by what went down over this weekend.
Yeah, and still, we briefly talked about it, still no Jalen Green, still no Dylan Brooks. Want to integrate those guys back into the lineup. When they're healthy and this Suns team is whole, where do you think those two guys elevate this team?
Obviously, it just helps in the depth. I think Jalen Green's going to take some time to get back up to speed. This is the first time he's dealt with any injury of any length in a really long time, so you have to factor that in. So when he gets comfortable, the depth is better. I wonder how it's affected, though, because Vic brought it up, and other fans are noticing, too, what Colin Gillespie brings this team off the bench in pretty substantial minutes.
Yeah.
He's made an impact this year. His minutes are going to go down.
And that's not a good thing because I'm really his impact, like I've said before, it exceeds what you think his abilities as a basketball player are. Yeah. There's a great connectivity to him, and he brings something contagious to the floor.
He's one of those guys that you watch him play, and he falls into that's a ball player.
That's a ball player.
Yep.
100%.
He's fearless. He fights. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Love that guy.
He's a tremendous rebounder for his size.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He
better than Kevin Durant.
Knows for the basketball. That
you look
guy.
it up.
Why are you trying to run Kevin Durant out of... Oh, wait.
Or are you trying to bring him back and then run him out of town again?
Where are the Colin Gillespie stands that we can get some thumbs up over it, right?
Right.
All right, lastly, an ASU win kind of coming... I mean, none of us really expected it. Without Sam Levitt, without Jordan Tyson, here was Kenny Dillingham after the win.
Nobody cares about your excuses. You either get it done or you don't. And our guys got it done today. No excuse for who's in, who's not in. Nobody cares, right? Do you accomplish a task or you do not? And our guys accomplished the task today, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
He put it bluntly. So what does that tell you, the win especially, about Kenny Dillingham as the head football coach of ASU?
Yeah, it tells me everything. It tells me that he came up like he's really great at doing. He came up with a path to victory, and he sold his players on it, and he infused that team with belief that you can go on the road without Sam Levitt, without Jordan Tyson, and you can beat a team in their own building. Trust me. Believe in me. And that's how they played. Yeah. And it wasn't perfect, and it was another nail-biter that went right down to the very end. But at the end of it all, they're still standing. So to me, it's a great statement on the program. It shows that the program is bigger than one or two players is what it does.
It was exactly what Bick said, too. And I also think the way that they employed that game plan, it became demoralizing.
Yes.
And they were on the flip side of it. I was getting frustrated watching them play against Houston because I was like, Houston's offense looks like it's from the Stone Ages. It's just a snap to the quarterback, and it's just a power run. That's exactly what ASU did. And when you have success doing that, it will wear down a defense. Credit to the ASU defense, too. They made plays when they needed to make plays. They gave up 3 points in the second half, and I thought they made Rocco Beck look – he really struggled against that defense.
Yes, he did.
They did a great job on him, too.
So there you go. Hopefully the solid, good Arizona Sports Weekend can continue into Monday night.
Yeah, let's hope.
Guys. There you go.
We shall see. Thanks, Sammy. We're all rebooted. You can join Wolf and Luke today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. If you want more information, you can find it on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, Cowboys hosting the Cardinals tonight. We'll get a look at them Cowboys from Todd Archer, who covers the team for ESPN. That is straight ahead on this Big Red Monday. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Play some pickleball with Arizona Sports. Get a partner and sign your two-person team up for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle. And your share of cash prizes Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text pickle to 620-620.
May apply.
So one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door, and this is one of many reasons why you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, because that person who knocks on your front door from Parker & Sons has been trust certified, and what that means is they're all licensed, they're all bonded, they're all insured, they've all passed background checks, they've all passed drug tests. They're the company you can trust in your sacred space. For 50-plus years, Parker & Sons helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. They fix it right at a fair price, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday, peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, November 10th at Tailgaters in Glendale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl. Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Cardinals, Cowboys tonight. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 1:30. The Dallas Cowboys, the host team tonight, here to give us a closer look at the opposition for the Cardinals. He covers the team for NFL Nation on ESPN. Todd Archer, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Todd, good morning. Thanks for joining us today on Game Day.
Yeah, no problem, guys. How we doing?
Doing well. We're trying to make, from the Cardinals' standpoint, trying to make sense of all the language and verbiage used in this quarterback situation. We know it's going to be Jacoby Brissett to start, but from the Dallas perspective, how much is the Cardinals' quarterback situation, the uncertainty of that, how much has that been talked about by team personnel leading up to this game, and how weird is it to you?
Yeah, well, you factor in Kyler's record at AT&T Stadium, you'd think they'd just say, go ahead, man, start the game. You're guaranteed to win. But I think from a Cowboys perspective, we asked Brian Schottenheimer on Saturday. He's like, look, we were preparing for Kyler to be the starter this week. But now, we've also had a plan with Jacoby in mind. And I think Schottenheimer looks at it in a way that I was with him in Indianapolis. Actually, he was the Cowboys' top target in free agency to sign as a backup quarterback, and he got a better deal from the Cardinals. So that's why the Cowboys ended up trading for Joe Milton. But they feel like they have a good handle on what he can do and the differences between the two. Clearly, there's more of a challenge outside the pocket or the ability to move around with Kyler Murray than it is with Brissett. But Schottenheimer has a healthy respect for what that guy can do based on his history and based on what he thinks he could have been for the Cowboys as Dak Prescott's backup.
Todd, the Cowboys have no problem scoring 30 or more points. Unfortunately, they have no problem allowing 30 or more points. What kind of football team are the Cardinals going to encounter tonight? And how has the one lopsided nature of the Cowboys kind of affected the whole of the team, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to face a team that's confusing to a lot of people because of everything you just said. Like, you don't need a defense to be the 85 Bears to be successful with the Cowboys offense the way it's going right now. And it's even better at home. It's more than 40 points a game in their home game so far. So all the defense needs to do is get 3 stops, maybe a takeaway. And then with the way the offense is going, you think the Cowboys will be much better than 3-4-1, but they just can't. Teams have scored on the Cowboys on 49.4%, I think, of their drives this year, 49.4, 49.6. That's the worst in the league. And they just can't seem to do anything right. And it doesn't matter where the game is played. It can be at home. It can be on the road. It can be in a parking lot. It's confounding that they're this poor because you look at the personnel and you say, okay, that should be the 20th ranked defense, and we can get into the Micah Parsons trade and what that's meant. But I don't even know if Micah Parsons could have covered up for everything that this defense lacks so far this season.
Todd Archer, who covers the Cowboys for ESPN, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You kind of weaved right where I was going, Todd, with the Micah Parsons trade. And I agree with you. One player does not make that big of an improvement on the defense. I'm confident in saying the defense would be better with Micah Parsons than it has been at this point. Which leads me to, we're fascinated here in Phoenix every year by the soap opera that is the Dallas Cowboys. And that was a saga that went on for a long time, got headlines. And, you scratch your head at some of the things that Jerry Jones says and some of the things that he does in control of that roster. Where is the frustration level among Cowboy fans, generally speaking, with Jerry Jones at this point?
When you look at 30 years, right, basically 30 years since their last Super Bowl, you'd think it can't get any higher than what it is now. But then, they make a trade for Parsons a week before the season, or trade of Parsons the week before the season, and it just grows even more. And then last week he's on talking to Wall Street Journal, and he talks about a $100 billion natural gas possibility, and that's why he's on the phone with them and not trying to improve the Cowboys defense. Well, that just plays into the narrative that he's more concerned about either making him a lot of money or it's other businesses than he is to the Cowboys. And if you're a Cowboys fan, that's not what you want to hear.
No.
If it's the owner, fine. But when you're the GM also, you definitely don't want to hear that. Because when Jerry comes out and says, look, there's a lot of people in the league, they have other interests and they do this. Yes, but the GM isn't on the phone. The GM of pick a team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, isn't on the phone with the Wall Street Journal talking about natural gas properties and $100 billion. He's trying to find another receiver to replace Mike Evans. So that's what his job 100% of the time is, and that's not what Jerry's job is. Now, Jerry's not a GM the way Jason Licht is in Tampa. I get it. But when you want to carry on the narrative that you are, this is the blowback that you get.
Yeah.
It appears the Cardinals lost a tremendous offensive line running game coordinator in Clayton Adams, who's had a big impact in Dallas. Talk about what that has done in terms of helping that offense move the football. I mean, the running game metrics have been tremendous. You've done so with injured offensive linemen. Your thoughts on Clayton Adams and what he's meant to the Cowboys?
Yeah, I got to be honest. When the Cowboys signed him, and a bunch of Cowboys fans were just saying, they got the best guy in the league, and he's a guru, and he's this and that. I'm like, who knew that I should have been looking at the Arizona Cardinals running game to know like they got run game Jesus coming here to
right.
Dallas. But the guy has been outstanding. I'll grant him that. And they have more rushing touchdowns. They have 10 rushing touchdowns already. They had 6 all of last season. Javonte Williams is by far their best free agent signing they've had probably in a while, just thing off the top of my head. He has 8 of those rushing touchdowns, 633 yards. He's been a tremendous find for them. And you mentioned the offensive line. Tonight should be their first game they're whole since week 2 with Cooper Beebe back from a broken foot. So they've done this in one game without 4 starting offensive linemen. And they've done it since week 2 without all 5 of their starting offensive linemen. He should be back in the lineup tonight, coming back from injured reserve. We should find that out later today. But, yeah, Clayton Adams has been a tremendous find, a tremendous pickup, and I apologize for those Cowboys fans that evidently study offensive line coaches across the league a lot better than I do.
Todd Archer, our guest, covers the Cowboys for ESPN. Speaking of new faces on the offense, look, we all knew in his time in Pittsburgh, George Pickens was a very talented receiver. Not exactly the most happy of employees while he was in Pittsburgh, but his numbers this year and now combining him with CeeDee Lamb in that very potent offense. How good has George Pickens been in terms of fit, Todd?
Fit, there's no doubt it's better than anybody could have thought, and Jerry Jones has even said that. The Cowboys are not afraid to take on combustible personalities. You can go back to Charles Haley in the 90s, go back to T.O. in the 2000s, where they added up. So they've done this sort of move before. There's probably other guys that I'm forgetting. But, yeah, he's been a tremendous fit. And there's been none of the stuff that you saw in Pittsburgh have you seen here at the Cowboys. And maybe that's because it's being hidden, although I doubt it. Nothing is hidden in this organization. But, some of it might be that he's on a contract year. He understands what lies ahead of him, and he's on his best behavior. And Schottenheimer has alluded to a couple of times, like, look, yeah, he's still late for meetings and, time for time and things like that, which, again, you can make into a big deal if you want. But then you look at the production on the field and what he's done, the games that he had without CeeDee Lamb when he was out with that ankle injury, showed he can be a number one receiver. And if I had to make a guess right now on what his future here is in Dallas, I would say they'll franchise tag him more than be able to sign him to a long-term deal and then see what happens after that. But he's been, again, okay, we criticize Jerry Jones, the GM. You got to give him some credit for that one, for getting him from Pittsburgh for, a third-round pick or whatever the heck it was. I can't remember now.
Todd, thanks so much for the time and the insight. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thanks. Todd Archer covers the Cowboys for ESPN NFL Nation. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we kick off the second half of the Monday show in style with the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals are back from their Week 8 bye to face the Cowboys in Dallas for Monday Night Football.
Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start.
I don't care if it's Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Friday. Going out there, try my best, and make the most of it.
Pre-game this afternoon at 1:30. Kickoff 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a little Sonic trivia for you on a Monday morning. Did you know Sonic started as a root beer stand in Oklahoma in the late 1950s? Back then, there was no experience at Sonic. You pulled into a gravel parking lot, you had to cross a busy thoroughfare, you placed your order at this little tiny takeout window, and that was it. That was your experience. Today, Sonic has over 3,600 different restaurants in 46 states, and the experience is part of the really cool thing about Sonic. You pull into a shaded parking spot, you've got this great menu outside your driver's side window. You place your order, you don't move a muscle, you're being served curbside by an iconic car hop. When you get done, you're back on the road free and easy. At Sonic, you get that unique experience, a diverse menu and meals that are packed with flavor. They've got an all-star lineup of burgers. They've got iconic classics like tots and onion rings and cherry limeades, tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks and groovy fries, and that drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. When you're hungry, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Enter the Omaha Steaks Football Family and Flavor Giveaway for your chance to win a family game day prize pack worth $1,650. That's right, Omaha Steaks is giving away 2 Cardinals club tickets to the December 7th game against the Rams, along with 2 pregame tailgate passes to the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion, and Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit omahasteaks.com/cardswin to enter and get exclusive offers that benefit the Arizona Cardinals Foundation. But hurry, the drawing ends November 17th.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker handed the San Antonio Spurs their first loss of the season last night, 130-118, behind 28 points and 13 assists from Book to complete a 2-0 weekend for the Suns that started with a 118-96 NBA Cup win against the Jazz on Friday night. ASU, despite not having Sam Levitt or Jordan Tyson on Saturday, found a way to win against Iowa State, 24-19. That way was Jeff Sims. He had 177 yards through the air and a whopping 228 yards on the ground. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Cards will be in Dallas against the Cowboys, and for the third straight week, it'll be Jacoby Brissett under center. That game will get going at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Looking to boost your testosterone and lose the excess fat? Start TRT for free and add GLP for as low as $149 a month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
I was hoping the Cardinals were going to be the best team in the NFC West this year. Instead, they are the worst. I was hoping that year 3 of a painstakingly slow rebuild would reward and rally the fan base behind a ferocious defense and a highly calibrated offense. They have been nowhere near that kind of football team. And I was hoping that year 7 would be Kyler Murray's lucky number, the year when he finally broke through the glass ceiling and put it all together. Instead, it looks like the end of an era or maybe the end of an error. Alas, even Marvin Harrison Sr. told a local reporter that he has had a hard time watching his son play football this season. Either way, Jacoby Brissett gets the start tonight in Dallas, and for all the encompassing weirdness, this is the last chance for the Cardinals to make something of their season. They get the biggest stage in football, an audience of 18 million viewers, and for a rare couple of days, they'll get the hot take treatment from all the national pundits, which means this would be a great game to win, installing and instilling some real pride in a fan base that deserves far better. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You know, I'm not trying to be coy, but there's a lot of different scenarios that can happen in 2 days that you would make the decision what's best for the player and best for the team to that be the case. You know what I mean? So you probably don't know what I mean, but I think you do know what I mean, you know? So weird things have happened outside of your control for 48 hours leading up to a game, and things change, you know? And so that's kind of the reason.
That was Jonathan Gannon on Saturday explaining why Kyler might be able to play, quote-unquote, a role tonight, but not ready to start were the words used.
Okay,
almost like he was going to be late. Like,
yeah,
he's going to get there in the second quarter.
But the whole you don't know what I mean, but I think you know what I mean. That almost sounds like Jonathan Gannon saying, "Feel free to speculate what we might be dealing with here." Mike Florio wrote this. He had a gut hunch that the Cardinals were trying to trade Kyler Murray right here and now before tomorrow's trade deadline. Quote, so I poked around, and I learned there are too many moving parts for a Murray trade to happen now. Not many teams would be willing to even consider it. Murray, even without a no-trade clause, would have to be willing to embrace the change of venue. His contract would be an issue. Having fewer suitors would reduce any leverage. So despite the current existence of an awkward vibe between Murray and the Cardinals, he won't be going anywhere this season. That said, an off-season trade is very realistic, if not likely. The current regime did not draft him. The current regime did not sign him to a second contract. The current regime has yet to be able to pick its own quarterback. And with the current regime staring at 3 years of not making it to the postseason, one way to successfully finagle a fourth season will be to lobby ownership for the ability to draft, assign, or to trade for a new starter. Even if owner Michael Bidwell presses the reset button again, the new regime may want a fresh start at the most important position on the team. Murray may want a fresh start too. After the season, season. Multiple teams will be looking for new starting quarterbacks. As of now, that list could include the Dolphins, Jets, Steelers, Browns, Raiders, Vikings, and Saints. And then he goes on to say, the handling of his current foot injury makes it even more likely. While it's possible that the recent mixed messages about Murray's status may be rooted in gamesmanship, there's not so subtle pressure on Murray to return from a foot sprain that has him well below 100% and at risk of an aggravation that would significantly impair his off-season value. That's interesting to me, Vinny, because
all of it is, yes.
All of it's very interesting to me. It's interesting to me because if Kyler Murray had a foot injury, why would the team want him to come back the way Jacoby Brissett is playing? There's just so many questions about this that are really befuddling to me.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions that were asked of Jonathan Gannon on Saturday. One of them is, injured reserve. Is that possible?
As I sit here today, no.
But could Kyler Murray's injury be long-term?
What does that really mean? You know what I mean, Josh? Everyone's different, every player, every injury is kind of unique. And he's been pushing, we've been pushing. He is getting better. He's had some more work this last week. But he's, like I said, he's just not ready to go yet. But as far as, obviously that position's a little bit different because you got to, have a plan ready. That's why I'm just saying, Jacoby's starting. But if you can have a role, you can have a role. But you take it one day at a time. But I know he wants to be out there, and he's doing everything he can. It's just he's not quite there yet.
The more words I hear spoken on this subject, the more confused I get.
Same.
If you could have a role, you could have a role. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Because if he could play...
That's where I think the gamesmanship part that Florio wrote about is going in.
Yeah.
Right, it's got to be gamesmanship, right? Because if he can play, he's the starter. Doesn't that make sense?
Well, that's what Jonathan Gannon's been saying all along.
Like, you're not gonna put him in for a few plays if he's not 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about the injured reserve part. Well, this will be the third straight game he misses and the fourth week that he's out. It's like, if they knew, did they not know the severity of this injury at any point during the last month?
I would have to say unequivocally, no, they didn't know. Or they didn't know how Kyler himself was going to react to the injury.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's so much in terms of cloudiness with the language being used or not being used. I think it's putting Kyler Murray in a bad spot. I honestly do.
Unless Kyler Murray, unless you flip this, and let's explore it from this side. What if Kyler Murray, for whatever reason, has said, I've had it with this organization? For whatever, I can't imagine why he would do that to a regime that has coddled him and treated him the way they have. But let's say that he does want out. And he's aware that if I re-injure this, it's going to lessen my chances of getting out. Does that help explain anything?
Possibly. And look, if you want to go down that possibility road, that would be a reason for the uncertain language being used by the organization, by the coaching staff publicly.
It would seem to make everything Jonathan Gannon is saying maybe lock in a little more, but what would have caused Kyler Murray to get to that point?
I don't know.
But
it's also like, we don't know was there a setback at any point? That's why, 3 weeks ago they thought he could play, but he still can't.
Setback may as well be a 4-letter word to sports organizations.
Yeah.
Right. They
don't like to even talk about it or acknowledge
right.
it.
Sorry.
I was going to say Jonathan Gannon could treat this very much like John Morant treated his situation over the weekend. Oh, you want to know what's going on with Kyler? Ask the player.
Uh-huh.
Find out what he says.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Sammy. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say it makes it weirder because earlier last week, Adam Schefter reported that it's trending that he's going to be the player on Monday. And then we get the film of him at practice.
Yeah.
And he was by all accounts, taking reps with the first team, right? That's what makes all of this just...
It's the mystery. As we pointed out earlier, when the injury happened, they didn't say this is like a 3 to 4 week recovery. It never felt that serious at any point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, yes. And again, that's not suggesting the injury doesn't exist.
Right.
But it's very odd to me that the Cardinals have expected him through their own actions to have been back by now.
And by being this mysterious, they're doing no favors to Kyler Murray.
No.
Zero.
In the public perception.
No.
Yeah, and we didn't even really get a chance to reflect on the Marvin Harrison Sr. quotes in Josh Weinfuss's piece on ESPN that was released today. We'll do that a little bit later on.
Okay.
Probably in the 9 o'clock
Yeah, stick
hour.
around for that, folks.
We'll get to that. Coming up next, it was a weekend full of surprises and big headlines in the NFL. We'll take a look at some of the Week 9 action straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Here come the Suns. Gillespie into the forecourt. 11-point lead. Grayson Allen up fake for three. Drives past Vassell. Lob to Richard. Jam time. The alley-oop thrown perfectly from Grayson Allen to Nick Richards, who's had a huge impact off the bench, and the Suns have their biggest lead.
More reaction to this Suns W on the way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've been telling you for some time why you should forego the big box stores and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance, but you don't have to take my word for it. Step into Walt's, you will immediately see the difference. Great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Now is the time to put one in your backyard. You'll also get a knowledgeable staff that will show you what products work best with live action sports, which is kind of important. At Walt's, you'll hear the difference. They've got a great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars, and when you put the right audio component together with the right television, you will have magic. You will feel the difference, and I know because Waltz did that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do the same for you. In fact, they'll do you one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your decision. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
On this Big Red Monday, sending a shout out to our fine listeners in a place near and dear to one member of this show. Fountain Hills.
Fountain Hills, my peeps.
Good morning out in the, does anybody call it the FH?
Some people do.
Really?
Yeah.
Doesn't flow.
Not really.
Fountain Hills just sounds beautiful and serene.
They ever call it the Big Fountain Hilly?
Hey.
Sounds better than Hilly Fountain. Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Thanks for listening out in Fountain Hills this morning.
The entire team, on a knee, circling up on Jaden, and who's on the ground after his injury. So the update on him is he does have a left elbow injury. I'll update you more once I know more, but that's what I know tonight.
Yeah, the update, Dan Quinn, head coach of the Washington Commanders, is that it's a dislocation. What's happening with all the dislocations for former Arizona State Sun Devil football stars?
Wow.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What's happening?
Yeah, it's a big loss for the Commanders, but Dan Quinn's got a lot more to answer for.
The bigger question is why the heck was Jaden Daniels still in the game coming off of 2 injuries this year? They're down 31 with 7 minutes to go. Here was Quinn being asked, hey, did you consider removing him before that?
Yeah, not at the space. I mean, obviously, like the hindsight, you don't want to think that way where, an injury could take place. Obviously we're more conservative in that spot to, run and hand off and not have reads to go. But just the end result, Mickey, I'm bummed.
We know Jaden Daniels, and we've been talking about this since he enrolled as a freshman at ASU. He is incredibly talented, very athletic, very slightly built, even for an NFL quarterback who's put on weight at this point. But he also plays the game a certain way. And by leaving him in the game, knowing what his tendencies are as a quarterback, you're putting him in harm's way because he doesn't know how to play any other way. It was an incredibly bad tactical and personnel error by Dan Quinn,
especially given the fact that he has been dinged up the whole season. That is that is dereliction of duty.
And I hate when coaches say, "Well, in hindsight, of course." Yeah. No. In current sight, in foresight,
right.
I was watching the game, thinking, "What the hell are you doing?"
38-7.
I was driving home from the Suns game, and I flipped on the Sirius XM broadcast with Ryan Radke and Mike Golick. And before that drive started, 38-7, it's all Seahawks here. We'll have to see if Jaden Daniels is even going to come out back in the game. And then the discussion was, why would you do that at this point? And he did it, and I was thinking about it this morning. Go back to 2015 when the Cardinals last won a playoff game.
Yeah.
But when they clinched that division title, that Sunday night game in Philadelphia, you remember the postscript of it was the Tyrann Mathieu injury. Blew out his knee. Bruce Arians came in on our show at the Cardinals facility the next morning and shed tears over it. But I remember there was criticism. You were critical of BA on that for having Tyrann Mathieu in the game. It's one thing to have a defensive player back in the game when it's settled, and that obviously worked out poorly for the Cardinals. When it's a quarterback who's been injured twice, there's no excuse for it. That is
none.
Dereliction of duty.
It is. It really, really is. And it got worse for the Commanders. Marshawn Lattimore also tore his ACL in that game. So the Commanders are done. D-U-N done.
A cursed year after one of the more magical years last year.
Indeed.
Yeah, but the NFC East is kind of feeling like it's weird.
Well,
it's not the same. My point is actually invalid. I'm not even going to make the point.
No, listen, I think where you're going is, I think I kind of know what you're vibing on here, and that is every time in this NFL season when you think you start to know what's what, when you think you're starting to get definition, you get a week like this weekend where nothing makes sense, where the Bears and the Bengals combine for 89 points, where a dude kicks a 68-yard field goal. You know what I mean? Also, where the Panthers beat the Packers, right? There was all sorts of weirdness. And so what's happening now is I think you're seeing compression in many of these divisions. And you don't know how this whole thing is going to shake out. AFC East, is it going to be the Patriots or the Bills? Who knows? AFC North, are the Steelers going to hold on? You didn't think so until yesterday, and they hammered the Colts.
Well, that was maybe the biggest shocker of all of it was the Steelers hammering the Colts to the degree that they did, even though it was only a 7-point win. But Daniel Jones and the Colts offense had been clicking every single week, taking impeccable care of the football. 6 turnovers in one game, forced by a defense that wasn't stopping anybody.
No.
The NFL is a crapshoot every single week. You mentioned the Panthers going to Lambeau and beating the Packers. Those two teams have the same amount of wins right now.
It's incredible. You look at the AFC West, the Chiefs still have the best odds to win the AFC. They're in 3rd place in their division. Right?
The Broncos continue to have fourth quarter magic, even when they don't play their best. C.J. Stroud left that game for Houston with a concussion. We mentioned the Daniels injury. The Packers not only lose to Carolina, they lose Tucker Kraft, their awesome tight end, their best pass-catching threat. He's out with a knee injury. It was a debacle of a week
and
for
the
a lot
game
of
nobody
teams.
watched in the afternoon slate. Jacksonville, Las Vegas went to overtime and was an unreal game as well.
And the big game to me yesterday was because if the Cardinals have been floating a possible Kyler Murray trade at the trade deadline, I really thought the Vikings were the only realistic landing spot because you've got a head coach there who is the quarterback whisperer of the NFL, who can turn around anybody. And
they don't have a lot invested financially at the quarterback position.
That's it. They passed on Daniel Jones. They passed on Sam Darnold. And then J.J. McCarthy comes up with a game yesterday. He beats the Lions in Detroit, including an incredible 3rd and 6 pass. And so where instead of running the ball and punting, they tried something aggressive and it worked. So, and then you get to the NFC West, you've got 3 6-win teams.
Yeah,
all doing it in different ways,
and
too.
The Seahawks, when was the last time the Seahawks lost a road game?
They are 10. They've won 10 straight road games. I think they're 11-1 on the road under Mike McDonald, who had this to say about his team's win.
Well, I thought we took a massive jump today with our operation. I thought I was proud of the way we took the line and motion didn't shift, and that's been a massive point of emphasis for us. And they're playing together, so it doesn't matter how old you are, but this group is committed to play for the guy next to them, and that's a powerful thing. And you can do some special things if you keep doing that.
Sam Darnold's playing like an MVP candidate. What he did in the first half, what was he, 16 for 16 with 4 touchdown passes in the first half?
Incredible.
Jackson Smith and Jigba might be the most unstoppable wide receiver in the game. Their defense is playing with Seattle Seahawks classic defensive energy and effectiveness.
Yeah.
I think the Seahawks are probably the best team in the NFC right now.
That's crazy to think, but and there was a time when I would repeatedly say on this radio station, I'm not afraid of the Seahawks. They're not special. I don't know if Sam Darnold's going to work there. They're going to be good defensively, but there's nothing that scares me about that football team.
McCorkle got another win.
McCorkle got another win.
They just keep winning, the 49ers. They have tons of injuries all year. And the Rams. The Rams are 6-2. Matt Stafford, fountain of youth.
Well, listen, and you can't sleep on the fact that the Rams defense has allowed 127 points this year. Do you know how low that is? Yeah. Man. Wild year in the National Football League.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 68-yard field goal, new record. Are we going to see a 70-yard field goal before the end of the year?
Yeah.
Maybe not made,
at least an attempt.
Yeah, is somebody going to predict that on the weekend checklist coming up?
It's ridiculous. But
you said it was going to be the year of the kicker, Vic.
I said the record was going to get broke multiple times. We're halfway there.
The Rams have the least points given up in the entire NFC, and the Seahawks have the most points scored in the entire NFC.
Wow. Yeah.
Not
ideal for the Cardinals.
Fun times in the NFC West. You can join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. It's happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. You can compete for cash prizes, win the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds will benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon that day featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 to secure your spot. Coming up next, Cardinals in Big D to take on the Cowboys tonight on Monday Night Football. We'll get the latest around the Cardinals with Darren Urban, who covers the team for azcardinals.com. He joins us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals are back from their Week 8 bye to face the Cowboys in Dallas for Monday Night Football.
Huddle. We got to start digging out of our hole that we dug for ourselves, but they all count the same. But yeah, we got to play well. It's a good football team on the we're going on the road. We got to play well.
Pre-game this afternoon at 1:30. Kickoff tonight at 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For over half a century, Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Spinato's has always been family-owned, but now that family has grown, now Spinato's is giving their team members a slice of the pie through an employee stock ownership plan, celebrating that same great people now with even more pride in ownership. And now you can be a part of the Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, where the perks are as delicious as the pizza. With the Spinato Secret Sauce Society, you can earn points every visit, turn those points into Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. Your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. Join today at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's Pizzeria, 6 Valley locations, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com. Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to MovingTeam6.com for more information. That's MovingTeam6.com. Your move is their mission.
It's game time at Casino Arizona with Tailgate Touchdown. Win cash, prizes, or drive off in a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado. Join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday in November for your chance to win prizes and earn entries into the grand prize drawing. Then, on November 26th, 8 lucky winners will have a shot at up to $10,000 or the ultimate tailgating machine, a 2026 Silverado. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinal fans, get ready for some Monday night football tonight. The Cardinals will be in Jerry's World in Dallas for a showdown with Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. And once again, it'll be Jacoby Brissett getting the start at quarterback. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the state of the quarterbacks.
Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Kickoff will be at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both the Suns and the Sun Devils had a successful weekend. The Suns went 2-0, beating the Jazz 118-96 on Friday night and handing the Spurs their first loss of the season last night in a 130-119 win. And on Saturday, the Devils and Jeff Sims found a way to get a 24-19 win against Iowa State. Sims rushed 29 times for 228 yards, and ASU got a bounce-back win. And tonight, college basketball will get underway. The 13th-ranked Arizona Wildcats start their season in Vegas against the defending champs, and third-ranked Florida Gators. Tip-off will be at 5 tonight, and this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Check out the Veterans Day sale going on now in-store and online through November 11th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Big Red Monday continues. Cardinals, Cowboys. Our pregame coverage starts at 1:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And joining us to talk Cardinals football, he covers the team for azcardinals.com. Joining us from Dallas, or Arlington, I guess, Darren Urban on the Arizona Sports line. Darren, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Gentlemen, how are you? I think I am actually in Dallas right now. I'm not sure how far the drive is to the stadium, but I believe our hotel is in Dallas.
All right, good. I was right. I didn't have to correct myself. Last week, we were kind of under the impression that it would be Kyler Murray making his return to Big D in style, where he's had all that success as a pro quarterback, as a college quarterback, as a high school quarterback. That not necessarily the case. And look, there's a lot of, mystery, for lack of a better term, on this. Darren, help us make sense of the quarterback situation as you see it.
Well, I wish I could shed more light. I've been listening to you guys talk about it. I don't know if I have all that much more information. I will say I do think when Jonathan Gannon mentioned that Kyler could still have a role, I listened to his explanation about it later in the press conference on Saturday, and that gave me the vibes like I don't want to close the door in case, Jacoby Brissett gets food poisoning on Monday morning or something. And as we've seen, both Calais Campbell and Cody Simon have been added to the injury report with illnesses over the last 2 days. So obviously something's going around here. So that's kind of how I interpreted that, more than like, hey, we're going to put Kyler in for some package of plays or something like that. So once you named Jacoby Brissett the starter, that's kind of how I was thinking about it. And it's, I'm with you. Like I thought Kyler was going to be back after the bye. That was kind of the vibe everybody was getting. But again, when you're talking about a coaching staff and a medical staff that's always been super careful about how they're not only handling injuries, but how much Jonathan Gannon likes to talk about how injuries and the recovery aren't linear for any individual person, that I guess I'm not completely stunned.
All right, when you take a look at Jacoby Brissett, and he's been really, really good in the previous two starts, how do you think he's going to match up against the Cowboys defense that gives up a lot of points, Darren?
Well, you're hoping he continues to do what he's been doing. And you're right, Dan. I mean, this defense has struggled mightily in terms of stopping people, and we've seen what Jacoby Brissett has brought to the passing game. What I'm really interested in, I believe Brissett can continue to do that kind of thing in the passing game. What I'm interested in is, after the bye, what does this run game look like? We've talked about it all year long. It's not like the Cardinals have been terrible running the ball. They average almost 4.5 yards an attempt. The problem is the consistency and getting it done when they really have to have it. And I'll be interested to see, against a 29th ranked run defense It's given up like 146 yards a game on the ground as Dallas does. Like, can Bam Knight get loose a little bit? Can Michael Carter, I'm sure he's going to be elevated. Can he do some things? I still think that this team's offense, in a lot of ways, needs that run game. All offenses do, but I feel like, look, if this run game is going to be there, and Paris Johnson talked about it earlier this week, he said the offensive line kind of got together and said, hey, we need to get back to our identity, and that's running the ball. And that also takes out a little bit more of like, okay, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is if you're running it. So that's what I'm curious to see tonight more than anything.
Darren Urban, who covers the Cardinals for azcardinals.com, joining us here via the Arizona Sports Line. On the flip side, when Dallas has the ball, obviously a prolific offense. They're top 2 in points scored per game, top 2 in yards gained. How much pressure is on the Cardinals defense, which has played well at times, Darren, but hasn't been able to sustain that really for 4 quarters? How much pressure is on them going into this?
Well, I mean, when you're playing an offense like this, automatically you're going to feel a little bit of that. That's another thing. Again, we're coming out of the bye. Does that mean they tweak some things in terms of blitz rate or how they might play less cover 4 perhaps, or any of these things that have been among the storylines going forward? I think there's a good chance that Garrett Williams plays tonight. And if you're getting one of your best cornerbacks back in the lineup, that also gives you some room to maneuver, because not only are you would be getting Garrett Williams back, but in theory, then maybe Jalen Thompson goes back to what they would rather have him be doing. Maybe you unlock Budda Baker a little bit more because you have trust in what Garrett Williams can do. These are all things that I don't know for sure how it's all going to kind of play out. But they were playing pretty decent defense when Garrett Williams got hurt. Yeah. And I start to wonder a little bit about how much that really impacted them.
All right, when you've got 3 teams in the division that have 6 victories and the Cardinals have 2, you begin to wonder, is there a path to get back in this? Do you think over the bye week the coaching staff has come up with something? Is there a path to get back into playoff contention?
Well, I mean, with 10 games left, there is. Now, again, we can debate the realism of all that, but with 10 games left, there absolutely is, especially given the fact that after today, and anything would have to come with a win tonight, obviously. But if you get to 3-5, your next 2 games are at Seattle and home against the 49ers. Now, not easy tasks. They probably, I don't know if they're going to be favored in either one of those games, but if you somehow can knock them off, you're not only getting yourself some victories, but you're pulling them closer to you. So this is probably given their start especially, this is the most important 3-game stretch they're going to have. And they probably played themselves into a place where, if they don't win at least 2 of them and maybe all 3, it's going to be a really tough road to hoe. But all they can do is win tonight's game first, and that's been a hard enough task as it is. And if you win that, then, yeah, you can start talking about some things because you still have some control there in terms of who you still have to play.
Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, our guest here on Arizona Sports this morning. On the defensive side of the ball, I know Garrett Williams, you talked about him. Getting him back would be big for this defense, but it looks like, at least through the words of Jonathan Gannon, Walter Nolan is progressing. Do you expect to see Walter Nolan make his debut, and has there been talk of what kind of workload he may get when he gets back on the field?
I think there's a good chance that we could see Walter Nolan tonight. We'll see about that. I mean, they made 2 roster moves earlier this week where they never filled them. So there's 2 open roster spots. So you can kind of do some math there. But what Walter Nolan does when he's on the field, I think we all need to temper expectations. I talked to Calais Campbell about that when Walter's window was open. And he's like, look, one, I'm amazed at watching this guy and how quick he is on the practice field. I mean, Calais has been around a lot of football players, and he's like, Walter Nolan and his quickness is the real deal. But at the same time, he's a rookie. He hasn't played. He hasn't had a ton of practice. And if people are expecting him to walk out there and dominate the game from jump, it's probably unfair to Walter and the Cardinals. And so I would expect he would get in some work. You're going to be smart about him. They rotate their defensive line pretty well anyways. And you try and see what he has right out of the box. I don't know if you're going to put him in any crucial situations. Maybe you limit him to passing downs at this point. But I think it's a good first step whenever he gets back on the field.
All right, Darren, Jonathan Gannon, not overly verbose or loquacious in press conference settings, but some of the stuff about Kyler has struck a lot of people as being a little bit weird. The line about, you may not know what I mean, but I think you know what I mean. What do you make of some of the way this has been framed around Kyler, and is there any chance that maybe this team is looking to trade him before the deadline?
Honestly, Vic, and again, I hear what the fans are saying. I hear what you're saying. I understand why you guys would interpret it in certain ways. I don't know anything for a fact, but I know this. I know that you have a coach and a GM especially who they abhor talking about injuries. They abhor the subject of it coming up. They don't want to say anything about them. And I really, truly believe in this situation – that's just an extension of it. They're trying desperately to be able to talk about this stuff without saying anything. And that's just how they want to operate with injuries. They don't want to give anybody any sense of anything on the outside. And that's not unusual for football people. And I think that's a lot more about what this is about rather than anything outside. I would be surprised if they're trying to trade Kyler at this point.
Got it.
Darren, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Darren.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, sounds good. Darren Urban, azcardinals.com, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line as he joins us from Dallas. He'll be part of the pregame coverage that starts at 1:30 this afternoon here on Arizona Sports.
You mean the afternoon guys get another day off?
Hey, it's Gambo. Enjoy the game. I'll have my feet up on the couch.
Instead of on the table that everybody works at.
Join us. Wait, this is not correct. It says join us next Monday at Desert. We're not going to be there.
No, that's exciting. Should we go?
I think it's Wolf and Luke that are going to be at Desert Ridge today.
They're today.
This Monday, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They've got your pregame for the Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next, who had a better weekend? Was it the Suns or the Sun Devils? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns ace the Wembanyama test and execute to beat the Spurs. In a Big 12 football standings update, ASU still clings to a shot at the conference championship game, and quarterback Jaden Daniels left with a gruesome arm injury as his Commanders lost to the Seahawks. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you've got excellent credit, why are you still trapped in a 30-year mortgage? Every month, you're throwing away thousands in interest while your bank gets rich. The Life Changer loan flips the script. Your income attacks the principal first, you keep full access to your equity, and you can pay off your home in just a fraction of the time. So stop building the bank's wealth and start building your own. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
All right, Basinonians, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
One of the most influential guitarists ever, Steve Hackett, playing Genesis greats, Slam highlights, and solo material. Coming to the Celebrity Theater November 11th. And December 19th, experience the music of Pink Floyd, The Gilmore Project. Celebrating the release of Pink Floyd's Pompeii 4K. Tickets for both shows on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Hey, it's Gambo. Enjoy tonight's Cardinals game. We'll be back on Tuesday to react to the showdown in Dallas and any moves at the trade deadline. We start tomorrow at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Jeff Sims takes a knee, and the Sun Devils, they beat Iowa State for the Big 12 championship last December in Arlington, Texas, and they come to Ames, Iowa, and beat the Iowa State Cyclones again here today in a dandy.
Suns with 10 seconds to go. Kobe Bryant is going to get it across the timeline with the right-hand dribble. And now he will dribble out the remaining seconds, and the Suns win 130-118. They beat the San Antonio Spurs and hand them their first loss of the season.
Unlike last weekend, this past weekend actually involved some winning for the local teams. Great win by ASU at Iowa State. You heard Tim Healy on the final call on the Sun Devil Radio Network on Saturday, and then John Bloom last night on the Suns Radio Network. Final seconds of a very thorough beating of the San Antonio Spurs by the Phoenix Suns. They won 2 in a row. They beat Utah on Friday, followed that up with a win against the Spurs. Who had the better weekend, Vic?
Ooh, it's a good question. I
gotta give the nod to ASU.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Given the fact that you were in a situation where everybody around them were like, "Oh, the season is lost. Oh, poor Sun," and Kenny Dillingham wasn't having any of it. I thought the reason I paused is the Suns put together 2 really emphatic performances back to back, and you're very right when you say that they're 1 shot away from a 3-game win streak at home.
Yeah.
So listen, I just was tremendously impressed at the fight in the Sun Devils, and how about the game Jeff Sims put on the field?
I mean, the guy.
Did you think he had that in him?
No,
200+ rushing yards.
Well, no, I mean not like the exact stats, but that he could like really kind of dominate and lead the team there.
For a guy who hasn't played that much for ASU, and he's been put in 2 tough situations in his previous starts. Last year, going on the road, early game, it was like a 9 o'clock body clock game in Cincinnati, and they just couldn't get anything going. They lose that game, and the offense kind of bogged down. You know, did they lose to Utah because Jeff Sims didn't play well? No, they lost to Utah because their defense just absolutely got blitzed in Salt Lake City. Now, they only put up 10 points in that game. So the hope meter was pegged and not in the right direction going into this game. And then, hey, Jeff Sims has got to start. Your best receiver, maybe the best receiver in college football, is not available either. How the heck are they going to win this game?
Yeah, exactly.
In an early body clock game again. So not only did Jeff Sims run the ball well and take a physical pounding in doing it with 29 carries, I thought he was pretty decent throwing the ball too. Now, they abandoned it as the game went on and they were protecting that lead. It was run, and the ball wasn't touching anybody else's hands.
I know.
But in the
It's
first half
ridiculous.
of that game, I thought Jeff Sims did some nice things in the passing game too, and his receivers made plays for him.
I thought they got real conservative on that last drive. I don't know if I would have just run the ball into the line 3 times. I know you had to make them burn their timeouts, but given the state of your punting game, that kick was darn near blocked. And
I got to tell you, that's 3 straight weeks where the special teams has just been an absolute adventure, and I don't mean that in a good way.
No, and I got to tell you, there are a few things that can shake a fan of a team more than wobbly special teams, particularly when you're punting the football. When you see the other team collapse your line and like pressure punts on command, it can be very, very unnerving.
Yeah, but it's not even a case of, you're just looking for something not to be done wrong on special teams at this point. If the Sun Devils have a play on special teams right now where there's not a penalty or an assignment error or some sloppiness in execution, you're almost amazed by it.
Yeah. Here's the other thing that I thought was amazing, too. Did you see pregame? All those cute little kids in Iowa sliding down that muddy hill. I thought to myself, see, it isn't just at the WM Phoenix Open when that happens. When you get sports fans outside on a rainy day where there's hills, they're going to do some slipping and sliding.
What is it about kids that love mud?
I don't know.
Ever told you my mud story?
No.
I played soccer as a kid. I was never a goalie, but we had a scrimmage. We were getting ready for our season. We had a scrimmage, and we didn't have enough players. So, nope, there was no goalies. And the coach was like, hey, you want to try goalie? It's only a scrimmage. Doesn't matter. It had just rained. And in front of the goal box where I was just this giant mud puddle. I didn't need to, but I dove into the mud on every single shot.
Because you just had to. Yeah,
I had to.
Yeah.
You're drawn to it.
Yeah,
Kids
you are.
love
That's
mud.
right. That's right. It's what you do when it's raining and there are hills and.
I got back from that scrimmage. My mom nearly killed me.
Oh, I bet.
Get in the backyard. I'm going to hose you up.
I bet. This is a great statement win for the program. It shows a certain heft and a certain sturdiness that you can lose your 2 best players and still find a way to kind of conjure up a victory on the road in the Big 12.
Yeah. And Kenny was pretty fiery after the game.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
He talked about bowl eligibility, which the Sun Devils got with their 6th win, is never the goal. He was asked towards the end of his press conference, hey, what can this team accomplish the rest of the way?
Getting better, like playing like that. Being able to play with that level of passion week in, week out. We've been inconsistent with that, and that starts with me. And I got to make sure I can pull out that passion in these guys every single week, 1 week at a time.
Yeah, you could tell he was pretty inspired by not only what the coaching staff cooked up, and credit to him, and credit to Marcus Arroyo, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because they were really shorthanded. That was very inspiring, but you could tell he was inspired after it too.
Yeah. And listen, and I give it up to Kenny Dillingham because he said on this radio show on Friday that nobody feels sorry for us. Our job is to go out and compete and fight. And he got his team to believe, and he gave them a pathway to victory. He rejuvenated a fairly dormant running game with his quarterback, which ironically has been done to him twice this year.
Yeah. If you would have told me going into that game somebody on ASU was going to rip off an 88-yard touchdown run, all my money would have been on Raleek Brown.
All of it. All of it.
But it wasn't.
It's really, it's great because Kenny believed, and it's great that they came through and that they won and they followed it up, and it wasn't just a tease It wasn't just
foreplay.
You know what I mean? So
He'd been waiting to do that all day.
Wow. So the 3 games left, they're all very winnable. The hardest game they're going to have is against Jared Carlin's Wildcats.
potentially, but you nailed it exactly. And I even texted my friends this during the game. I said, U of A has proven that they could beat the really, really bad teams. They are better than the really bad teams, and they're just not good enough versus the good teams so far this year. And I would put ASU in the good team, so we'll see what happens in that game. But
yeah, but I mean that offense, and I know Noah Fafita is not the most popular guy among the Wildcat fan base. Every time I watch him play, the guy produces.
He does,
and he's kind of a pest, and then he's hard to get down. He can throw the football down the field.
Turns the ball over a lot. But yeah,
he turns the ball over a lot, but
no,
I think that's going to be a pretty decent game.
Should be. We're just far away still
to end the season.
We got stuff. So yeah, surprising weekend for the Suns and the Suns Devils. How about that?
Just felt good to win something again, didn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Sammy's got social studies ahead for us next as we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this big Red Monday live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
November in Arizona, and Thanksgiving is almost here. Want to work off a few LBs before you fill up on turkey and mashed potatoes? Get a partner and sign your 2-person team up for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes on Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text Pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text Pickle to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone that you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, the right teammates, and a really good plan, which is why if you are thinking about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, if you're not confident that your current plan is going to pay off in the end, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a game plan that will assure you are making the right moves for your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned and locally operated. They are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options, and they are fiduciaries, which means they are obligated to act in your best interest at all times. Now, when I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, and personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you're a golfer in Arizona, here's something you need to know. You face a 2.4 times greater lifetime risk of skin cancer compared to the general population. That's because each round of golf means hours in the sun and up to 8 times more UV exposure than non-golfers. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center urges you to protect your skin. Sunscreen, long sleeves, and a wide-brimmed hat aren't optional. They're essential. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker handed the San Antonio Spurs their first loss of the season last night, 130-118 behind Booker's 28 points and 13 assists to complete a 2-0 weekend for the Suns that started with a 118-96 NBA Cup win against the Utah Jazz on Friday night. ASU, despite not having Sam Levitt or Jordan Tyson, found a way to win on Saturday against Iowa State, 24-19. The way was Jeff Sims. He had 177 yards through the air and a whopping 228 on the ground. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham postgame.
Nobody cares about your excuses. You either get it done or you don't. And our guys got it done today. No excuse for who's in, who's not in. Nobody cares, right? Do you accomplish a task or you do not? And our guys accomplished the task today, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
And tonight, Monday Night Football, the Arizona Cardinals will be in Dallas against the Cowboys, and for the third straight game, it'll be Jacoby Brissett under center. That game will get going at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies on this big red Monday. Sammy's here to take us through it. Sammy.
Yes.
Sammy.
Good morning. Yes, welcome to Social Studies. We're at Bickley_Murata on X. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube every single day. Shout out to the 307 of you guys watching this morning. And if you're wondering how, just go to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and we will be right there every morning. So our first question on Social Studies today is for Cardinal fans. What do you think happens with Kyler Murray the rest of the season, and why? Here are your four options. A, he gets traded. B, he starts next week healthy. C, he splits time with Jacoby Brissett. Or D, he's benched for Brissett.
This is a tough one.
It really is.
Because I could see them, again, judging from what Jonathan Gannon said, he's not starting. He could have a role. I don't expect to see Kyler Murray have a role tonight.
Me too.
If the Cardinals don't win tonight, I think there's very little push from either the organization or from him to get back out on the field this year to play in zombie football situations. Because that's what it turns into, right?
Yeah.
Early November zombie football if they lose tonight?
But at the same time, if Mike Florio is right and you're looking to trade him in the offseason, do you play him to up his value or do you put him in
How much are you upping his
bubble wrap?
value at this point?
Good, great point.
I mean, they have 6.5 years of
I know.
of
That's
data
a great
and
point.
proof of what he is.
That's such a hard question to answer because we don't even know what the set of facts are behind what's going on.
No.
Right? You hear people tell you it's Kyler. He's been medically cleared, but he won't go out and play. And then you get people who think maybe he's been low-key benched.
Yeah.
Right? There could be many different ways that this thing is unfolding, and we don't know. And then it's all the weirdness that's come from Jonathan Gannon and these weird sound bites. But as Darren Urban said, that's just what you're going to get from him when the topic is injuries. So I don't know, man. This is really, really a bizarre turn in the season.
It is. And the poll results, kind of interesting, too. 43% of the votes go to him starting next week if he's healthy. 29% saying he gets traded. 21% being benched for Jacoby Brissett, and only 5% think that he'll split time with Brissett. Mr. Arizona says all seem likely except splitting time with Brissett. Truly don't know, though. Over the weekend, I thought, wow, he's getting traded once the rumor came down that he's not going to get playing time. Daylight Film says the other choice should have been, I have no clue. At this time, this team is a mystery of mediocrity. Okay, so our next question is for Suns fans. Have the 2 wins over this weekend done anything to change your thoughts, hopes, expectations, or opinion of this team this season? Why
It's certainly been encouraging to me. They hammered the Jazz and they were up. What was their biggest lead last night? 31.
Yeah.
Against a previously unbeaten team. And as I said earlier, I just also am vibing on the fact that the coaching staff actively created something that shut down Victor Wembanyama, and the players executed it obviously, but that's cohesion, that's connectivity, right? And so that's a moment for Matt Ishbia to go, see, Bill Simmons, I told you we weren't going to be that bad defensively.
Let's hope he doesn't do that.
Well, exactly.
But absolutely, to answer your question, Sammy, it's encouraged me. This was a team that gave up 70-point first halves 4 straight games to start the season. This was a team that Friday night against Utah held them to 96 points 4 days after the Jazz scored 138 on them in Utah. The Jazz are going to be a different team home and away this year. It's just kind of the way they're built. But the job that they did on Victor Wembanyama, not only was he ineffective, he just looked, he was frustrated.
Yeah.
That's the way you play defense against superstars. I'm not counting on that every time the Suns play the Spurs from here on out. But yeah, that was more than enough. Even going back to the Memphis game, I was encouraged by the way they handled that game too. The last 3 games have offered a lot of, hey, this might be okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Daryl Lee said, this is going to be a long season if we change our minds every 2 games of basketball. It sounds exhausting. It does, but these last 2 games exhausting for the good reason. Let's see. Ray says, yes, considering we've been without 2 starters, we might have a pretty interesting team on our hands this year if Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks can come back producing like they had. And then lastly, Grant says, I'm love seeing them playing as a team. Chemistry seems to be happening and being built, but he still wants to wait and see how Jalen Green fits into everything. And coming through right now, we kind of knew this, but the Valley uniforms are back.
Yeah.
They just dropped the video. Don't know when they're going to wear them, but
the finals run jerseys that they wore.
Yes.
I think it might be the same video they used back
originally
when they first released them in 2020. I don't know. I'd have to double check that. But
I wasn't sure, but I thought so too.
Worst kept secret ever. Yeah. Those uniforms flew off the shelves. They couldn't keep them in stock. People loved them.
They're phenomenal.
It coincided with a great period of Suns basketball.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Glad they're back.
All right.
They're back. Vinny, maybe you'll finally get shipped the one you ordered 5 years ago.
It was a hat.
Oh, it was a hat.
Yeah, I'm not counting on it.
Okay.
All right. Our last.
Kind of like those plane tickets you bought, Ferret.
Did you ever get that money back?
What?
No.
What?
Wow.
You can't talk about it?
No, I can, but I'm saying it's a point of frustration
I
because
bet
I'm
it is.
still dealing with it 6 months later.
Gosh.
Still dealing with it?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
That's tough. All right, so the last question, we have a couple minutes. With ASU getting a win, the Suns getting 2 wins, and all of us, it was Halloween weekend. What was the highlight of your weekend, guys?
World Series Game 7.
Yeah,
Even
great.
though I did not like the Dodgers winning it, it was exhilarating. Exhilarating.
ASU's win over Iowa State.
That
for
was
me.
Saturday. Saturday sports was
Saturday was
just
good.
off the charts.
Yeah.
Did you make it whatever many years in a row now? No trick-or-treaters at your house?
Yep. Streak is unbroken.
Jarrett, highlight of yours?
It was probably... The things that they mentioned were great, the sports-wise, but Friday night was fun with...
And I do have to say this, that my wife and I were very, very disappointed. We heard the doorbell ring, and we thought, the streak is over!
Yeah.
It's over!
What are we going to do? There's
and
no
of course,
candy.
it was an Amazon driver dropping off one of the millions of packages that arrive at my door.
Not ordered by you.
None of them ordered by me.
I'll say.
How about you, Sammy?
Yeah, man, the highlight of my weekend, there's few better feelings than being with your best friends and watching your horse cross the finish line first. It's truly, I get it.
You own a horse?
What horse was that? Because the one race I watched,
I know.
you didn't get that race.
So, I have 1 minute to talk about this. The horse that won that race, he was 25 to 1 to win, and he was a hurdle runner. Like you don't see that.
Yeah. He chose the outside path, and even his trainer was like, "What? Have you lost your mind?"
That was one of the craziest races of the weekend, but it was all in all a highlight of
I can't
my
believe
weekend.
how hype you get talking about horse racing. It's really comical. You can barely get words out of your mouth.
I get too excited.
He gets all verklempt.
He does, Jared. He's all verklempt.
Got a horse in his throat.
Yeah, the only one I'll read here because it's too good not to. Kemi said, my U10 basketball team winning 34-0. As a coach, you love seeing your players implement what they've learned in practice. Our little bigs had a combined 42 rebounds and 18 blocks.
To nothing?
34-0.
In a basketball game?
Yeah, his team won. It was the 10-year-olds.
Youth basketball.
Man.
Some strange stuff happened.
Don't you let the team score at least one
Right.
basket?
No!
Really?
18 blocks. Victor
You know
Wembanyama.
how much sweeter that post-game ice cream tasted for that team that just pitched a shutout?
So much better. All right.
People are like, Bickley, what do you want to give him, a participation trophy?
Not everybody can win, Bickley.
Oh man, but we're at Bickley_Murata on X and at Arizona Sports on YouTube.
The wussification of America.
Quit trying to run Devin Booker out of town. Morons.
Who's next?
Coming up next, have you had a hard time watching the Arizona Cardinals offense this year? Well, it turns out if you do, you've got company. We'll tell you who next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals are back from their Week 8 bye to face the Cowboys in Dallas for Monday Night Football.
Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start.
I don't care if it's Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Friday. Going out there, try my best, and make the most of it.
Pre-game this afternoon at 1:30. Kickoff 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cool things happening at Chapman BMW. They are helping those that help us. So all first responders, military members, military veterans, Chapman BMW believes your service deserves to be rewarded. You are going to get up to a $4,000 rebate on a new BMW today. That's a super cool thing happening at Chapman BMW. The Road Home Sales event has also begun, which means you can enjoy 0.9% financing on select vehicles. That's a great deal. And we're talking about an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in there's something for everybody at Chapman BMW. And best of all, remember, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. This is legit. He is going to give you the best price you are going to find in Arizona. You can go get your hookup. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge. Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, on this Big Red Monday, I want to send a shout out and a thank you to our listeners / viewers in Laveen.
Laveen!
Contrary to popular belief, not named after the Sacramento Kings guard, spelled completely differently. We appreciate you out in Laveen.
They have a contractually obligated to talk about the Cowboys every day, even though their defense can't stop a bloody nose.
I've been living around here so long. It's always the same old song. The national media will talk about Dallas in some way. If there's a star by their name, they'll mention every single play in their football game. Their cube is overrated. Their owner's antiquated. So let's beat them on Monday night for win number 3. Beat the primetime Cowboys. If you win, you're the talk of the national radio. Beat the primetime Cowboys. Watch Stephen A. Smith dress like a schmuck on his show. And make Skip Bayless cry in his home.
I love my Dallas Cowboys.
It's pretty good, Jared.
No musical trail there?
That was
Scott, that was almost screaming for his second verse.
Prime time. What?
What?
Usually guys scream at me when I do a second verse.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You
can't Glenn Campbell there.
You can't win either way. Primetime Cowboys by Jared Carlin. going into this Monday Night Football
I
matchup?
mean, it's another opportunity to go out there and play a game that you love, obviously in front of a much larger audience on a national televised game. But it's definitely just a blessing, honestly, to go out there and play something that, like you said, that you grew up watching as a young kid, and now you're the person on the TV, so that's cool.
It's Marvin Harrison Jr. last week talking about getting ready to play on Monday Night Football. Marvin Harrison Sr. making the rounds as well. Josh Weinfuss, who covers the Cardinals for ESPN, has a story entitled, that was released this morning, by the way, Why Marvin Harrison Jr.'s Hall of Fame Dad Struggles Watching Him Play. No, it's not because because he has YouTube TV.
Although people who have YouTube TV kind of hosed tonight. Jared, you're going to have to go to a sports bar tonight.
Or get the antenna. Go get some rabbit ears.
I have an antenna for the Suns games.
Okay.
But also...
Did you get it from Matt Ishbia?
No. He hasn't hooked me up with anything yet. But also, I have the Disney Plus, ESPN Plus thing. I think I could watch it there, too.
Oh, okay. You're covered. Lots of people are going to be hitting the sport. Any way you look at it, if you're a YouTube TV subscriber and you don't have an antenna, I would suggest go get the antenna. Otherwise, it's Sports Bar City for you.
Right.
And when you get to the sports bar, just politely ask them, hey, our NFL team that's in town is playing tonight.
Have you heard of them?
Could you put them on the TV?
They're not even making new episodes of Ridiculousness. You could take it off the TV now. Change the channel.
Marvin Harrison Sr. In an interview with Josh Weinfuss in this article talked about why he struggles. Quote, it's very hard for me to watch the Cardinals offense, Marvin Harrison Sr. told ESPN, and you can quote me on that.
Oof.
He went on, the style of offense that I'm accustomed to, that I'm used to watching as a professional, as a wide receiver, I just can't relate to watching that current offense. That style of offense, basically I can't relate to what goes on there. I think that's just peacefully put without pointing fingers or anything. It's just me. I'm giving you the professional eye. I can't relate to it. It don't add up to me. I can't deal with it.
Wow. That's a good job by Josh to reach out to Marvin Harrison Sr. because I would say 3 weeks ago you and I discussed this very thing. What does a Hall of Fame wide receiver think about his son and the lack of connectivity with Kyler Murray? Something that we all thought was going to be markedly better in year 2. And there you got your answer. It's clear that it's unique, that it's not unique to the Cardinals, I should say, but it's also clear that he's outing the Cardinals directly by saying, you can quote me on that right after saying I can't watch the Cardinals. So he's obviously got an issue at this passing game that didn't get unearthed before Jacoby Brissett, but it's also something bigger to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes. Josh Weinfuss also points out in his piece, Harrison Jr. averages 56.6 receiving yards per game and has 40 targets over 7 games, which is 54th in the league, and he has just 2 touchdown catches. ESPN's receiver score ranks him as the NFL's 48th best receiver, a notable improvement from 2024 when he ranked 93rd. Look, he went on. Say, Josh writes, when father and son talk on the phone, whether it's that's a couple of days in a row or if weeks pass between calls, it's typically stick to discussing Harrison Jr.'s younger brother, Jet, a high school sophomore at St. Joseph's Prep School in Philadelphia, who's in line to be the next great Harrison receiver, or they don't talk football at all. Quote from Harrison Sr., it takes a lot of self-restraint and duct tape. I got to close my mouth and just don't say nothing. To me, it seems like there's an element, certainly specifically pointing at the Cardinals and what they're doing,
right,
and what they're not doing with Marvin Harrison Jr. And we've wondered about it for a year plus now. But also, generally speaking, NFL offenses, and we've had this discussion before too.
Yeah,
they're not what they used to be.
No, and to prove this,
in a lot of ways, they're hard to watch.
No, and listen, this is very, very true. Kurt Warner tweeted out a few days ago that he won the MVP one year when he threw 22 interceptions, and he put 22 with double exclamation points. And his point was this: 22 interceptions is 1.5 mistakes per game, and that's very, very natural, but it's also the way football used to be played. They used to take a lot more downfield chances in the NFL. And then analytics got involved, and Paranoid coaches got involved, and conservatism took over the league. You remember, Bruce Arians, the reason the no risk it, no biscuit thing popped was because what the Cardinals were doing looked dramatically different from everybody else in the league. I like the NFL that took chances better. And I think that's what Marvin Harrison Jr. is saying.
I agree with it, but he's got to be frustrated too with this constant study basically on what's happening with Marvin Harrison Jr. Why isn't he a bigger part of the passing game? Why is, when he is involved in the passing game, why is he not producing to the level that we thought he'd be producing? You look at the Ohio State receivers. I mean, I mentioned it earlier in the show. Jackson Smith and Jigba might be the best receiver in football right now. Ohio State guy. A year from now, we're probably going to be talking about Emeka Ibuka as one of the top receivers in football, if he's not already, from Tampa Bay, Ohio State receiver. Landing spot has a lot to do with it.
Even Garrett Wilson, who hasn't had a good quarterback yet, puts up good numbers every year when he's healthy.
Yep. By the way, one last note on Marvin Harrison Jr., and it stems back to the Kyler Murray story. In case you're just joining us or you were a little off the grid over the weekend, Kyler Murray will not start tonight. He's not ready to start, but could have a role. According to Jonathan Gannon, Jacoby Brissett will start. Marvin Harrison Jr. probably told us everything we needed to know about the Kyler Murray situation on Friday. He was asked, and the audio's a little bit hard to hear, the question from the media, but hey, we're not allowed out there for the full practice, so we haven't seen Kyler. How's he looking?
We obviously don't know who's going to play quarterback yet. How's Kyler looking out there? I don't know either.
I don't know either.
There you go, right? That's what they call a tell.
Yes.
Right.
Coming up next.
You know what I mean? You probably don't know what I mean, but I think you do know what I mean.
That one's so good.
That is unbelievable.
Coming up next on this Big Red Monday, we'll hand out some hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Play some pickleball with Arizona Sports. Get a partner and sign your two-person team up for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle. And your share of cash prizes Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text pickle to 620-620.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to let you know Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for family gatherings. Southwest Gas continues to provide safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Did you know that natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business? A typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. And more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes. Natural gas also a big economic development driver and helps with growth in our community. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinal fans, get ready for some Monday night football tonight as the Cards will be in Jerry's World in Dallas for a showdown with Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. And once again, it'll be Jacoby Brissett getting the start at quarterback. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the state of his QBs.
Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Kickoff will be at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both the Suns and the Sun Devils had a successful weekend. The Suns went 2-0, beating the Jazz 118-96 on Friday night and handing the Spurs their first loss of the season last night in a 130-119 win. And on Saturday, the Devils and Jeff Sims found a way to get it done 24-19 against Iowa State. Sims rushed 29 times for 228 yards, and ASU got a bounce-back win. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Veterans Day savings are here. Brooklyn Betting is giving you 30% off everything in store or online. Head to brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is outside of Jacoby Brissett, which Cardinals offensive player needs to step up most versus the Cowboys? Is it Marvin Harrison Jr., Bam Knight, Trey McBride, or Michael Wilson?
I'm going to say Bam Knight. Bam Knight!
I need Knight
That's
and Marvin Harrison Jr. to have good games for my fantasy
Because
teams.
it's all about you. Yeah.
Well, not all, mostly.
73% of the vote to Marvin Harrison Jr., 17 Bam Knight,
Wow.
8 Trey McBride, and 2% to Michael Wilson.
I'm going to get the running game going.
Need it.
I know Darren Urban said the running game hasn't been awful, but it hasn't looked like we expected it to look yet either.
No.
Why are you trying to run the Cardinals running game out of town? That's today's Sanderson Ford. Thank you, Sammy. That's today's
That's
Sanderson
funny,
Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're gonna go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
It is hardware. It's what we call our award show. We do it every Monday morning based on what we saw over the weekend. Doesn't have to be sports related. More often than not, it is, but we'll each hand out a couple of awards, time permitting.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you got the first crack at it this morning.
Yes, the Stuff That Legends Are Made Of award I'm giving to Yoshinobu Yamamoto for not only pitching back-to-back complete games in the postseason, but for consistently putting up his hand to help in relief on zero rest, as he did in Game 7. He went 2 2/3 innings in Game 7. He probably would have kept going until he had nothing left, if necessary. And this dude, everything I've read about him and everything I've heard about him, he is a super cool dude. So they brought him.
Tell me that.
So they brought him an interpreter for when he came to the Dodgers, and the interpreter wasn't sure what he was supposed to do, when he's not interpreting. So Yamamoto's part of his regime is to throw javelins. It gets his arm warmed up, right? So he was doing this, and his interpreter went out and picked up and retrieved all his javelins. Yamamoto called him over and said, "Look, you're my interpreter. You're not my servant. You don't need to do this. I'll take care of that myself." Cool dude.
Really?
Big fan of, yeah.
Well, I bet you the Dodgers told his interpreter what to not do when he wasn't interpreting.
I was going to say that. It's obvious what you do in your downtime as an interpreter for the
I
Dodgers.
think they've gone through that.
You start making some ATM withdrawals and hit the books.
Right.
My first award is this part of his game is not elite award, and I'm giving it to Joe Flacco, who's been quite the story since being traded to the Cincinnati Bengals. He's putting up huge numbers. Yesterday, a wild game in Cincinnati. The Bears come back and win it 47-42. But I don't know if you saw Joe Flacco's last-second Hail Mary attempt.
I did.
Oh, my goodness.
Wasn't exactly Aaron Rodgers-esque.
It was an approach shot.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He threw it from, his own 40-yard line.
Uh-huh.
And it landed at, the opposite 15. It was 15 yards short, and it got intercepted.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I mean, he is getting up there in age. And
Yeah.
like I said, he's been quite the story, but that was sad to see.
Yeah.
And I even went back. Did his arm get hit? No.
No.
It was just that short.
I'm going to piggyback on that with a positive one because I had the Aging Like an Elite Wine award for Joe Flacco because he threw for 470 yards yesterday,
Yes.
the most in his entire career, and the most yards ever thrown by a quarterback over 40 years old, passing Tom Brady.
Wow.
470 yards for a guy that seemed like he was done about 5 years
Was
ago.
that regular season? Because didn't Brady,
regular season? Yes.
Because Brady had that enormous yardage total in that Super Bowl loss.
Yeah, it was
right?
it was a regular season.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Man.
still, quite the accomplishment.
Were you guys looking at my notes? I had Joe Flacco written down too, but I'll give my first award. It's the Country of the Weekend award, and it's going to Japan. Not only did the Dodgers, filled with Yamamoto and Shohei Ohtani, in a sport that they dearly love, win the World Series in baseball. The second sport that they love most in Japan. You want to know what it is, Vinny?
Horse racing?
Horse
Right,
racing.
now that
Oh
I
my
know.
gosh, good
Sumo
answer.
wrestling, probably.
And in the Classic, the biggest race of the weekend, Japanese horse won the Breeders' Cup Classic, Forever
Oh,
Young.
wow.
So a very, very cool story. Just an absolute wagon of a horse. And so the people of Japan had a very, very nice
Wait,
weekend.
the horse had a wagon? No wonder it won. It had
No,
wheels.
sorry, not supposed to. Was the horse put before the wagon?
That's no.
All right.
No.
My Knucklehead of the Week award, I'm giving it to Ja Morant, who suspended a game by his own team for conduct detrimental to his team. As one of his biggest cheerleaders when he came out of Murray State, I cannot believe how moronic this kid turned out to be. He could have been the face of this league. And his attitude.
Almost a yearly thing now. Just can't get out of his own way.
Well, listen, if you have a problem with one coaching staff, then the new coaching staff comes in and you got a problem with that coaching staff, I'm guessing the problem is probably you. Shut up, Jarrett!
What?
It reminds me of the classic joke by the comedian Geechee Guy. Do you know this joke? Jared,
I don't know.
You don't
Say
know
it.
this one?
Maybe.
He was a very strange on-air or on-stage persona. So he tells a few jokes in his style, and then he says, My mom always told me there was one weird guy on the bus. I could never find him.
Wow.
That reminds me of
John Moran.
Yep.
Of the joke where the old man calls his wife and says, "Honey, you've got to be..." Oh, no, wait. I screwed that joke up. The woman is watching the news. An old woman's watching the news. And they say, a guy is driving the wrong way on the highway right now. Be very, very careful. So she says, oh, my goodness. I think my husband is driving in that thing. So she calls her husband on the phone. And she says, honey, you got to watch out. There's a guy driving the wrong way on the highway. And the husband goes, not just one guy, everybody.
That's pretty good.
John Moran.
I was hoping that punchline was going to be
I know,
worth
it. Sorry.
We talked about it last week, how John Morant kind of looked disinterested in the first half against the Suns even, and then kind of took over in the second half. Hit the big shot.
As if begrudgingly like, okay.
But that disinterest really kicked in their next game, and you saw his... ask the
coach goes
staff.
after him and says, will you play harder, please? And he's brutal.
My next award is the Human Sound Effects Machine, and I'm giving it to Tony Romo of CBS, who unleashed a real good sound effect that everybody's paying attention to today.
And you'll see right here, hold, and then another hold right there. I think it was...
No way.
How about that for analysis?
That's fantastic.
Foreplay.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that caught that.
Uh-huh.
That was from Jeff Sims' 88-yard touchdown run where he's 3rd and 4 What? Why am I no longer thinking about football, Tim? We're out of time. That's going to do it for... Hardware on this Monday. Coming up next, some final thoughts, including final thoughts on the Cardinals heading into their game with Dallas, and we'll take a look at the weekend checklist. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
The Suns win 130-118. They beat the San Antonio Spurs and hand them their first loss of the season. Only the Oklahoma City Thunder are undefeated in the NBA as the Suns improved to 3-4 with back-to-back wins on their home court.
More reaction to this Suns W on the way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I promise you fall is coming, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family enjoying that incredible weather. It's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, as in it's a great time if you're a golfer for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. If you like artificial turf, Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you and your pet a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing real sod. And pro tip here, you save a lot of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you don't have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekend. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas, all the way down to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work, schedule a free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving.
Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Gatos, when's the last time you won an award? I mean, won anything? Fantasy football championship? No, doesn't count. Doesn't count. No, how about America Roofing winning? And this is why we love America Roofing, because everyone is realizing what we know. They just won the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the great state of Arizona. Even better, they have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. That means thousands of homeowners are happy. Whether it's a full replacement or just a leak that needs fixing, America Roofing gets it right the first time. And I've had them do both at Casa Calvisi, right? First it was a leak, then it was time. We had our roof replaced, and man, the confidence that comes with over 20 years of experience, you know you're getting Arizona's best. Trust your roof to the name people know. America Roofing, the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Go to AmericaRoofingCo.com. Get a free estimate at AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing, where quality meets trust every single time.
One of the most influential guitarists ever, Steve Hackett, playing Genesis greats, Slam highlights, and solo material. Coming to the Celebrity Theater November 11th. And December 19th, experience the music of Pink Floyd, The Gilmore Project. Celebrating the release of Pink Floyd's Pompeii 4K. Tickets for both shows on sale now at CelebrityTheater.com. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Cowboys ain't easy to love and they're hard to hold. They'd rather give you a song.
It was a country song that Jarrett was kind enough not to butcher in his weekly song parody.
Not
for the
familiar
Cardinals.
with this one.
You're not?
Nope.
Mamas?
It's about jeans and belt buckles, though.
Mamas don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Yeah. I didn't know this part of it.
Little Waylon Jennings and
Wow.
Willie Nelson. Still kicking, by the way.
Do you know this one, Sammy?
I
you know
do,
this
yeah.
era of country music?
Little bit familiar.
Sammy Sabalka is country through and through. He knows the classics as well as the new stuff.
I like Alan Jackson and Willie Nelson. A little throwback country.
Yeah, mamas don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Good advice going into Monday Night Football. It's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we start off the grid with a look back at our weekend checklist. We did pretty good.
We did?
Well, we did okay.
Okay.
Your bold pick, Bick, on your weekend checklist was the Dodgers rally to win games 6 and 7.
Nailed that one.
You nailed that one. Jared also had that one, so he nailed it as well. You had ASU losing by 10.
Not so good there.
Not so good. And
glad I was wrong.
You had the Chiefs hammering the Bills.
That was definitely
31-13.
wrong there.
So you went 1 for 3.
Mm-hmm.
I had Devin Booker will score a 40-point game. He had 36 on Friday night.
Close.
I had 2 touchdowns rushing for Jeff Sims. Got that one.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the one I'm really proud of, I identified that a FBS coach would be fired on Sunday, and it would be the loser of the Kentucky-Auburn game, and I nailed it.
You got it exactly.
Fantastic.
That was a good
That's
one.
fantastic.
If anyone doesn't, these are predictions we make Friday, Friday morning before we go off the air into the weekend.
So I went 2-1. Jared had Jaden Daniels and the Commanders will beat the Seahawks.
Oh, no.
Wrong.
Well, you got hurt.
But
It's not.
You also had the Dodgers rallying to win, and ASU won at Iowa State. I didn't have faith in that. Jared did.
I don't know if Jared believed that. I think he just said that to be...
He needed to fill one slot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's a closet ASU fan. That's what
Stop
we're going
saying
with. 2-1. And Sammy had the Suns beating the Jazz by 10+.
Yes.
Ding, 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 ding. A top 25 team loses to an unranked team.
That definitely happened.
A couple of those, I
three
think.
times.
Yeah.
Yep.
NC State beat Georgia Tech, SMU beat Miami, and West Virginia beat Houston.
Miami
And
are losers.
You had Mookie Betts 2+ RBIs in a Game 6 Dodgers win. Ding, 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 ding.
Wow, good job, Sammy.
Sammy, 3 for 3.
The one time I wasn't here to give him, I had to text him to Jay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
And we,
Yeah, and while Jarrett was reading yours, he also admitted, I haven't come up with mine yet.
Yeah, it's okay. He made up for it by not posting them on social media.
No, they
either.
never made the graphic for it. We tried to make it happen, and I don't know how to do any kind of graphic making or Photoshop.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to tell from your Photoshops for this.
Well, those I know how to do those. Are tremendous.
All right, Bick wanted to share
Yeah,
this
I do.
as well.
Ralph Amsden pointed out that there's a very damning quote in that Josh Weinfuss story that Vinny and I didn't get to read in its entirety this morning. Quote, this is from Marvin Harrison Sr. Quote, what I do know is you can put me in my prime in Arizona right now, and guess what? Canton, Ohio is going to send me a prepaid envelope and say, could you please send that jacket back? End quote.
Wow.
That is damning.
That is pretty damning. You can check that story. It was published this morning on ESPN.
Glad they interviewed him now and not maybe 3 weeks ago when his son was missing and dropping every pass that they threw to him. It's like
that's fair, Jarrett. That's fair.
It is a big. Obviously, we talk so much about Kyler and Petzing and the offense and everything. But Marvin has some blame for his career so far.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Another thing Bick wanted to share, he sent this to me. A song, I haven't listened to it yet.
Primetime Cowboy. You want again?
No, we don't want to hear that.
No, we don't.
We want that burned. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the World Series MVP for the Dodgers. This is a song that is circulating on TikTok.
Yep.
Here it goes.
1, 2, 3 山本由伸のモノマネしてるもしのぶ山本由伸のモノマネしてるもしのぶ山本由伸のモノマネしてるもしのぶ
I mean, it's kind of like Gangnam Style for me.
That's it.
A song that I couldn't understand any of the words to,
But you still
I
enjoyed
absolutely
it.
loved it.
Yeah, right.
That was what Sammy was singing when his Japanese horse won the race that he bet on.
That song is a banger. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, and it was great seeing some of the highlights out of downtown LA last night. Just people just going bonkers. Saturday night, people going bonkers.
As much as we hate the Dodgers.
How was that different from another Saturday night?
Yeah.
As much as we hate the Dodgers, seeing like what Ohtani did in the World Series and seeing what Yamamoto, there is something about watching elite players be elite in the biggest moments that is kind of captivating. You know what I mean? Even if you don't like the players or the team.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to watch the absolute best players come through. That makes sense.
I mean, that's the whole point of it. It's impossible whether you're watching a musician or an athlete. When you see real genius, it changes you.
Even like Mookie Betts, who didn't hit very well in the World Series, makes the final out on a really nice double play, and it's just like, it's fun.
Yeah. Here's some names you should know going into the baseball offseason: Munetaka Murakami, Kona Takahashi, Sung Moon Song, Kazuma Akamoto, and Tatsuya Imai. They'll all be future Dodgers.
Linguistically, that was very well done.
Well, thank you.
He's a professional. He's a literal professional.
I don't know which ones of those, but there were a couple kind of linked to the Diamondbacks.
There always is. They're not.
They're not coming here.
Not happening.
Right. Cardinals, Cowboys tonight. You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7. What say you, Dan Bickley? Does Jacoby Brissett lead the resurgent Cardinals?
Not feeling it. I'm feeling a high-scoring game, but I'm feeling the Cowboys winning it like 35-28.
Yeah, in the spreadsheet from last week, which I'm on the verge of having my first perfect week if the Cowboys do come through.
Wow.
I liked the Cowboys minus the 3.5. That's the line we picked on last week.
Okay.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. but I don't know if the Cardinals have the horses to keep up with the Cowboys offense.
I don't know.
I'm going to go like 37-31.
Wow.
Dallas.
I think Brissett throws for like 300 yards and a few touchdowns, but I think he's going to have 2 interceptions.
Will Kyler Murray have a role?
I don't know.
No.
But
maybe at the pregame spread. But
yeah.
that's what
I'll zag. But I do think the Cowboys win. 24-14. Lower scoring.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, they'll be celebrating in Dallas if they hold a team
How
to
about
14
points. Wow.
That would be Jacoby Brissett.
This might be the
back to earth.
Back to earth game.
Dallas has already scored 40 or more points 3 times this season.
I know. They're tough to handle, man.
They are. That's going to do it for us on this Monday. Thanks to Darren Urban and Todd Archer for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out as well. We appreciate it. Back tomorrow morning at 6. Full Cardinals-Cowboys recap. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day.
You know what I mean? You probably don't know what I mean, but I think you do know what I mean.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has
Wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing at $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time against Sun Devil football.
Pressure comes. Throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hello, hello, hello. Brown, my friends at Pure Talk give me they're saving lives on both ends of the lead.
accomplish a task or you do not. And our guys accomplished the task today, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
And tonight, Monday Night Football, the Arizona Cardinals will be in Dallas against the Cowboys. And for the third straight game, it'll be Jacoby Brissett under center. That game will get going at 6:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Good. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
What's up, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
Okay.
It was actually a pretty good weekend of sports here, and now we have a chance to potentially extend it with the Cardinals here on Monday Night Football in Dallas. There's just not much of a bigger stage in the NFL in the regular season.
No doubt about it, man. Let me just say this right now. Let me set the scene here based on it. I love being out here at the backyard.
Yeah, this is a great setup.
This is really, really cool right here. We got the garage doors open, of course, sitting here, and there's all sorts of room. I would love to invite anybody to come out here. And by the way, it's a Hoopy Day, ladies and gentlemen. That means
Hoopy's going to be here?
As a matter of fact,
Nice.
Hoopy is going to be coming out here, Basinonians. That's right, with a Warrior Queen as well. You might want to show up for some lunch here at the backyard. Be entertained. The legendary Hoopy stopping by, and we'll see how that goes because, you know, she makes it her practice, basically, Luke, to embarrass me and has done that throughout her entire life. So, you know what, Basinonians, to show up and maybe something weird happens. I don't know.
Well, look, I mean, it's you're right. She showed up at the station the other day. It was great to finally meet her in person. She didn't really get to embarrass you there, but now we're out here in public. This place is going to be
exactly.
This would be a great place to watch the game tonight too, for sure. Look, we'll get to what the Suns did. We'll get to what the Sun Devils did. Great weekend for both of those teams for a variety of reasons. But let's start with the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf, because Monday Night Football is tonight in Dallas. The Cardinals, man, it feels like their last game was last season, 15 days ago, which is the longest possible point you can have between two games in the NFL season to have the bye week going into a Monday night game the following week. But here we are. The Cardinals desperately need a win. And I don't know what's going on at the quarterback position.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to start with this game itself, how critical this game is. You know, here you sit at 2-5 Basinonians, and we all know the difference between 2-6 and 3-5. It just sounds, it's something we talked about all last week. It sounds so much better to say we're 3-5 than 2-6. I honestly believe that, Luke, you said this, and I think you're right. 3-5 coming out of the bye with what happened in the previous 7 weeks, I think it's absolutely critical that the Arizona Cardinals win this game to get to 3-5 on the season because it's just so different. This is a winnable game for the Arizona Cardinals, especially with the defense being what it is for the Dallas Cowboys. The offense in particular has got to step up and play, which brings us to the next big question that I have, and that is how? How do you win this game, and who's going to be your quarterback?
Well, yeah, the who's going to be your quarterback thing is a real – I guess it's a question that's been answered for tonight. Jacoby Brissett's going to start.
Yes.
JG was he was emphatic about that, but then he mentioned that Kyler could have a role, which is what got everybody. So before we dive into that, just to go back to what you said, I mean, I understand the division the Cardinals are in. San Francisco won yesterday. Seattle destroyed Washington yesterday. The Rams won yesterday. Even if they win tonight at 3-5, they got a major uphill battle. But you can at least still have the conversation this week. 3-5, okay, now can you go to Seattle and beat them?
Sure.
You've got 2 games against the Rams left.
Yes.
You've got one against San Francisco. You're still, whether you believe they can do it or not, they still have a chance.
Mathematically.
2-6, I mean, I guess technically, mathematically, you still have a chance, but you don't have a realistic chance. 3-5, it's like, okay, could you get all the wild card? I don't know. Like, again, it would be a major uphill battle, but at 3-5, you can still have conversations about this season that matter. 2-6, you have to start looking big picture. It's just sort of inevitable, and so that's in addition to just simply, wouldn't it be nice to win a game after a month and a half of this?
And it's not only that too. It's 2-6 looking at your schedule that remains as well. That makes it so daunting.
Yes.
It really, really is. Once again, Basinonians, you know me. You've listened to me for over 20 years. You know exactly the way I feel about this. Just say, hey, professional athletes, let them go out and play. Let them go out and compete in between the white lines. Give them an opportunity. Just give me a chance to go out and do it. It's something we see over and over and over again. We see upsets all the time in the NFL, yet at the same time, the likelihood, as we all know, just isn't there. It's not there for the Arizona Cardinals if, in fact, they come out, start the second half of the season, and that's what it is to me. I mean, this is it right now. This is week 9 is here. You think about that, Luke.
Yeah.
Week 9 is here. You got 9 weeks after it. So this is huge. The midpoint of the season for the Arizona Cardinals, you want to start it off right. Go out and win a game. And that's what they need to do.
All right, so now the mystery, or maybe it isn't mystery, but it now kind of looks that way. I don't even know how to interpret this. So I was of the belief last week that Kyler would probably be good to go tonight and ready.
Me too.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not there, but I just sort of assumed, without knowing all of the details of the injury. And then it became sort of apparent towards the end of last week that might not happen because Jacoby Brissett's taking all the reps at the ones and Kyler isn't. And, okay, now it's Thursday and now it's Friday. And even though the game is not till Monday, this is starting to maybe indicate he's still too hurt to play. Well, so they announced that Jacoby's the starter. And here, Rick has the audio because my computer's just stopped working. So, Rick, can you play it here?
Looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
All right. Well.
So I don't understand, once again, to have a role on game day, if in fact Kyler Murray is well enough to actually have a role on game day. And once again, I'm assuming that he's talking about that role being out on the field.
Not holding
out
the
on the
clipboard
field.
with a headset.
If he's well enough to have a role on game day, I really don't understand this. I'm having a hard time understanding that, because if he was well enough to have a role, that means couldn't he start, Coach? Couldn't he go out there and actually start the game? I don't know. Maybe they're going to have a package for him or what. The whole thing with the quarterback situation with the Arizona Cardinals right now just feels wrong, weird.
Something's off.
Something is off.
Feels like something's off. And I understand you are playing a Monday night game the night before the trade deadline, so there's a lot more scrutiny, and it's coming out of a bye week, so there's even more scrutiny going in. You're like, hey, you could make a move during this bye week if you wanted to. And your starting quarterback has been hurt for a couple weeks, so it complicates it even more. And the backup quarterback came in, and the entire offense looked significantly better in the 2 weeks he played. Doesn't mean Jacoby Brissett's a better quarterback than Kyler Murray, but this season they've played 7 games. The 2 Brissett played, the offense looked better.
Yes.
So you have all these clouds around the team coming into this game tonight. And I will say the Gannon cut, when you hear it, it doesn't sound quite as confusing as it does when you look and read it in person.
Yeah.
But it's still confusing. If he just said Jacoby Brissett is starting tonight, okay, we just assume Kyler's still hurt. It's not like Kyler came back and is missing a game. But you're right. Can you imagine if Kyler actually was out there for a series or two tonight? Like, oh, yeah, no, he's healthy enough to play. We just trust the other guy more.
He's going to have a role. That's what he said. Hopefully he's going to be well enough to have a role. And again, I'm assuming he's talking about in between the white lines, not a role in terms of he's going to call plays.
Break.
Okay. He's going to coach. He's going to help coach Jacoby Brissett on the sideline. I'm assuming he's talking about actually playing and having a role, which just complicates the situation and clouds the issue even more.
I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe that was just not a figure of speech, but just that he was kind of talking out loud in front of people and was like, yeah, I want to give it a few more days to see if he comes back and he could play, but I'm already naming Jacoby the start. I don't know, Wolf, because it's been weird for a few weeks now. So that's just the latest thing, you know? I mean, is there a scenario where Jacoby goes out there, plays tonight, and post-game Gannon's like, you guys made way too big of a deal that Kyler's our starter on, Sunday against Seattle? Maybe, but right now it feels weird, and the trade deadline's tomorrow.
Yes.
So, I don't know. It's just, yeah.
You had to throw the trade deadline in right before we went to break.
It looms. Join us today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2. We're here right now. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. We're giving away tickets every hour, by the way, for Cardinals-Niners, that game on November 16th. And we're giving away autographed merch, too. So Wolf and I are here till 2. Swing by. When we come back, how impressive were the Suns last night? Really over the weekend, but especially last night. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hey, YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns ace the Wembanyama test and execute to beat the Spurs. In a Big 12 football standings update, ASU still clings to a shot at the conference championship game, and quarterback Jaden Daniels left with a gruesome arm injury as his Commanders lost to the Seahawks. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Welcome back. I want to thank our listeners in Tolleson right now. Thanks to everybody out there in Tolleson listening this morning. Thanks to everybody listening, but specifically Tolleson right now. Wolf.
What's up, Tolleson?
I got a question for you. Okay?
Yeah.
When's the last time the Phoenix Suns had a weekend like that?
Man, yeah, that was beautiful, was it not? Utah, of course, on Friday night, and then Sunday against the San Antonio Spurs. And I thought it was their best game. There's no doubt about it. To win 2 games back-to-back, that's kind of cool right there. Not only that, 5-2 now on the competitive, non-competitive scale. 5-2.
Oh, nice. Also, okay, now 3-1 at home this season, which I think is a big deal when you're trying to rebuild something. Make sure you want to be able to win on the road too, but you make sure you defend your home court as best you can. They're 3-1 at home, and they're one missed buzzer beater from Devin Booker away from being 4-0 at home. You go out there and you avenge the loss to Utah already. You do that without Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green on Friday. Okay, nice. That's a team that, if you're going to start to move up the standings in the Western Conference, you need to be able to beat Utah. You don't necessarily need to be able to beat San Antonio, who came in undefeated last night.
Yeah.
This is one of those games at the start of the year. To me, this season is about effort and defense and seeing significant improvement from game 1 to game 41 to game 82. But it's also about occasionally shocking the basketball world and beating a team you weren't expected to beat. I would say mission accomplished last night.
Yeah, and plus San Antonio, what I love about this, Basinonians, for the most part, San Antonio, would you say they're a young, wildly athletic, up-and-coming team?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. There's no denying that. And to go out and play your best basketball at home against them, I thought that was really telling. And I think this is encouraging to me as well to watch this. Just the fact that the Suns went out there. The Suns had some young guys out there as well that were balling out. And to go out there and play your best basketball in that first half, there's no doubt about it. It was the best basketball we've seen from the Phoenix Suns.
Victor Wembanyama had 2 points through 3 quarters.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
I honestly thought it was. Score. I thought it was like. I'm watching the game and I'm looking at the box score and I'm like, I don't see him scoring. I'm looking at the box score. I'm like, this seems like a typo. Only 2 points, but he's not scoring. That's talking about a guy that was averaging over 30 coming into this game, and he's the most unguardable player in the league because he's just so unique.
Yes, it is the first time that I saw exactly what it is that I wanted to see from the Phoenix Suns, even over the Utah game on Friday night. I saw the Suns come out and let their defense, the effort and intensity on the defensive end of the floor in that first quarter and in that first half, it led to them being very, very confident on the offensive end, to me. And you could just see it. 63% from the floor in the first half is what the Suns shot. 11 of 15 from beyond the arc. Never seen him shoot the ball that well. 73% in that first half, and a lot of it, once again, I thought was because of what they did on the defensive end. They did an excellent job, only gave up, 24 points in the first quarter and 52 at the half.
To an undefeated Spurs team that, as you said, has a lot of good, young, athletic talent, led by Victor Wembanyama. It's not just him. Stephon Castle's ridiculous, too.
Oh, yeah.
To me, this is exactly what I wanted to see because they've only been playing for a week and a half, and they already look significantly better than they did in the first game. The shooting, that's great. You can't count on that every night. I did find it funny, and Devin Booker was talking about afterwards, all of a sudden, when he's making the right basketball play. In fact, here's the cut right here.
Yeah, it keeps us aggressive, and, it doesn't allow teams to play the junk defenses that they like to play. trying to take me out at all costs. And, it gives other people opportunities that, you usually don't get every night, wide open shots. And we're still missing a couple of starters that'll come in and knock down them shots also. So, I've always prided myself on making the right play.
Yeah, so he was in that weird spot where even when he was making the, quote, right play last week, if his teammates aren't knocking down the shot, everybody's like, just take the shot yourself, Book. It's like, this is weird. So he was still making the right play last night, but everybody was hitting everything. But to your point, the defense, Wolf, that is more of a stable thing that as you build it, can be consistent going forward.
I've been talking an awful lot about it too, Luke, but the competitiveness overall. I thought San Antonio coming in here with Victor Wembanyama, of course, and this young athletic team, wildly athletic team that had not lost a game this season so far. To me, I thought it brought the best out of the Phoenix Suns, and that's what I expected. This is what I expected to see, Luke, the whole time, was the Suns come out and be hyper-competitive. This hyper-competitive team, and the reason being, Basinonians, is because Matt Ishbia came out and said, this is exactly the kind of team we're going to build here. Now, Brian Gregory is the general manager, as we all know, and Jordan Ott is the head coach, and they're in the process of doing that. But I thought this was the first game, especially that first half. This was the first game that you could see it. It seemed like the competitiveness of the Phoenix Suns, it was rallied, so to speak. It was energized to play against the San Antonio Spurs, who once again had not lost a game and has a lot of young athletic components to them as well. They came out and they balled, man. It brought the best out of the Phoenix Suns.
Also, by the way, let's not bury maybe it's not the lead, but it's up there. No Dylan Brooks, no Jalen Green.
Exactly.
They were the shorthanded team last night. It's not like you would look at that if you hadn't watched the game and you would said, oh, the Suns beat the Spurs. Okay, that's impressive. That shows something. Wembanyama must not have played, right?
Yes.
Oh, no, he played.
He played.
He had his worst game of the year by far. It was the Suns who were shorthanded. Here's Wembanyama's point totals. And it's not just the points with him. I mean, he's a double-double machine every night. But, Wolf, here's October. October's numbers, he was averaging 30.2 points per game and 14.6 rebounds a game. Those were the first 5 games of the season, okay?
Yeah.
So his points were 40, 29, 31, 24, 27. Last night, 9 points, 9 boards. Not that he was a non-factor, because he's always a factor when he's out there.
Of course.
But in the box score, that's as close to a non-factor as Victor Wembanyama is ever going to be. Here's Devin Booker on that.
We're just trying to, crowd up under him. Don't let him get comfortable. Keep him away from the rim. He's obviously a threat all over the court. But if he's shooting over top of us and shooting fades, we'll kind of live with that. But we doubled him a lot tonight too in the post. So tough coverage. We've seen what he's been doing to the league. So we just want to slow it down a little bit tonight.
I love the fact where he said, get up under him. You know what? That's what they literally did with Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal covering him in the block and on the block. I thought it was incredible. Royce has got a thickness to him that I've talked about before. He's got a really good base. It's one of the cool things to watch him go out and actually play because he does have such good feet underneath him. I'm not saying he's super explosive. I'm just saying he's got a good base. And yet it was that base that allowed him to almost literally undercut Victor Wembanyama when on the block. It was really incredible. How many times did you see him on the block against
a ton.
Wembanyama? It was a ton. And yet he did an incredible job. And, every time Wembanyama tried to put the ball on the ground, think about it too. You got a guy that is so thick and so much smaller than Victor, and he's knocking the ball away. How many turnovers did Wembanyama have last night?
Yeah,
significant
that's 6
amounts.
turnovers in the game for Wembanyama. I understand over the course of 82 games you could have a game or two, and if you don't build off of it, and it doesn't mean they have to build off it in their next game, but I'm just saying in general, then it can just look like an outlier. But if you watch that game last night, it looked like what the Suns are saying they want to be. And
yes.
Wolf, honestly,
yes.
If you had told me through 7 games the Suns would have a better record than the Cardinals, 2 months ago, I never would have believed you. And yet here we are. The Suns are 3-4. They're a buzzer beater away from being 4-3.
Man,
like, not bad. Not bad at all, considering where the expectations were for this team. And still a long season, but that's the sort of win you can start to build something.
And
around.
also considering the way they looked in the first couple of games.
Yeah,
the competitiveness was not there for me.
All right, when we come back to football, how big of a crossroads game could this be for the Cardinals tonight when you consider everything else going on around them? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
But yeah, we gotta play well. It's a good football team on the we're going on the road. We gotta play well.
Pre-game this afternoon. 10:30. Kickoff tonight at 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they started as a little company building little pools all the way back in 1991, and they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state, Basinonians. I get you not. They've been improving their brand over the decades, of course, and really have set themselves apart with their process, how they do things, their products, of course, and the quality thereof, and the people and the quality of their people. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. I can tell you, they came over to the Wolfley compound, and they gave us the best pool we could possibly get in our backyard. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals return from their bye week tonight for a Monday night football game at the Dallas Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett will make his third straight start at quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. Kickoff is at 6:15 with pregame coverage beginning at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball starts its season tonight. The Wildcats take on the defending national champion Florida Gators in Las Vegas. Tip-off for that one is at 5. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke here on not just any Big Red Monday. We got Monday Night Football tonight from Dallas Cardinals and Cowboys. Really good offense the Cardinals are about to face. Not a great defense the Cardinals are about to face. And we touched on this a little bit earlier, Wolf, but you're going into a game where if you strip everything away, you've been in every game so far this season. Your record's either going to be 3-5 or 2-6.
Yeah.
That alone makes this a crossroads game. But then
Yes.
when you consider the trade deadline is tomorrow, you're coming out of your bye week, your quarterback is coming back from injury, and he might be healthy enough to have a role. Like, there's all the other stuff swirling around. It gets overstated sometimes, but a win would really help right now.
Yeah, it's very, very important, I think, that the Arizona Cardinals win this game tonight. More important than just being a regular season game in the middle of the season. I mean this, Basinonians. I think this game is as close to getting to be a must-win as you could possibly have. And you know the way I feel about that, Luke, saying that. It's ridiculous to say that this is a must-win game when it really is not. Mathematically, it is not. Yet at the same time, this is critical, and I'll tell you why, Basinonians. Going out and winning this game and getting to 3-5 it will fill the locker room with a little bit of hope, Luke. And I think hope is really, really important in this situation right now because 2-6 and 3-5 is really, really different. 2-6, beating the Dallas Cowboys is really important if, in fact, you want to turn this season around. And every man for himself mentality can sometimes take over in a locker room.
Yeah.
Look, would you say that I've been in some locker rooms where
Just a couple.
there were guys who were bailing. It was every man for himself in regard to going out and playing as best as you possibly can. And there was nothing wrong with that. You do want a guy to go out and play the best that he possibly can. The problem is there's a lot of guys who look at every man for himself and don't take the responsibility of the team collectively, don't take that responsibility on their shoulders. And that's when it sucks buttermilk.
Yeah, that's where you start to lose that, like, collective team edge.
Yes.
Because obviously, maybe not obviously, but you're in the NFL. Even if they lose tonight, are guys still going to go out there and try against Seattle? Yeah, I mean, look how big of a deal these games are. If you're playing in the game, when you're on the field, you're going to want to win the game. But the problem is you just lose something sometimes when you feel like the season is slipping away. And, you know, it's not exactly the same, but we just saw it this weekend. How much better do you feel about the Suns after a couple wins? How much better do you feel about ASU after that win in Iowa State? You know, the Cardinals, every game has been so close that it feels like tonight is almost like a swing game just mentally. If you go out there and respond to all 5 straight brutal one-score losses with a win on Monday Night Football in Jerry World where everybody's watching, you're going to feel a lot better about yourself as a team tomorrow. But if you lose, it just feels like it's mounting.
Yes, and Luke, too, I do want to say that there's nothing wrong with having the every man for himself mentality, provided you go out and do your job and don't get beat down and start, you know what, well, our season is lost and it's your fault and it's your fault. It's not my fault, it's your fault and it's coach's fault. And all of a sudden, there's nothing wrong with having an every man for himself mentality, Basinonians, because you are a mercenary at the end of the day. But you know what? So much of the time when people in the locker room have that kind of mentality, they let it impact their play in a negative way, not a good way. And that is what I'm talking about. You just can't get to that point. There are some players in the locker room who aren't as strong as other players. They're not. And I'm talking about mentally. I'm talking about emotionally. They're not as strong to deal with adversity. Would you say there's human beings that are not as strong dealing with adversity?
Your biggest roster in any sport, too,
It
of
is.
the four major sports. So it's probably the easiest for things to unravel. And whether, you're driving around right now, whether you thought the Cardinals were going to make the playoffs this year or not, I get it. Everybody has a different opinion on that. But at the start of the season, everybody in that locker room thought they were going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
And I would say that's probably the case every year, but it felt like it even more so talking to them this year in the offseason.
And so 2-6, Luke, if you lose this game tonight and you go to 2-6, that is the tipping point as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we're already seeing things start to fray a little bit where not that they're irreparable, but it's just like if you keep stacking losses, especially this early in the season, that's the other part. It'd be one thing if, hey, the Cardinals, they didn't quite make the playoffs. They went 9-8. They were in it down to the final week, and, they went 9-8 and somebody else got in at 10-7. It feels like they're out of it in October. Now, they have a chance to, try and get back into it, and that's the good side of this. You still have 10 games left. You can get back into it. But if you don't, and this starts stacking, and all of a sudden you're not just 2-5, you're 3-8, you're, 4-11, like this could get really ugly.
Yes, and, once again, I don't know how many players-only meetings they've had, but if you lose tonight, it could lead to another. And you know the way I feel about it, as I've said in the past many, many times, I am not a fan of a players-only meeting. I am not. Yet at the same time, when you've lost the amount of games the Arizona Cardinals have right now, 5 games by a grand total of 13 points, if you haven't had one already and you're going to lose tonight, if that were to happen, yeah, you're going to have one. I can almost guarantee you at that point in time, you're going to have another one if you get to 2-6, if you haven't had one already.
Then a short week going to Seattle next week. I mean, not that this game tonight's easy, but on paper it's easier than the game you have coming up. And then you have this, and we'll get more into this obviously throughout the show, Wolf, but I'm looking at a story by Josh Weinfuss on ESPN with this quote from Marvin Harrison Sr., quote, "It's very hard for me to watch the Cardinals offense, and you can quote me on that," unquote.
Wow.
That's Marvin Harrison Sr.
Yes.
A guy who doesn't really talk a whole lot. Now, I will give some context because just that quote's floating around. A lot of this story, he's talking about how it's a different NFL than when he played. So some of what's baked into this is this is just kind of a different game. But he does single out the Cardinals offense. I mean, that quote is, he even says, and you can quote me on that at the end. It's not like he's like, oh, wait, don't run that. No, we're off the record. And you can quote me on that.
Yeah, once again, I thought maybe it was like it's hard for me to watch the Arizona Cardinals offense. And the reason why it's hard for me to watch is because my son is out there. I'm not really watching their offense. I'm watching him on every play. It's hard for me. I thought maybe that was you could build an argument that the context really matters, and the fact that he was watching Marvin Harrison Jr. I can tell you right now, when I go to Vetters games, I can't tell you what defense they're running right now because I'm looking at one dude the entire play.
Yeah.
I'm looking at one guy out on the field. So I thought maybe that's what he was talking about. It's hard for me to actually look at the offense and take note of that because I'm focused on my kid out on the field. That's not what he's saying.
No.
When he said you can quote me on that as well, he meant it was really difficult for me to watch it because I don't like it.
This is a good story. It's worth every Cardinals fan reading. He and Marv Jr. talking there about how they don't really speak much about football. There's another quote here from Senior real quick. "The style of offense that I'm accustomed to, that I'm used to watching as a professional eye as a wide receiver, I just can't relate to watching that offense, that style of offense. Basically, I can't relate to what goes on there. I think that's just peacefully put without pointing fingers or anything. It's just me. I'm giving you the professional eye. I can't relate to it. It doesn't add up to me. I can't deal with it, unquote. I mean, that's how I felt watching this offense a few times this season without a professional eye. I just can't deal with it. But it did look better the last couple. So, I don't know. Good story to read, certainly, and interesting to hear from.
And I also would
Senior.
add right now that I don't think when you say, and you can quote me on that, I don't typically take that as a positive thing that you're saying when you say, and you can quote me on
But this is what happens when your record's 2-5 and
Yes.
your offense isn't doing much, and the passing game in particular hasn't been doing much.
And honestly, there are people out there starting to whisper about Marvin Harrison Jr. and whether or not he is going to live up to his draft status, and you know that.
Yeah. That's a loaded conversation. Join us today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2. Your pregame for Cardinals-Cowboys on Monday Night Football. We're here right now. We're giving away tickets every hour for the Cardinals-Niners game on November 16th, plus autographed merch. We're here until 2 p.m., so go ahead and swing by. And when we come back, just how big was ASU's win Saturday after a miserable week to go on the road and do what they did? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
November in Arizona. And thanks
Trajan.
Cheers. Want to work off a few LBs before you fill up on turkey and mashed potatoes? Get a partner and sign your two-person team up for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes on Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text Pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text Pickle to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you could actually make for your financial future. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan that will meet your goals so you can focus on what matters. Did you know that leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? Well, if you've got an old 401k you're not sure what to do with, call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get the money working for you once again. Trajan Wealth, plan smarter, dream bigger. Here's that number, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Game day at your place? Feed the whole squad with catering from Spinato's. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. And this September and October, don't miss the return of the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza paired perfectly with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Yeah, you heard that right. Spicy Chipotle peach pizza. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. Whether it's game day or pizza night, make it Spinato's. Order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age.
making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan
10
Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Hey, it's Gambo. Enjoy tonight's Cardinals game. We'll be back on Tuesday to react to the showdown in Dallas and any moves at the trade deadline. We start tomorrow at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, Wolf, we were due for a weekend like this around the Valley. The Suns winning on Friday and Sunday. Big win over the Spurs last night. ASU keeping their season alive with a win on Saturday and just cold, wet, rainy Ames, Iowa against Iowa State, a team looking for revenge from last year's Big 12 championship game. And ASU seemed ripe for a team to get revenge on with no Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, among others. And it didn't matter. ASU goes in there and wins again. So now 6-3, something 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you would have loved 6 wins in the first 9 games of the season. Yeah. And honestly, after a win like that, I have one huge takeaway, but I'm going to save it here for a second.
Okay, you're going to save it. You're going to let me come in here, jump in here right now. It was amazing because, going up there, we knew it was going to be very, very difficult for ASU to beat Iowa State, especially with the incentive they had from last year, looking at ASU and how ASU went up there and handled their business once again. I look at this situation, and to me, not having Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, we are all a little long in the mouth, if you know what I mean. Didn't really feel great. Well, I knew that they were going to have a chance because I do believe that Kenny is really, really good at what he does in terms of preparing players to get ready to go play a game. But I just didn't think they were going to have enough talent to actually pull it off. And, man, was I wrong on that. No Sam Levitt, no Jordan Tyson. Don't worry about it. We're not going to worry about throwing the ball as much as we're just going to run the ball. And it was Jeff Sims himself, the very guy replacing Sam Levitt, that went off. 228 yards rushing on the ground. Just an incredible performance by Jeff Sims.
Yeah, it was. And that's an all-time ASU quarterback rushing record. They needed every yard to get the win. Here's my takeaway. If you look at, and I really try to judge this new era of Sun Devil football with Kenny Dillingham over last year and this year. I mean, because the first year was just a mess, what he was trying to put together. But if you look over the last 2 years now, they're in every single game except that Utah game. They don't lose a lot of games, although the win on Saturday was the first time they've won without Sam Levitt. So they're right there, shows you something. But if you look at their losses last year, 8 points on the road against Texas Tech, 10 points on the road against Cincinnati with no Levitt, and then the playoff game against Texas that they shouldn't have lost. And then this year, 4 points to Mississippi State on that fairly last-second play on the road in Starkville. The 8-point loss to Houston last week, which looks horrible now after West Virginia just destroyed them, and so the lopsided loss to Utah. They're in all these games. That's the first time we've seen them in the last 2 years without Sam Levitt or Jordan Tyson. There was no emotional letdown from the team, which you sometimes see with a college team when it feels like, okay, we had this goal of getting back to the Big 12 championship and going back to the playoff, and that's slipping away, which, by the way, it hasn't slipped away totally yet with that win. Now they're kind of back in the race. But the bigger thing to me was I watch a performance like that coupled with the rest of the last year and a half, and you just feel like this team's always going to be a contender in the Big 12 as long as Kenny Dillingham is here.
I think that is a great observation by you. I really do. Even though I will say the coaching decisions that were made with 1:30 to go in the first half. I got to tell you right now, man, I was wondering what was going on with that. Don't get me started on that. But
you get what I'm saying, though, right? I'm not saying he's like the perfect coach. I'm just saying that his ability to motivate his team and to recruit good, like they're going to be in the mix every year.
Yes, I guess what I'm saying to you, you know me. I do not question coaches and the decisions that they make and the play calls as well. But a 3rd and 12 with 20 seconds on the clock, I'm thinking to myself, hey, you know what? I might just run this ball in this situation. It was very, that one right there I had a hard time with, but that's okay. This is a huge win for ASU. Even if it means nothing in terms of winning the Big 12. I honestly think this game was a big win because of what it could mean over the last 3 games of the season. You've been talking about this, the possibility of going 9-3 in this season following what they did last year. I think that could be a huge part of the recruiting puzzle going forward. I know that also it energizes the Valley, as Kenny would say, activate the Valley. That's what he would say. It's a basin, Kenny. What are you doing? Yet at the same time, we all understand what that means in terms of energizing the fan base here. I think that would go a long way if they finish 9-3. But I also think it would have an impact on the players, too, that are inside that locker room. And I think, again, it would say we are a good team. This is something that Kenny has been talking about to his players over the course of the first couple of months of the season, trying to get their confidence level where it needs to be, I'm sure. And because of that, you could point to it and say, 9-3, we did something special after losing our quarterback and losing our best wide receiver as well, and not only that, best player maybe in Jordan Tyson for a couple of weeks. So it's a very encouraging game for them to win this game, especially up in Ames, to win that game on the road and do it with your backup quarterback. Man, who knows where this could go going forward.
It sort of signifies that the standard has changed. Now, they still have 3 more games, and if they could get to 9-3, that to me says, okay, look, here's a season where a lot of stuff went wrong and a lot of guys got hurt, and we still won 9 games. Maybe you win the bowl game, you win 10 games. And not that that's going to be your floor every year. They're going to win 9 or 10 games, and they haven't done it yet. But I'm just saying that to bounce back and win that game against Iowa State, you have all this still on the table in front of you. And is it what we all wanted at the start of the season? No, it's not. But I don't think it's just a moral victory. I think there's really something to if you could do that. If you could go 9-3, you are changing what the standard is around this program. Why would you not believe they could do at least that again next year if they could do it this year of all years? The biggest thing to me this season was you have this opportunity in front of you where you've got Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson, you got all these guys on defense, Xavier Alford, Prince Dorba. You can't let that opportunity slip away. None of those guys are playing. None of them are playing. Alfred's been out since the Mississippi State game.
Yeah.
And he's, you ask these guys on this team, he might be their most important defensive player just in terms of what he is as an emotional leader, too. If you can still string together an 8 or a 9 or maybe even a 10-win season this year, that is solidifying the direction your program is going.
Well, once again, too, it's not just about wins. It's also about what it does for you. Recruiting as well. And we all know that NIL is very important in terms of recruiting. I get that. Yet at the same time, where do you raise that NIL? You raise it from your fan base, your booster program. You raise it there. That's why you need excitement and encouragement in order to raise those funds so you can recruit better.
You're not going to win the Big 12 championship every year, although we'll get into this later. They're not out of the race now. They got a little bit of help, actually. But it's just more for me, are you a legitimate contender every year? Are you going to be pretty consistently one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the conference. Are you on? And a win like that, coupled with everything else that's going on, and then you add that to last year, and you feel like, okay, this is not just a 1 year moving in the right direction, but like this is the move now. All right, when we come back, how important is it for the Arizona Cardinals to just establish the run tonight against a floundering Dallas defense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis,
Aria.
Information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news. And play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Choosing dental implants, one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's right, your mouth, man. You got to get it healthy at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe, man, and their expert team at Aria Dental Implant Center, they deliver results that you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll know exactly what to expect, man. This is your health. Come experience the Aria difference. You're going to be really glad that you did, Basinonians. Aria is helping patients regain the quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Their website, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive
115
for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered
through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals return from their bye week tonight for a Monday night football game at the Dallas Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett will make his third straight start at quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. Kickoff is at 6:15 with pregame coverage beginning at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball starts its season tonight. The Wildcats take on the defending champion Florida Gators in Las Vegas. Tip-off is at 5. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show. We are live from Backyard in Desert Ridge. Great setup here to watch, well, anything really, but there's a Monday Night Football game going on tonight as the Arizona Cardinals take on the Dallas Cowboys. And Wolf, you and I have been talking for a while now. You've been talking since week 1 that they have to get the run game going again, and that's pretty clear at this point. It's been pretty clear for a little bit. Here's Jonathan Gannon over the weekend because of the Monday game, talking about Michael Carter, Mari DiMercato, and Bam Knight, what they bring to the table for the Cardinals, because those are your running backs right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're all three of them are a little bit different players, what they bring to the table, but I love how Autry trains those guys. Like, all three of those guys, I feel good about playing on first, second, third down. I really do. Now, do each of them bring a little bit different skill set to what that role looks like? Yes. But I don't hesitate to put any of them out there and any down and distance.
One of the greatest things about the game of football, the blood sport Basinonians, is the emotional advantage that a team will have when they're more physical than the other team across from the line of scrimmage. When you can actually line up and hammer them, when you can line up and run the ball, you have no idea what it really does. Maybe you do. Maybe you played the game of football, even in high school. Maybe you know what it feels like to stand there on the sideline and watch your offense go out there. Maybe you know exactly what it's like to put your hand in the dirt and come off the ball and be better than the other guy across from you. Be more physical than him. Blow him off the ball, and it's 2nd and 5 because you just ripped it for 5 yards. And you're able to do it over and over and over again. The advantage that it has for an offense to be able to line up and do that in the most physical, brutal sport there is on the face of the planet. It is a massive emotional advantage to the team that is able to do that. And because of that, you can flip it around and look at it the other way. It's a critical disadvantage to a team to watch themselves get handled by their opponent. It is a nightmare scenario. You want to be good in the game of football, be physical and learn how to run the ball better than anybody else in the league.
This is a team you should be able to run against. Now, you got to have the runners, obviously, and your offensive line has to lead the way. It doesn't really matter who you're playing if you don't get those things. But the Cowboys, we talked last week about how many points per game they give up. You know, things got distorted a little bit over the weekend with all these other teams playing. But Dallas is bottom 2 in terms of points allowed per game, and they are bottom 3 in terms of rushing yards allowed per game. Wolf, they give up 146 rushing yards per game.
Yes, and this is interesting you bring that up, Luke, because from the Dallas Cowboys' perspective right now, Basinonians, if in fact the Arizona Cardinals can line up and be successful running the ball, especially in rundown situations, they can be successful running the ball. You know what kind of trigger that's going to be for the Dallas Cowboys defense? You know what kind of trigger that's going to be for the Dallas Cowboys, period?
Keep their offense off the field.
If the defense cannot shut down the Arizona Cardinals, can't stop them from running the ball, the way that they haven't been able to stop other teams from running the ball, it will set off a trigger with the Dallas Cowboys. Here we go again. Here we go again. They're number 29 in terms of rush defense, rushing yards per game allowed, and they're number 25 in rushing yards per play allowed. Once again, I say it all the time, but you put those two things together, you are what you are. And the Dallas Cowboys have struggled mightily to stop anybody from running the ball. If the Arizona Cardinals are going to have success tonight, if they're going to be able to win this game tonight, they have to be able to run the ball. And you know what? If Dallas wants to go ahead and jam up the box and run down situation, well, Jacoby Brissett has already proven he's really, really good in terms of faking that he's going to hand the ball off and pulling it back and chunk throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, no, he's a whole different story here to watch too, because can he do this now for 3 straight games and this time take it the final few yards and get a win? That's a conversation in and of itself. But the rushing game, we were looking at this last week, Wolf. If you're searching for something the Cardinals can do differently in this game, 2 and 5, you're looking for things you can do differently. You don't want to overcorrect. I get it. All these games have been close, but you need to start winning these games. Being able to run the ball would be the biggest, quickest change. They're leading single-game rushers, the highest performances this season. Amari DiMercato in the Titans game where he had 81 yards, but again, 71.5 of them came on that fateful play. And then Trey Benson in week 1, he had 69 yards, but 52 of them came on one play. These are not like, oh, this guy ran for 138 yards and this guy ran for 147. We're talking 81 where they almost all came on one play, 69 where they almost all came on one play. Other than that, the leading single-game rushing performance for the Cardinals this season was Bam Knight, 57 yards against Green Bay.
Yeah.
That was their most recent game. Did that game stand out to you as a monster rushing performance?
No.
If they get the running game going, this is immediately an entirely different playing field.
And when you talk about it as well, the running game, it's interesting because I'm big on looking at personnel groups that a team will use.
No, not you.
The Cardinals, for the most part, 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 13 personnel. We all understand that. Yet the numbers have really changed in that regard. 12 personnel, they only use it 28% of the time right now. It used to be 40% of the time. They're down 28% of the time they're in 12 personnel and rundown situation. What is really interesting, they're in 21 or 22. If you go to NFLGSIS.com, go to NFLGSIS.com, go ahead and look at that, Basinonians. But they record all of this stuff. They have 21 personnel. That's 2 backs, 1 tight end, which means you have 2 wide receivers. 22, 2 backs, 2 tight ends. Well, how often have you seen the Arizona Cardinals truly in 2 backs? You haven't seen it.
I was going to say, I don't remember that.
You know what it is? It's Calvin Beachum. It's Calvin Beachum that is in the game as a 6th offensive lineman. And they don't have a way of tracking that. And this is something that is happening a little bit across the National Football League.
He always finds a way to get on the field.
He always finds a way to get on the field.
He's just the 6th offensive lineman.
He's the 6th offensive lineman that is out on the field. And Basinonians, this is a trend in the NFL. This is what teams are starting to do. You know what? Yeah, we're going to line it up. Whether we're in 11 personnel, we're going to have a 6 offensive lineman as our tight end, as opposed to having a real tight end. Or we're going to go 12, and we're going to have an offensive lineman. We're going to have 6 offensive linemen on the field. We're going to run the ball. Watch how often Calvin Beachum is in the game tonight against the Dallas Cowboys, because I think we're going to see him a lot.
Break.
Join us today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2, your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday Night Football. We're giving away tickets every hour for the Cardinals-Niners game on November 16th, plus autographed merch as well. We're here till 2, so swing by. And when we come back, the NFL's trade deadline is tomorrow. Could the Cardinals be set to make moves, and how much does tonight's result play into those decisions? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals are back from their Week 8 bye to face the Cowboys in Dallas for Monday Night Football.
Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start.
I don't care if it's Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Friday. Going out there to try my best and make the most of it.
Pre-game this afternoon at 1:30. Kickoff 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with
10.
Design cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf, quick shout out to the listeners in Waddell. Beautiful Waddell.
Oh,
Thanks everybody out there in Waddell. The NFL trade deadline is tomorrow, as if to further complicate things. And if you forget that the trade deadline is tomorrow, well, then just pay attention to the Philadelphia Eagles, because they make a trade like every 5 minutes. They just went out and got somebody else today. They got Jalen Phillips from the Dolphins. So the Eagles, for whatever reason, are just revamping their entire defense, it feels like. The trade deadline in the NFL used to not be much, but we do see moves now, and it's possible we could see some from the Cardinals based on what happens tonight. How difficult do you think it is for them and Dallas in particular, playing late into tonight and then having to turn around and make trades tomorrow?
I definitely think it's difficult, yet at the same time, especially in this digital age, are you kidding me? The road work, so much of the time, has been plowed weeks in advance of when you actually make a move. So for me, Luke, I don't think it's really that difficult. It's just a matter of coming down to you saying yes to a deal that is already on the table for the most part. And when I say you, I'm talking about maybe it's one team that is holding back, maybe it's the other team that is holding back, whatever it may be. It's still a situation where all you have to do is say deal, and it happens.
There's a lot of different ways this could go. And as we were talking about, there's a big difference between 2-6 and 3-5. So that alone maybe Monty has deals on the table or a deal on the table, but he's like, okay, I don't want to make that if we lose, or I don't want to make that if we're 3-5 and still in this. I don't know. We need to, I think, though, Wolf, we should probably just address the elephant in the room, too.
Yeah.
Is it possible Kyler Murray would get traded before tomorrow's deadline?
A couple of days ago, I would have told you no way.
Yeah,
they're not going to trade him. I don't see him trading him. But was the possibility there? Yeah, we've talked about it. As a matter of fact, there could be a possibility that Kyler Murray could be moved, since Jacoby Brissett came in and actually was playing very, very well. Yet at the same time, I didn't think that necessarily was going to be the case. I thought the Arizona Cardinals were going to give Kyler Murray these last 10 games to prove that he isn't the guy. This last week specifically has really changed my feel on this.
It's gotten kind of strange. Yeah, the vibe. The vibe's the best way to put it. It's just, and I remember you saying this going into the bye week of they're probably not going to trade him.
Yeah.
But if you knew he wasn't going to be your guy, you don't need to hold on to him into the offseason. You don't. If you've already decided behind the scenes, and yet up until that point it had sounded pretty consistently that they had not made a decision, that he wasn't their guy. Then you get the answer from JG last week of, hey, is Kyler, he's good to go if he's, nah. Like, what was it? It was a sound. It wasn't even a word, right? Then you have, just there's just been weirdness across the board. Then you have, let me play these cuts from JG on Saturday. He was asked about Kyler Murray. We played this first one, but it's worth playing again.
Looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that. What does that really mean? You know what I mean, Josh? Everyone's different, every player, every injury is kind of unique. And he's been pushing, we've been pushing. He is getting better. He's had some more work this last week, but he's, like I said, he's just not ready to go yet. But as far as obviously that position's a little bit different because you got to have a plan ready. That's why I'm just saying Jacoby's starting, but if you can have a role, he can have a role. But you take it one day at a time. But I know he wants to be out there and he's doing everything he can. It's just he's not quite there.
Yeah,
yet.
that second cut was the question was if Kyler's injury could be long term. And I've got one more, Wolf. Somebody circled back and they were like, wait, why could Kyler play if he can't start?
I'm not trying to be coy, but there's a lot of different scenarios that can happen in 2 days that you would make the decision what's best for the player and best for the team to that be the case. You know what I mean? So you probably don't know what I mean, but I think you do know what I mean, So weird things have happened outside of your control for 48 hours leading up to a game, and things change, And so that's kind of the reason.
I have a headache.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That is Doctor My Brain.
We need a flow chart for YouTube.
Wow. I did not hear that. Look at Basinonians. I this is just me looking from the outside in. You know me, Luke. I don't ask any questions over there. I've got really good friends,
Yeah.
that I could ask questions about this very thing. I'm not going to do it, Basinonians. I'm not going to do it because I'm not a reporter. I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. I want to be able to consume information as we get it. And as I listen to that right there, something has happened behind the scenes that we just are not privy to. Something has happened. I don't know what that something is. I do not.
Wolf, isn't this like the third straight team that we've had where something has happened, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, it's been a long year.
Suns, D-backs, Cardinals. Something's going on, Wolf.
Yeah.
Well, something definitely did happen with the Suns.
Yes, it definitely did with the Diamondbacks as well, Ketel Marte. Something was going on, and that came to light. I don't know exactly why JG is speaking in code right now, but he does. He knows why he's doing it. This smells like drama to me, Basinonians. It does.
I don't think there's any Hold on.
It smells
I'm
like
trying to figure out how to
drama.
say this. He wouldn't go up there and purposely try to make this sound more complicated, right? But the way it's being presented, I'm with you. I still don't think Kyler's getting traded before tomorrow. I really don't. But this is how it would look if he was getting traded before tomorrow.
That is an excellent observation by you, Luke. This is exactly the way that it would kind of happen, where over the bye week and there's a health issue, and by the way, Jacoby Brissett is going to start, and yet at the same time, Kyler could have a role. I do not understand what that means. He could have a role. Are you talking physically? He could have a role, because that's what we're all assuming JJ is talking about, is physically going out and, I don't know, in a certain personnel group. They're going to run Kyler out there. They're going to go with a 2-quarterback situation. I do not see that happening.
That would be the most complicated thing that could happen tonight if Kyler does play but doesn't start.
It is weird. The vibe is not right. I'm willing to say it's drama. There is something personal that is happening that we're not aware of. And I think we're going to get some resolution tonight.
There is a scenario, just to be fair, where JG is basically trying to say, hey, look, I'm talking to you on Saturday. I would still like to have Kyler back, and maybe this quickly heals in the next 2 days, and I don't know that definitively yet. There is a scenario where that's where what he's trying to say, of like, Jacoby's going to start, but maybe Kyler feels a lot better today, which, he was talking on Saturday, but Monday, and Jacoby just isn't effective early, and we go to Kyler. There's a scenario where that's what he's trying to say, but like, that's a really confusing way to say it. That's not what it sounds like. It sounds like hey, there's a lot of moving parts behind the scenes right now, and I know Jacoby's here and good to go, so we're going with him.
Yeah.
Because, the other part of this is I'm of the stance of you go ahead with these 10 games and see what Kyler can do. You have to have a decision after these 10 games. Well, if I'm Kyler Murray, this is the team I want to play. I want to play against Dallas. This is the team where I can go out there and have a monster game statistically. Now, the flip side is if he played against Dallas and didn't have a good game statistically, we'd all lose our minds.
That's right. Oh, my goodness. We don't have time to play the cut again, but I want you to play that for me again at some point.
The last one?
During
the third
course
one?
of this
Yeah,
show.
no,
yes.
Anytime we need a migraine, I'll play it.
I'm serious.
All right, when we come back, let's talk some basketball because we at least know what the Suns are doing. They're beating the Spurs. So how big were those two games over the weekend? And you know what? This is how big they were, Wolf. I think I see John Bloom walking into a backyard.
Oh, Bloomer!
He's so excited he came down
That's
to talk
right.
about this in person. John Bloom joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Play some pickleball with Arizona Sports. Get a
disc.
Two-person team up for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle. And your share of cash prizes Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text pickle to 620-620.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. I've got a condition in my back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you're going to get a condition in your back if you play a long time. Professional football, I had some back and spine issues, and the good people over at DISC, Dr. Chris in particular, really helped me out. And because of that, I love recommending them to you, Basinonians. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. Listen, the DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and all over the world in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. One radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals return from their bye week tonight for a Monday night football game at the Dallas Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett will make his third straight start at quarterback for the Cardinals. Kickoff is at 6:15 with pregame coverage beginning at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, let's drive together. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pull-up jumper at the buzzer. He got it! Kevin Durant! How about 52 for Devin Booker?
This is a dream job. I now have my dream job.
He's going to fade from three and knock it down.
My!
If he can make it there, he can make it anywhere.
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins Wolf and Luke to talk Phoenix Suns. Now.
Well, this is how big of a deal that game last night was, Wolf. So we're out here at Backyard. I got a text from Bloom during the show on Friday. I'm going to read it to you now, Bloom. I don't think I ever read this to you either, Wolf. Count me in for a hang and a Wemby breakdown before we fly to San Francisco that day. I was like, okay, that'll be great. We'll have Bloom on. It'll be fantastic. That was before the Suns beat Utah and then shut down Wembanyama last night.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to break him down.
No,
I thought we were going to break it down, and what we saw.
There's nothing to break down. He wasn't there.
That was phenomenal. I mean, I'm not going to hide the giddiness at this point because of what I saw last night.
Yes.
Don't hide it. Look, that was a plan that we heard about going in. Even my scouting report pregame, we're doing them with assistant coaches. And last night it was Chasen Allen, who's been here for 2 years now, so some folks might know him on the bench. And he laid it out. They're going to show him different looks. They're going to put a guy in front and then have a 7-footer guarding the rim. And yet, when you think about that going in, you're like, okay, let's see if they can stop. Basically, a version of an alien that everybody who has tried to stop has failed miserably so far.
Yeah, they've all been embarrassed by him.
In the preseason and the regular. The Spurs didn't lose a preseason game, right? They roll through the preseason, then they win their first 5 games. Everybody in San Antonio is ready to start the parade again, right? They're ready for another parade there. And that's what made last night feel even better because we all know that that's not a team that we have a lot of affection for here in the Valley based on memories alone, but now they've added this guy who seems amazing. They've got the last 2 rookies of the year. They could have a third straight with Dylan Harper, who looked legit before he went out with an injury. So I'm not going to cry for San Antonio. I am going to applaud the effort of the Phoenix Suns and what they accomplished.
I think that the Phoenix Suns looked at the San Antonio Spurs and were challenged. They saw another young, athletic team that I think is expected to do things and be good and is developing and getting better. And because of that, I think it brought something out of the Phoenix Suns. Competitiveness. This is what I'm looking for, Johnny. And you and I were talking a little bit before we hit the air here, but that is what I really, truly want to see, is that kind of intensity and competitiveness. And I thought we saw it. What was Royce O'Neal doing, by the way, on Wembanyama?
Oh, my goodness.
What was he doing?
Using every inch that he had, all the body that he could possibly have to put on that guy, make him feel you, right? I mean, that's one of the things you have to do with him. And then the other thing I think you have to do, because you have to consider he's just 21. he still hasn't seen everything. You got to mix coverages, throw different guys at him, different looks. I think they did an amazing job at that. Defensively, it was a masterclass, and then offensively, it was even better. They were making all their threes, and Devin Booker was, getting a double-double in the first half. This is something that we've all envisioned.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of started slow through first halves this season, and a lot of people were looking at what Devin Booker's done through 5-6 games and said he started slow in general. Tim and I, if you've listened to the radio broadcast, have not been on that train. We have been very impressed with what Book has done because he has basically orchestrated the chemistry that he needed to orchestrate, because that's kind of the role he has to play with this group. Everybody's looking at him.
Yeah.
When it was last season, who was everybody looking at? It was Kevin Durant. I mean, everybody's going to look at KD. You have to look at Kevin Durant. Not only is he enormous, 7 feet,
sometimes people were looking at Bradley Beal.
They might have been looking at him with a different face.
Corner,
right? Okay.
Out of the corner of their eye,
Right.
maybe
Yes,
looking at him. Yes,
that happened too. I'm not going to lie about it. But now it's Book's team, and we all knew that going in. And so that didn't mean he was going to come out and shoot 30 shots a night to start, because how would that ingratiate himself among his new teammates? It wouldn't look. It
wouldn't work.
He had to do it to show he could be that ultimate teammate, like he's proven every step of his career, including on the grandest scale at the Olympics, where I think everybody who plays basketball watched and appreciated the role that Book took on. They're not expecting him to do that here, but they know it's in him.
Yeah.
And I think that that's important for people to be able to really become the best possible teammate to him. And now we're just seeing it start to happen. We haven't even seen Jalen Green. And I know that that's something we all kind of harp on. When are we going to see it? Maybe it'll be tomorrow night at Golden State. I think that'd be a great time to roll him out. Will Dylan Brooks come back as well? I don't know. But when this team has everybody, then we're going to just see Booker maybe even have a chance to elevate even more.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And I mean, with Book, it is crazy to think he has to reprove himself, but it's new teammates. It's a lot of, so you kind of have to show these guys how welcoming you're going to be in terms of, if you don't have a great look, even though you're Devin Booker and your look might ultimately be better with a defender in your face, you're still going to make the quote right basketball play. Last night that paid off, and Wolf and I have been talking about this for a while. Two of the biggest things for me this season, Bloomer, were I want to see noticeable improvement over the course of the year, and then throw in a few crazy wins that maybe people didn't expect. We've already seen it in the first 7 games. I mean, we're already seeing dramatic improvement. There's obviously still a long way to go. I get that. But to win a game like that last night, too, you're 3-1 at home. How much does a game like that speed up what you're building in that locker room?
I think it does a lot. I think Wolf probably could speak to it as an athlete more than I can, but I think belief is a massive thing. And it takes success in order to build belief, doesn't it? Success can be, I guess, different things. Some people don't want success to be based on wins and losses, and some people look at it and say that's the only thing you can base it on. And I think it's a mixed bag with this group, because there are so many young players. You do want to see, as Luke was talking about, growth. You guys have talked about wanting to see that, and certainly this week alone, we've seen a massive step, and I think there's still so much room for growth. Everybody probably in that room would agree with that.
By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Colin Gillespie. Seriously. Coming into this season, did you think he was going to take the kind of jump that he has taken right now and get the kind of minutes he's been getting right now? Did you think that, honestly?
Honestly, not shocked by it.
Okay.
The expectation wouldn't necessarily have been to see the minutes at this point, because you had Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks on that roster, so you knew
exactly.
Colin Gillespie's
what are
not
they
going to get
do
25.
when Jalen Green comes back?
That's another question. This is a challenge for Jordan Knott, because this is his first go-around, right? And so there's not established roles as he got here. All the roles needed to be established. And now, slowly but surely, some of them are starting to be established, but there's so much to be done with that. So, yeah, that's part of why I say that some grace needs to be allowed to this group as we go through the first month to 2 of the season. That said, when you beat up the Spurs like you just did, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for those of us to give you the grace, because the expectations are fluid. They're going to change as every game goes.
Break down what you're seeing, though, from Gillespie right now and where he needs to improve.
Where he needs to improve, that's a good question. I think speed. I think sometimes he's just getting a little bit quick still, and that's fine. I mean, he's still a young player.
Yes.
But that's the thing that you see when you see rookies and young players turn into vets. And actually, listen to Mitch Johnson.
I see that from Ryan Dunn.
Absolutely.
Like I see Ryan
starting to
Dunn,
happen there.
It's starting to happen. The light bulb is going on, yet at the same time, you can see him force some issues, force some things that he shouldn't do.
And he probably won't as we get into year 3, 4, 5 in the league. But this is year 2 for him.
You can see him growing, literally.
And Gillespie's the same way. And, Wolf, what did Colin a great service was his action in the G League last year. You could see a totally different – now, he already came in with a truckload of confidence. That's never been shy with him, and that's what got him through college the way he was so successful at the highest level at College of Villanova. But then you get into the big leagues, and you're even smaller. Everybody else is bigger, and he's not growing at this point, so he has to do it at the level that he was doing in college, but he has to earn the trust of the people around him. And when he went to the G League, he's getting triple-doubles. He's putting up the kind of numbers that make everybody else go, oh, dude, this guy can ball. Not only is he a guy that can come in and give you spot minutes off the bench, he can actually earn a role on a legitimate team and even help that team win. I think that is a belief that's grown among everybody that's been around Colin, starting with the Denver Nuggets. When he came here from Denver, everybody told us that. That was the story. They all told us, this guy's a dog. You're going to love him. And then it took time for him to get that here. He didn't get enough time, in my honest opinion, last year from the coach that was running the show. But now he is, and he's proven himself again.
This season already feels so much better than last season. We're only a week and a half.
So much better.
Bloomer, thanks so much for the time, man. This is great. I don't want you to miss the flight.
Oh, good being here, guys.
All right, man.
Glad to have you in the backyard.
Wish you were hanging out with us the whole time, man.
I know. We had a couple cocktails with you, but we'll do that next time.
Join us today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2. We're here right now. Your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday Night Football, and we're giving away tickets every hour for the Cardinals-Niners game on November 16th, plus autographed merch. We're here until 2, so go ahead and swing by, and when we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basket.
Legacy Green.
Into the forecourt, 11-point lead. Grayson Allen up fake for 3. Drives past Vassell. Lob to Richards. The alley-oop thrown perfectly from Grayson Allen to Nick Richards, who's had a huge impact off the bench, and the Suns have their biggest lead.
More reaction to this Suns W on the way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's cool and it's built to last. What a difference it has truly made, my brothers. These guys are simply the best. What you need to do is text GREEN to 620-620 today, and you're going to save 15% if you text GREEN to 620-620. You save 15%, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Enter the Omaha Steaks Football Family and Flavor Giveaway for your chance to win a family game day prize pack worth $1,650. That's right, Omaha Steaks is giving away 2 Cardinals club tickets to the December 7th game against the Rams, along with 2 pregame tailgate passes to the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion. And Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit omahasteaks.com/cardswin to enter and get exclusive offers that benefit the Arizona Cardinals Foundation. But hurry, the drawing ends November 17th.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast.
30 seconds.
Now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondorodiofest.com. That's thehondorodiofest.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, November 10th at Tailgaters in Glendale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the
10.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Including college football, college game day, Monday night football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, thanks to John Bloom for joining us out here at Backyard last segment. It's noonish on a Monday. We got actually a slightly shorter show today, too, Wolf. I know that always breaks your heart when I tell you that, but we have
got to be kidding, man.
Half-hour
disappointed bitterly.
So it's almost noon. So we're going with Wolf and Down Your Lunch right now because we got a guest coming up at noon. Rick, what do you got for us?
The Arizona Cardinals take on the Dallas Cowboys tonight at Jerry World. Kickoff is at 6:15, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jacoby Brissett will make his 3rd straight start for the Cardinals at quarterback. Here's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon on Saturday.
You know, looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
What do you guys make of Jacoby Brissett making another start tonight?
I'm just going to take it on surface level that Kyler's just not ready to come back yet. But I'll stand by what I said earlier, Wolf. I don't think they're trading Kyler Murray in the next 24 hours before the trade deadline, but this is what it would look like if you were trading Kyler Murray in the next 24 hours. I don't think it's that. I think realistically Brissett is just going to play tonight, and then it's going to be another few days of is Kyler good to go against Seattle. But, you know, if Jacoby Brissett plays tonight and then all of a sudden Kyler's in there for a couple series, then I'm going to be really confused.
Yeah, I just honestly don't know what to say about all of this, Basinonians, because I do believe there's some type of drama that I don't see, something that I'm not aware of what is going on. And yet at the same time, maybe I'm wrong on that, but Jacoby Brissett is going to be the starter. I'm just trying to figure out what he means by see if Kyler can have a role. What he means by that. Situationally, of course, maybe it's a red zone package you're going to put together for Kyler Murray. Well, if he's able to play in a red zone package, why wouldn't you just start him? You know, if you're going to run him out there, you're not going to run him out there if he's not well. You're not going to do that. So it's really, really confusing what is going on, and we need an entire segment to actually answer the question.
Well, we're going to have that segment, and I feel for, remember when Zoe came in last week, and he's like, Kellen asked him the question of who would you start on Monday, and he's like, probably, separate everything, just Jacoby Brissett, and people were tweeting at him that he had CTE. He probably feels a little vindicated right now.
Sticking with the Cardinals offense, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, outside of Jacoby Brissett, which Cardinals offensive player needs to step up the most versus the Cowboys? Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., Bam Knight, or Michael Wilson?
Man, why would you
Michael Wilson
not
just gets thrown in there.
Yeah, why would you not throw the offensive line in there?
Because that would have been your
Why
answer.
would you not do that?
And that's not one person?
Because that's exactly where the onus to this game. If I had to boil it down to one position room that was going to make the difference in tonight's game against the Dallas Cowboys on both teams, it'd be the Arizona Cardinals offensive line. That's how important that is. Why do I say that? Brothers, I say that because the Dallas Cowboys front seven is a royal mess right now. And I think they would even tell you that. It's just a mess. And because of that, they're number 29 in rushing yards per game allowed and number 25 in rushing yards per play allowed. Every metric you want to look at, how many first downs, the Dallas Cowboys give up more first downs in the football universe than anybody else. Third down defense, they're the worst third down defense in the National Football League. It goes on and on and on. The Arizona Cardinals need to win this game, and the onus is on the offensive line to protect whatever quarterback is actually going to play and open up holes for whatever running back is going to get the majority of carries in this game. It is a simple answer, their offensive line.
Rick, I'm torn because I need Trey McBride to have a good game to beat Jamal in our football league. And Bam Knight is the face of the running game, which was going to be my answer. But I think in a game like this, if we're being realistic, Dallas is going to score. Even if the Cardinals play good defensive football, the Cowboys are going to put up points. I think Marv is the one guy you have that you kind of know what you're going to get from Trey McBride. You know he's going to have a massive game. I don't know if he can really step up anymore. Marv's the one guy where if he were just to go off in this game tonight, I think they could keep up with the Cowboys offense. So I'll say Marv.
All right, I'll go with Marv just because offensive line isn't an answer. So Marv is 74%,
Wow.
Bam Knight 15%, Trey McBride 9%, and Michael Wilson 2%.
I didn't think it was going to be that lopsided.
Offensive line should be an answer.
We need a separate poll question for Wolf each day, Rick. You just need to have a separate one where it's just Wolf's poll question.
Yeah, I really should. Arizona State football behind 228 rushing yards from quarterback Jeff Sims took down Iowa State 24-19 in Ames on Saturday. How impressed were you guys with how ASU played, given all the adversity that occurred last week with the Sam Leavitt injury news, and they still didn't have Jordan Tyson?
Yeah, the biggest thing to me is if Kenny Dillingham and this coaching staff are able to get their team to play like that, to play that energized and that gritty of a game on the road when they're that beat up, and Iowa State was supposed to be the team with some extra motivation looking for revenge from last year. You see teams, college or pro level, where when their initial big goals start to slip away, they kind of unravel a little bit, and you especially see it in college. We've seen it here at ASU in the past, not with Kenny Dillingham, but we've seen it, in years past. You see it all over the country. The fact that he has them prepared to play a game like that, and they finish it. It's not just, hey, we tried hard, we get the win too. I think it indicates that this team's going to be in the thick of the Big 12 race pretty much every year as long as Kenny Dillingham's here.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also want to give a little shout out to Jeff Sims and what he did.
Yeah.
I mean, just incredible to come into that situation. Oh, Sam Leavitt. Oh, my goodness. And rightfully so, because Sam Leavitt is a hack of a football player. And now all of a sudden to come in and, everyone's talking about, well, looks like 7-5 maybe this year. Maybe that will be a good, record for them.
People were saying that, but acting like they were going to go 5-7.
It just, honestly, for him to take the reins, metaphorically speaking, and play the way that he did.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Yeah,
well,
it was incredible to see that. It tells me a lot about that kid, Jeff Sims. 405 total yards of offense he created. That is incredible right there. Playing in what was the biggest game of the season till this point. And he went out there and performed. I give him a ton of credit.
29
Shout
carries.
out
That
to
dude
Jeff Sims.
looked sore by the last couple hits, and
Yes.
why wouldn't he be? And especially in that cold rain, too.
The Toronto Blue Jays were 2 outs away from winning the World Series on Saturday. And then Los Angeles Dodgers second baseman Miguel Rojas, of all people, not one of these guys that's being paid $500 million, hit a game-tying home run, and the Dodgers ended up winning 5-4 in 11 innings. What were your biggest takeaways overall from the 2025 World Series?
That's got to be, for two teams that are in no way rivals, the Dodgers and Blue Jays, that's got to be one of the best World Series I've seen, just top to bottom, where there were so many twists and turns that, look, I get it, it's the Dodgers winning, so at the end it's kind of a downer, but even when they were down in the 8th inning and then in the 9th inning on Saturday night, didn't you feel like you felt like they were at least going to probably come back, even if Toronto won, just because there had been so many twists and turns in that series. Just that Game 7 alone was insane. It looked like they were done multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the most incredible World Series I think I've ever seen.
How about the ball getting stuck in the wall on Friday night?
You've got to be kidding me. And once again, I mean, to have to go into that situation and beat Toronto in their ballpark, Game 6 and Game 7, and to actually be able to do that, honestly, I give the Dodgers a lot of credit and Dave Roberts as well. And as soon as I say that, I feel like I've been kicked in the cradle, honestly, by a sumo wrestler who's about 350, because that really hurts to compliment the Dodgers once again when, they're just buying championships at this point in time because they know at some point a salary cap must be instituted into Major League Baseball. It must at some point in time. Or guess what, everybody? We're all just here to play with the teams that are actually going to win the World Series.
Yeah, if you can separate the Dodgers part of it for a second, just watching these games, it's remarkable what that team can do, but you can't because of what you just said. A team like that shouldn't exist where you can go out there and buy all these players. But just in terms of the pure drama and entertainment, because Toronto was so good in that series, it was a really entertaining series. I mean, Yamamoto, 236 pitches in the World Series, 2 earned runs, and a 3-0 record.
Just incredible.
Pitching back-to-back days.
Absolutely. For him to win the MVP, I totally thought there was only one that you could pick, Yamamoto, of course, and I thought they did a great job with that. But remember, too, the Blue Jays, what are they, number 4 in payroll?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wasn't,
Once again. So it's a situation where baseball's got to do something about this. They have to address it, and it's going to be get ready for some type of work stoppage because the players' union is going to have to be involved in it.
It was like watching 2 All-Star teams play a series, and then you realize they had the payroll of 2 All-Star teams. All right, we're going to go to break. Rick, I know we're late. To be fair, Wolf took the clock and turned it away from me so we could go later into that segment. When we come back, what challenges are the Cardinals going to face when they take on the Cowboys tonight? We're going to ask Dallas Morning News Cowboys reporter Joe Hoyt joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips.
Moving Team 6.
Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona Sports.
I got the clock, Rick.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself. There's no doubt about it, Mel. You don't want to move yourself. Are you kidding me? You need the professionals to move you. That's right. Moving is difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions. That's kind of important, right? You're going to be glad that you worked with the professionals, Basinonians. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, whether it's local. Maybe you just want to move out to Apache Junction. Maybe it's long distance. You're going to move all the way across the country, I should say. Maybe it's commercial. Maybe you've got a company you're trying to sell it. Moving Team 6, well, you know what? They can move you as well. Residential, whatever it may be. Moving Team 6, they've got you covered. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Cardinals return from their bye week tonight for a Monday Night Football game at the Dallas Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett will make his third straight start at quarterback for Arizona. Kickoff is at 6:15. Pre-game coverage begins at 1:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Now we're back here. We're at Backyard. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday, getting ready for Monday Night Football. And we are joined right now in the Arizona Sports Line by Dallas Morning News Cowboys reporter Joe Hoyt to talk about this game tonight. Joe, thank you for the time. How's it going?
I'm doing well, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing
good.
good.
Well, Joe.
All right, Joe. Let's start with what we can expect from the Dallas Cowboys. The scouting report on that team is just good luck stopping Dak Prescott in that offense, but also anybody can score on that defense right now. Is that too oversimplified, or is that basically what the Cardinals are facing tonight?
No, I think honestly it's a pretty accurate description right now of the Cowboys because that's all they've done, especially at home. I mean, you look at how their offense has fared, and Dak Prescott, especially at home, looks like an MVP caliber quarterback. He's had great command of the offense. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb have been kind of everything they hoped from the duo. Javonte Williams has been a revelation at running back. You know, they're averaging 40 points a game at home for a reason. But defensively, it's just been the big question mark with them the whole time. I mean, obviously, 31st ranked defense in the NFL. In front of only the Cincinnati Bengals. They've struggled mightily, and it kind of feels like the questions keep getting worse for the Cowboys defense. You know, new injuries, new things happen. You know, they win some man coverage, mostly kind of deviating from Matt Eberflus's zone system. The last home game against the Washington Commanders, it paid a lot of dividends, and then last week against Denver, things kind of went back to, you know, haywire and were a big miss on that defense. And so, I mean, if you kind of look at some of the quarterbacks that have torched this Cowboys defense, I don't think it's too crazy to think Jacoby Brissett could have a big day against the Cowboys.
Joe, when you look at Dak Prescott, how has he grown the most this season?
Yeah, great question. I think, honestly, it goes back to the idea that, yeah, it's a new head coach and a new play caller per se, but he has had a relationship with Brian Schottenheimer now for multiple years, and, you know, they really hit the ground running. And I think one thing Dak has talked a lot about, you know, you kind of blink and it's like, man, you forget this is his 10th year as a starter, right? And in 10 years, he has grown exponentially in terms of not only what he sees, you know, and what he does, you know, during the play, but what he sees beforehand. You know, he has great command right now. His ability to audible and kind of make reads at the line of scrimmage has really resulted in a lot of, you know, big plays for them. And I do think one of the big differences truly is the addition of George Pickens. You know, they've had CeeDee Lamb, you know, obviously playing well in recent years, but they've kind of struggled to find someone who could complement him. And George Pickens has been the perfect complement for him. You know, right now, if you look at what George Pickens does, it's not really 50-50 balls with him. They say it's 90-10 because either he's catching it or he's drawing pass interferences with his ability to kind of go up high point balls and really make defenders struggle to cover him. So I think those have probably been the biggest additions, and the running game with Javonte Williams helping his play action ability.
We're talking to Dallas Morning News Cowboys reporter Joe Hoyt. Joe, you kind of went where I was going to go next when you bring up George Pickens, because this is a guy that, you know, he was a name around the league. He's a good receiver, but he is on pace to shatter his career highs in receptions and yards and average yards per. And he already has more touchdowns this season than he's had in a full career before, or in any full season before in his career. And some of that they didn't have CeeDee Lamb, so they really needed to lean on him early. Are you surprised at all? Were they surprised at all that they could bring in a receiver that made such an instant impact?
Yeah, I think they're surprised by how well it's gone, frankly. I think that they kind of anticipated, hey, we're you know, giving a third and a fifth round pick for a guy who's got a lot of talent, but obviously, you know, when Mike Tomlin, kind of the last thing he says about a receiver is, hey, he needs to grow up. You kind of look at the history of those receivers, they haven't really fared well outside of Pittsburgh. So I think that was kind of some of the risks that the Cowboys knew they were taking, hoping for a big reward, and it's been better than they anticipated. George Pickens, you know, he hasn't had any of those moments that he's had in Pittsburgh so far. You know, I think one thing that's been a big kind of plus for them, and it happened at Kyler Murray's celebrity softball game or charity softball game this offseason, was CeeDee Lamb. The first thing he said a day after they traded for Pickens was, hey, me and him are both number one wide receivers. This is not a 1A, 1B thing. This is not a number one, number two thing. We are both number one wide receivers. And I think the Cowboys, between CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Brian Schottenheimer, they've really welcomed in George Pickens and kind of created an environment where he can be himself, one, and two, thrive. And honestly, he has been everything they asked for and more, and to a point where they're even debating doing a Cincinnati Bengals move and trying to kind of keep two wide receivers on the payroll moving forward.
Joe, how much of the defensive struggles are simply attributed to Micah Parsons being traded?
You know, it's a great question because, you know, a couple weeks ago, even Brian Schottenheimer cited the fact that, hey, Myles Garrett had 5 sacks and they still lost by 19, talking about, you know, what, you know, an elite pass rusher can do for a bad defense. I think, obviously, Micah Parsons helps, right? You know, you look at what he's done in Green Bay. I think he's been a missing piece. He's been a catalyst for helping other players, and I think that's something that's really missing on this Cowboys defense is someone who can not only draw attention but kind of open up lanes for other guys that they've had. I think it's been a big loss for them. But one thing they'll kind of constantly argue is that, I don't think we'd be a great defense with it. I think there's some semblance to that, but in my opinion, you don't trade those type of guys like Micah Parsons, and I think that they're still kind of feeling the ill effects of it, frankly.
Talking to Joe Hoyt. Joe, you brought up Javonte Williams. There wasn't a lot of fanfare, at least nationally, around that move, and yet he's been a revelation for this offense, too. At what point does credit for all this have to go to the coaching staff as well?
Yeah, I'll give the credit to the coaching staff and the scouting staff for identifying Javonte Williams, because if you kind of look at Javonte Williams, you go back to his rookie season, and this was a guy that was thriving in Denver, right? Then he tears his ACL early into his second year, and you kind of talk to people around the Cowboys, and a lot of them, kept their eyes on Javonte. They really liked him. He went before they picked in the second round of the 2021 draft, but they had a lot of fanfare for him. A lot of people kept tabs on him. Even Clayton Adams, who you guys know well, he was saying that I remember watching him when he was in Denver, and I was like, I like this guy. I think he could be really good until the injury happens. And I think, honestly, it's been a combination of belief from the Cowboys in Javonte Williams and belief in Javonte Williams himself. He's talked about how, things kind of got a little bit dark in terms of where his confidence was in Denver. Here, the Cowboys said right away, you are our number one guy. You're our target. They usually don't sign people on the first day of free agency, and they signed Javonte Williams instead of Rico Dowdle, who's also off to a fantastic start in Carolina. Really paid dividends for him.
Well, Joe, we appreciate this. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Joe.
Of course. Take care, guys.
All right, you too. That's Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News Cowboys reporter, ahead of tonight's matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus, so don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon, featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. Well, if that might be more our speed, we should play against the mascots. Because playing against Drew Stanton and AQ Shipley didn't work last year.
Maybe I should just be a mascot.
But you still have to wear jeans.
Right.
Because it's after November 1st.
Boy, it'd be
October
hot
1st.
in that suit.
When we come back, Kyler Murray is not starting tonight, but he might still play tonight. How strange is all of this getting? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Orchard.
130 to 118. They beat the San Antonio Spurs and hand them their first loss of the season. Only the Oklahoma City Thunder are undefeated in the NBA as the Suns improved to 3-4 with back-to-back wins on their home court.
More reaction to this Suns W on the way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That'd be perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings or double moves. Trust me, you don't want to do the double moves. Those are just a mess. Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, though. And then their experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products. That way, they can help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. So much less stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your old home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts at helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Skin cancer is the most common cancer in the U.S., with over over 5 million cases diagnosed every year. And those who spend time outdoors are especially at risk. Whether you're hiking, golfing, or playing pickleball, Arizona's sun can do serious damage. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center reminds you, wear sunscreen, cover up, and protect your skin. 1 in 5 people will develop skin cancer before age 70. Don't be the one. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
A blown left headlight is making Erica's drive to her son's soccer game darker and darker. So she goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner finds her 2 new bulbs.
These lights have the most clarity.
And helps her get back on the road so she can brighten her drive and the cheering section.
All right, all right.
See clearer and drive safer with new lights. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find
10.
Then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Thanks to everybody listening in Fountain Hills. Quick shout-outs to the listeners and the football fans in Fountain Hills right now. Wolf, we were getting into this a little bit during Wolf and Down Your Lunch, and then you were like, we need a lot more time to dive into this later. Well, here's your later, okay?
Thank you.
Jacoby Brissett is starting tonight. It doesn't seem, well, maybe it does. I don't even know what it seems like at this point. It is not being presented as a, hey, we're benching Kyler and starting him, except Kyler might have a role in the game. I'm just going to play the audio. It's the easiest way to do it. We're at this point, I feel like an attorney in a court of law, and I'm just going to present the evidence.
Agreed.
We can figure out what this means.
You know, looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, you feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Okay, then
okay.
Jonathan Gannon was obviously that was him. That was his initial comment. Do you want to react to that first?
Yes, because I think when you play the second one, we all lose it at that point in time right there. I thought it was very interesting. Kyler Murray is not ready to start the game. He's not ready to start the game, but he might actually have a role in the game. And that to me, sounds like he's healthy enough to actually be the starter.
I'll play.
He's positioning it where it's Kyler's not ready. After the week of work, he's not ready to be the starter.
Yes.
Okay. So then when you say he might have a role, it's like, okay, we might use him situationally at some point in time. Maybe it's a red zone package. Maybe it's a third down package.
There's no way. There's just no way.
I have no idea what he could be talking about, because he's certainly not talking, well, Kyler's going to have a role because he's going to call the plays. That's what he's going to do. Or Kyler's going to have a role because he's going to coach. He can't mean that. He means playing, of course. So, wow, that just is really, really confusing to me.
Yeah, it is. Is there a scenario where – I'm just trying to look at this every possible way, where JG is thinking, I'd really like to have Kyler back for this game. And these cuts are from Saturday. They're not from this morning. So maybe he's like, I don't want to completely rule out the possibility that in the next 48 hours he heals up real quick. I mean, it's been 4 weeks now, hasn't it, since that injury against Tennessee?
Yeah.
And so maybe he doesn't want to rule. I don't know. I would be like, you think your head hurts now. If Jacoby Brissett starts this game tonight, and we see Kyler Murray at any point in this game tonight, and I don't mean like standing on the sidelines, I mean playing in the game, I'm going to be baffled.
Here's the one thing we do know before you play this second cut of JG. If JG wanted to, JG could say, Kyler Murray is our starting quarterback going forward. Jacoby is playing tonight because you know what, Kyler, he'd make it very, very clear as to why Jacoby Brissett is starting tonight.
It felt like – so two things off of what you just said. It felt like JG was being pretty definitive until about 2 weeks ago. And then about 2 weeks ago, it got the answers – the bye week, the answers came out, and they were just like, eh.
Yeah, I would say maybe 8-9 days ago for me.
All right.
Okay, just for me.
Okay.
2 weeks for you, that's good.
Fine.
8 or 9 days for me. It just got,
I don't know how many days are in a week.
It started getting weird. And
coming out of the bye week.
And it's, coming out of the bye week, and it is weird right now. There's no, and if you want to hear weird, and you know I love JG, man. JG is my spirit coach, based on audience. No doubt about it. He and I think an awful lot alike. But listening to this might be the best example of median I have ever heard in my life. This is Einstein stuff.
Well, naturally, the follow-up to that last cut I played, at some point somebody said, okay, wait, Coach, why could Kyler play but not start the game?
I'm not trying to be coy, but there's a lot of different scenarios that can happen in 2 days that you would make the decision what's best for the player and best for the team to that be the case. You know what I mean? So you probably don't know what I mean, but I think you do know what I mean, so weird things have happened outside of your control for 48 hours leading up to a game, and things change, and so that's kind of the reason.
Okay.
Don't dismiss any possibility of it's unlikely.
You know what I think of? I think of the you ever see Ocean's 12? I mean, it's not a new movie.
Yes, I have seen.
And I don't remember what the context is, but somebody asked Brad Pitt a question. He's like, look, it's not my nature to be mysterious, but I can't answer that, and I can't tell you why. I mean, in that cut we just played, Jonathan Gannon just said, I'm not trying to be coy. I think you know what I mean. I mean, you probably don't know what I mean, but I think you know what I mean.
And he was also saying, the scenarios. Scenarios that are out there that this could possibly happen. The scenarios that are out there. Well, you know what I think he's talking about? And once again, JG, if you're not, this is just me not knowing what you truly are talking about. But for me, maybe he's talking about a scenario that could happen over the next 48, a trade.
I mean, that's another thing, too.
That is one thing that he could be talking about. Maybe over the next 48 hours, he's the second-team quarterback on this team.
Yeah.
There's another scenario that could possibly happen over the next 48 hours, and he was talking about this on Saturday. Yeah. Okay, so maybe the injury is the scenario he's not talking about because it's not getting better. I have no idea what he's talking about, and I think it was meant to be that way.
Well, yeah. If it wasn't, it was artfully done. If it was meant to be confusing, because it was. So I'm going to try and sift through two parts of this. Okay, Wolf. One, there is the idea of, well, our starting quarterback's coming back from injury. I really want him to play Monday, but I'm not sure he's going to be ready. But I'm going to leave the door open as much as I can because, man, we really would much rather have him than Jacoby Brissett. Except Brissett's outplayed him this season.
Yeah.
So that if you, as the Cardinals, are still saying, hey, Kyler's still our starter, though, that's fine. I get that. But I don't think you would be so desperate to leave the door open of just, man, I'd much rather have Kyler than Jacoby. Jacoby's been better. If you disagree, fine, then they've been even. But either way, this is not like if Baltimore was about to get Lamar back, and if they didn't get him, they would have to go with Cooper Rush again.
Yeah.
Jacoby's been just as good, if not better. So you wouldn't be so desperate to get him back where you would just leave the door open that much. So then it does kind of sound like one of those scenarios you just threw out there where it almost feels like, I don't want to say a soft benching. I know that term's been thrown around. But almost a soft quarterback competition of Kyler's coming off injury. Why don't we give Jacoby a chance again?
Right.
If he goes out there and looks great against Dallas, maybe Kyler's injured the rest of the game.
Yeah.
If Jacoby goes out there and teams have tape on him and he doesn't look as good against this defense, maybe Kyler comes in the second half.
Yeah. Maybe obfuscation. That's what I feel like is going on right now. Obfuscation.
If I were the Cowboys and I was trying to figure out who was starting at quarterback for the Cardinals, I would just walk away and be like,
exactly
whatever.
Right.
We'll just play our guy.
I'm absolutely fascinated to see what is going to happen. Are you going to watch the pregame?
Yeah, are we going to get any clarity tonight?
Are you going to
watch
watch that tonight? I mean, how interested are you in the pregame? Hey, listen, this is going to be a story going forward here. In terms of working out, is Kyler Murray out on the field? Is he working out? I mean, seriously, it's going to be fascinating to watch all of this stuff unfold. And when I say that, I don't mean in a gleeful kind of way, Basinonians, because I hate misery. I do. And something tells me there's a lot of misery, a lot of drama that we don't know. I could be dead wrong on that, Basinonians, and if I am, I apologize. But being in a locker room for as many years as I have, listening to a head coach use obfuscation and talk the way that he is without actually being clear, in which he could be very clear, that makes me think something's up.
At the very least, there's a lot of pressure on this team. I mean, you can just tell that in not just those answers, but other answers over the last, week, and then even going into the bye. And it makes sense. They're 2-5, and they're 5 plays away from being 7-0, but they're 2-5. Nobody cares that you could be 7-0 at this point. You're 2-5. It sounds like there's a lot of pressure behind the scenes. All right, when we come back, what do the Cardinals need to do to win tonight with Jacoby Brissett under center? We know he's at least starting the game. We're going to ask our own Cardinals reporter at Arizona Sports. Tyler Drake joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
November in Arizona.
Santan.
Here. Want to work off a few LBs before you fill up on turkey and mashed potatoes? Get a partner and sign your 2-person team up for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes on Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text Pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text Pickle to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you know what, you could just go ahead and jump in the car. That's right. Boldly square the jaw, throw the shoulders back, jump in the car, and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We are big Santan Ford people. That's right, Basinonians. We get all our vehicles from Santan Ford. The Warrior Queen, she loves her Ford Expedition. It's great with the kids, of course, and their friends. Plenty of room. You got all the stuff to throw the bags in the back, of course. I love the Ford F-150. I love getting some work done in that thing. Love driving it around, of course. Whatever it is for you, I would suggest to you, you go to Santan Ford. You're going to see Tim Hovick. Tim Hovick is the owner-operator of Santan Ford. He's owned it for years now, and I've known him for over 20 years and personally vowed you're going to get the best deal on a new or pre-owned Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us, with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
That's 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Cardinals return from their bye week tonight for a Monday Night Football game at the Dallas Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett will make his third straight start at quarterback for Arizona. Kickoff is at 6:15 with pregame coverage beginning at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball starts its season tonight. The Wildcats take on the defending national champion Florida Gators in Las Vegas. Tip-off is at 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Back here at Backyard in Desert Ridge, getting ready for Cardinals and Cowboys tonight as Cardinals come out of the bye week and try to salvage this season. I mean, at this point, you're just trying to survive each week and see what sort of doors that opens up for you. And we are joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by our own Tyler Drake. Tyler, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? How you doing? It looks nice over there.
Yeah, you're missing out. You should be here. I just had the burger. It's amazing. I knew that would hit home for Tyler. It sounded like that hurt, Tyler.
Yes.
All right, Tyler. What's you know what? Let's just start with the quarterback stuff. What did you make of the JG comments over the weekend? On top of everything else that's been building. I mean, if it were just those comments, then maybe everybody's overreacting. But it just feels like there's been a weird vibe around this situation now for a couple weeks. Where are you on this? You're out there every day.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird vibe. I think that's a good way to put it, and just kind of a lot of unknown. We kind of go, like, for me personally, I go in every day now, and it's, are we going to get the quarterback to talk today? What's the quarterback split's going to look like on the practice field during the open portion? I mean, it's a lot of questions regarding the quarterback, really, for the last couple of weeks now. And then, yeah, like you said, Jonathan Gannon didn't really help the matter, adding a little more fuel to the fire of how Kyler's not going to start, but he can still have a role today. So it's going to be really interesting to see what that role might look like. I would assume a backup role. I would assume maybe a gadget role. I would assume a break glass in case of emergency role if you've got to go that way. But if you're going to go Jacoby Brissett getting the start, I would assume you'd want to see him in a full body of work. So it's a weekly thing where I feel like something's changing every other day.
You know what, Tyler? Sorry, buddy, but I could barely hear you. The early part of your answer right here. Do you believe that Kyler Murray is healthy enough to play tonight? Do you believe that?
I mean, from everything we've been told, it doesn't sound like he is going to be healthy enough to go, but it does make you wonder why he would be able to still be available for that backup role or role, whatever it is. It does make you wonder a little bit. If he's not going to be healthy enough to start, why even throw him out there at all?
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, just to stick with that for a second, I'm just trying to work through the logic of this, and I'm trying to look at every side and play devil's advocate and think, okay, you know, maybe Kyler is just hurt and they want to get him back, but they don't want to, you know, they don't want to completely rule him out on Saturday. But the problem with all that is Jacoby Brissett has been better than Kyler so far this season. And even if you don't believe Jacoby is the better quarterback, that's fine. But it's not like there's been such a drop-off from Kyler to Jacoby where you would have to try to rush Kyler back. So, I mean, is there any chance that this is now sort of quietly a quarterback competition? It just hasn't been announced?
I mean, it very well could be, and I think this game tonight could really say a lot, too. I said it. I had a story on ArizonaSports.com this morning of how this was one of those opportunities that Kyler could have really silenced a lot of the chatter that's been going around the state, going around the league about this quarterback conversation, controversy, whatever you want, just because of how good he's been in Dallas and how much he's, I mean, throughout his career, football career, 9-0, could have been 10-0 if he would have got the start tonight. But then you look at what he's done against Dallas, just being a Cardinal, done very well in Dallas. So if there was ever a perfect setting for him to come back and really shut up all the noise, it would have been tonight. Because not only that, the Cowboys defense is so bad that, you know, Jacoby Brissett, like you said, has looked like the better option, actually, the past couple of weeks compared to what we saw to Kyler through 5. And he gets a soft matchup against the Cowboys defense that he should be able to throw for 260 and 2 touchdowns or what have you there. So it's very, very interesting about how the chatter is probably only going to grow after this game, especially if the Cardinals can come out with a win tonight.
You know, Tyler, I've been doing this for about 25 years now, and the thing that I have hated the most about sports talk radio is all the speculation and the rumor that is out there.
Oh, you must be loving this.
I cannot stand the speculation and rumor, yet I have embraced it over the last 7-8 years of my broadcasting career, realizing it's what drives a lot of listening. It's what drives a lot of this conversation, the speculation that is out there right now. Having said that, what do you think the likelihood is that Kyler Murray may be traded, in your own opinion?
I don't think it's going to happen at the deadline. I would not. I don't think by Tuesday they're going to have some kind of magic answer and get him moved. I saw, you know, even before Gambo reported that they hadn't been taking calls, they haven't been trying to shop him. It just didn't seem like that was going to be the way to do it. Obviously, they've really backed him this whole time. They want to keep that value up if that is going to be the case. But I would look more in the offseason if they're going to do that. I wouldn't look at the deadline. I think there's too many moving things going on to where they would try to move him now, as opposed to in the offseason. If things really aren't going to work and you've got him back in there and you've got another sample size to go off of, that's where you start making those conversations and decisions. I just don't think you should do it by Tuesday, tomorrow, really.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, just big picture on this game tonight. If the Cardinals can go into Dallas, of all places, and win on Monday Night Football on that huge stage and just snap this 5-game losing streak coming out of the bye, it may not answer any questions at quarterback, but how much do you think that could just affect the overall feeling around this team and, what they may or may not do at the trade deadline tomorrow, regardless, set Kyler aside, but just other moves they might make?
Yeah, I definitely think if you come out with a win, there's still hope. It's 3-5 versus 2-6, and that looks very, very, very different on the record sheet. So if you can really get that third win, and you've got to really take it, and it's going to sound so cliche, but it really comes down to a week at a time. You've put yourself in this hole. You've got to dig yourself out slowly but surely. You can't get too far ahead. You've got to take it 1 week at a time. You've got a tough matchup after this week. But again, Dallas's offense is very, very good. So if this defense can really go out there and close the game out, get some more pressure late, I think that will really help maybe catapult this team into turning the tide on some of these at least one-score games where they've been losses, maybe flip them into the win side. And I think if they can break close wins, they'll start coming in bunches. Really, I really do think that's a possibility.
Tyler, thank you, man.
Thanks, Tyler. We appreciate it, man.
No problem, guys.
All right, that's Tyler Drake joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of one of the most complicated Cardinals games I can remember.
It honestly is. I have no idea what to expect in the coming hours, which makes me want to watch it.
I know. We get here.
Even the pregame. I'm going to be sitting there watching the pregame.
I'm looking at a graphic on ESPN right now trying to figure out which quarterback they're showing. Looks like Brissett. Okay, so there you go. Join us today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2, your pregame for Cardinals-Cowboys on Monday Night Football. We're here right now giving away tickets every hour for the Cardinals-Niners game on November 16th, plus some autographed merch here until 2 p.m., so swing by. When we come back, the current AP National Player of the Week is a Sun Devil. Wolf will explain. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals are back from their Week 8 bye to face the Cowboys in Dallas for Monday Night Football.
We got to start digging out of our hole that we dug for ourselves, but we all count the same. But yeah, we gotta play well. It's a good football team we're going on the road.
Brooklyn betting.
Play well.
Pregame this afternoon at 1:30. Kickoff tonight at 6:15. Listen to Cardinals at the Cowboys on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Oh, yeah, that's right. Ron Wolfley here on behalf of my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all the veterans who have served our country, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Let's just all stand and welcome our veterans, wherever they may be. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. Talking about 30% off right now. 30% off now through November 11th. And 35% off through November 11th for members of the military, past and present. That's right, man, I love this. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and One-on-one relationship with your financial advisor? Then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at LifeChangerLoan.
10. Make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
You love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of the Cardinals' Monday night performance in Dallas. It all starts at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, Wolf, if you need a reminder of what a win can do for a team, just a win.
Yeah.
Look no further than ASU on Saturday. Now,
My goodness.
It's not identical to the Cardinals situation, because ASU went in there with a winning record, but they didn't have Sam Levitt. They didn't have Jordan Tyson. They didn't have Prince Dorba. They didn't have Xavier Alfred, Kyson Brown, all these different guys facing a team in Iowa State in their stadium. Early game, cold, rain, Iowa State looking for some revenge, and ASU gets the win. We've talked a lot about the implications, kind of what this says about where this program is now compared to where it was a couple years ago, and maybe where it's going to be each year now going forward for the foreseeable future. We talked about that, but we got to get into this Jeff Sims performance. 228 rushing yards. He is not just – it wasn't just a hey, Jeff Sims came in and he managed the game so the Sun Devils can win. Wolf, I'm looking at a story here that says he's the AP National Player of the Week. If I had told you that on Friday, you would have asked me to leave the studio.
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine that, Basinonians? Honestly, Jeff Sims, the National Player of the Week?
Yes.
That is absolutely stunning, and why not when you stop and think about it? This is a man that rushed for 228 yards and had 405 yards of total offense overall, including 3 touchdowns that he was part of, whether he was running, of course, or throwing the football. Jeff Sims just had an incredible game. It says so much about him as a person to be put into this situation. And you know what's kind of cool about this, Basinonians? He's going to get the opportunity to finish this season as well.
This is his team going forward. Not just, not because of what he did on Saturday necessarily, but it's the first time, Saturday was the first time that he started a game for ASU. And, you're always kind of looking over your shoulder. I guess if he went out there and was terrible, the Cameron Dyer conversation would be there. But it wasn't like hey, you're going to spot start on the road against Utah, and then you're back out here the second Sam comes back. He knew he was going to be the starter for the rest of the season, and, you talk to the players around the team, you talk to Kenny Dillingham, but even going into that game, especially talking to some of the players on Sparky's Den last week, these guys love Jeff Sims.
Yes.
But
it's one thing to be a good guy and a good teammate. It's another thing to actually go out there and get the job done on Saturday, and he obviously did because he's the AP National Player of the Week.
Yeah, and you know what I like about it as well, Luke, is the fact that Jeff Sims gets the opportunity to go out and start. Can you imagine what a difficult game that is for him to go out there? Ames, Iowa, of course. Iowa State, go out there and play in that stadium in that town, and now all of a sudden to come back after performing the way that he has and have a bye week after that.
Yeah.
I love the fact.
Well, he needs the bye week.
I love the fact he actually has a bye.
Yeah.
You know, it's a confidence issue once again to be able to sit in it and wallow in it a little bit. To go out and play the way that he did and have the kind of success that he did, and to be able to sit in it for a week, I think is really, really beneficial in terms of confidence going forward. And when you think about going forward, they have 3 games left: West Virginia at home, Colorado on the road, and U of A at home. Okay? You know, those are 3 winnable games.
On paper, the Iowa State game, we said this last week, the hardest game they had left on paper was Iowa State. Because the feeling last week, nobody was saying this. You mentioned it earlier, though. Kind of the perception was like, oh, they're going to go 7-5 now. But the feeling, people were acting like the program folded, or they were going to lose out because Jeff Sims was the quarterback because Sam Leavitt isn't here for the rest of this season.
I was one of those people
Just
that
the
were
feeling.
really down in the mouth
Well, we
on
all were.
ASU and their chances of winning 8 games.
Yeah, and they just won the one. They still have the other 3 coming up. West Virginia, by the way, suddenly looked unstoppable on offense.
Yeah,
this
I know.
freshman quarterback.
My goodness, stop it.
But
Rich Rod! Morgantown, West Virginia. It's West Virginia.
Oh, boy. All right, let me play some Kenny Dillingham audio. Here's Kenny talking about Jeff Sims' performance.
Okay.
That's Jeff. Jeff's a really good football player. It's the first time in his entire career he's been in the same system for 2 years. And he had a week of practice. He's a good football player. He threw the ball well. He controlled the perimeter. He made all the plays. His interception was on me, not him, at the end of the first half. I think he set the school record for rushing, which was told to me. Yeah, that's Jeff Sims. I mean, good things happen to good people.
Wow. Good things don't always happen to good people on the football field, not to the tune of 228 rushing yards and a win. I mean, we're talking about ways ASU could win the game on Friday. Most of them were relying on the defense winning the game and the offense just kind of not losing the game. And I still think the defense played a huge role in this victory for sure. But for Sims to go out there and set a school record for rushing yards by a quarterback, and then but when you look up, you're like, it is 228 rushing yards. That's a lot of rushing yards.
Yeah, it was a lot of rushing yards, no doubt about it. I love the fact that Kenny outed himself right there as well. He said it's not on him, the interception that he threw to end the first half. It wasn't on him. It was on Coach.
Well,
that's what he said. What?
Kenny didn't throw into like whatever 6-person coverage is, but I hear what he's saying.
Yes, you think of Jeff Sims, the last minute 40 Basin audience of this first half against Iowa State. Jeff Sims, of course, fumbled. Iowa State took over deep in ASU territory. They scored a touchdown to make it 17-16. They missed the extra point. It was a 17-16 game. And then, after running the ball 3 times with under a minute to go in the first half, ASU decided to throw the ball on 3rd and 12. And that's what Kenny was talking about.
Yeah.
Because the head coach, even though he may not have called the play.
That's how you started the show today, was talking about that.
The head coach has the right to say, no, Marcus, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. Do not run the ball. Threw the ball. It was zone cover. Ball got batted into the air because Jeff Sims, for the most part, was staring the receiver down. And I think Jeff Sims would tell you that himself. It was zone cover. Ball got tipped into the air and picked off. I thought that was egregious at that point in time.
Look, I know ASU loves to be aggressive, and that has served them very well. And sometimes when you're aggressive, you get burned by it. But they're usually not recklessly aggressive. That was kind of reckless.
Usually not. It was kind of reckless, and that's why Kenny, in the middle of answering that question, inserted
Took the blame, yeah.
That was not on him. That was on me. Well done by Kenny.
The defense, though, for their part. So Iowa State doesn't end up scoring there. Iowa State scored 3 points in the second half. So to go on the road and do that to an Iowa State team, I mean, sure, they've lost some receivers to the NFL. In fact, all of them went to the Houston Texans for some reason. Do you realize the Houston Texans just drafted all of Iowa State's receivers? But I
did not realize that.
They still have Rocco Beck. They still have a lot of their offense. It's still a quality team, although now they've lost 4 in a row after starting off, 5-0, another 5-4. But, for ASU to get the win and Jeff Sims to play a big role in it gives you some confidence they can do this. They have a bye week coming up, but against West Virginia and or Colorado and or U of A. I mean, U of A of those 3 teams looks like the toughest opponent on paper.
Yes.
Colorado has completely stopped playing defense.
Yes. No, I'm with you on that. Boy, honestly, just watching Colorado play the last 2 weekends, watching them play.
Hasn't been great.
I seriously wonder if Deion's going to keep that job.
It doesn't.
It looks like to me
that
he's got players that quit on him.
Well, if he does, they're all on the defense because they've given up 105 points in their last 2 games. And, 53 to Utah. I mean, it's not great. 52 to U of A?
Yeah.
U of A's got an explosive offense, but come on, 52 points and you're at home?
Yes, it looks really, really bad, like dudes have laid down. And I've seen that happen before.
Yeah. Well, ASU gets them in a couple weeks, so we'll see. See what that looks like.
I've also seen a lot of fights in the locker room because dudes were laying down.
All right, when we come back, which players are going to swing tonight's Cardinals-Cowboys Monday night matchup? That's next. We're going to play around at Fulcrum Football. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the
Twin Peaks.
Play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
House and Caesar salads you can throw in there, maybe some garlic mashed potatoes or some sweet potato fries. Plus, they have an entire menu made for MVPs if you don't want a lunch combo. You can go wings, burgers, flatbreads, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili chicken soup, desserts. It's pretty much the perfect time to be at Twin Peaks, too, because football's here all day, every weekend, plus Mondays and Thursdays. You got the baseball playoffs just wrapped up. Hockey's now going strong. Basketball is getting real interesting here at the start of the season as well. Twin Peaks, really the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Just grab a table, order some food and drinks, live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action, and that's especially important this time of year with so much going on. So whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. Never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi,
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Cardinals return from their bye week tonight for a Monday Night Football game at the Dallas Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett will make his third straight start at quarterback for Arizona. Kickoff is at 6:15 with pregame coverage beginning at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball starts its season tonight. The Wildcats take on the defending national champion Florida Gators in Las Vegas. Tip-off is at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show here from Backyard at Desert Ridge as we get closer and closer to Cardinals-Cowboys tonight from Texas, Monday Night Football. Wolf, it's time for Fulcrum Football. We don't usually play this on a Monday. This is weird.
Yeah, it does feel weird.
All right, we're just drafting the players who have the biggest chance to swing the game tonight. Quarterbacks are frowned upon, although I'll allow it this week because how would you even pick quarterbacks in this game? So let's go to the coin toss right now, Rick. What do you got? Oh, Wolf won. Look at that.
Oh, you got to
Wolf
be kidding
gets
me.
to pick first this week. All right.
Okay, Basinonians, my first Fulcrum Football player has got to be Paris Johnson Jr.
It's West Virginia. They're fighting Mountaineers or something.
Mountaineers, yeah.
Well,
we haven't won a game in years.
Speaking of one quick.
Okay, Jody, I have no idea what you're talking about right there. The Dallas Cowboys defense, number 29, Basinonians, in rushing yards per game allowed. Paris Johnson Jr. is going to have to come off the ball with a painted face and a dark heart. Come off the ball like he's capable of doing, leading this offensive line so the Arizona Cardinals can line up and run the ball right down the metaphorical throat of the Dallas Cowboys. Paris Johnson Jr., my first Fulcrum Football player.
All right, I thought you might go that path. So I'm going to go for the block here. with Bam Night. Give me Bam Night.
Oh.
To have agreements, all parties have to agree.
The wisdom of Jerry Jones.
That's great. That's clear.
That's going to be the name of Jerry's book someday. Yeah, give me Bam Knight just because it seems like he's going to be the lead guy for the Cardinals tonight. And the running game can help you in multiple ways. You outlined a lot of them earlier. But one of the biggest things tonight in particular, if you can run the ball and control the clock a little bit, A, you'd love to be in a position where you are trying to close this game out tonight. And if so, you're going to need to be able to run the ball at the end of the game. But B, you got to keep Dak Prescott off the field. And CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Jake Ferguson. This Cowboys offense has just been cruising this season. The best way to stop them is to just keep them off the field. So give me Bam.
Totally agree with that. Well done by you, Luke. Okay, my second Fulcrum football player is going to be Will Hernandez. Yeah, that's right. Will Hernandez, the right guard for the Arizona Cardinals. He's got to go out there and hammer Kenny Clark, the best defensive lineman the Dallas Cowboys have, who from time to time looks like he's kind of waved the white flag, if I could say that. Not only that, the Dallas Cowboys are number 25 in rushing yards per game allowed. Number 25, and because of that, Will Hernandez coming off the ball, the way that Paris Johnson Jr. coming off the ball does, that's two things the Cardinals are going to have specifically for them to run the ball down the metaphorical throat of the Dallas Cowboys. Ron Wolfley reporting Will Hernandez is my second Fulcrum football player.
The metaphorical throat sounds like a cover band that you would see at like one of the first bands at a festival. Like people are just kind of milling around.
Metaphorical throat?
The metaphorical. And they're like playing their guitars, but they're not really in
I
unison.
love that. That's good.
All right, my second pick, Fulcrum football. I just think the Cardinals are going to have to score tonight to win this game. So give me Marv.
It's what it is what it is.
Rick has shown great restraint, not just playing nothing but Jerry Jones cuts for the last 3 hours.
Yes.
Since the Cardinals are playing them tonight. Marv's first half of the season it just feels like such an incomplete. He's actually on pace for more yards this year than he was last year. He's on pace for less touchdowns this year. He only has 2. It's been disjointed. He had that bad game against San Francisco that carried over into the first half against Seattle, but then the second half against Seattle was great. But then you have the injury after that, and he's had quarterback changes. They need a big game from Marv to beat Dallas. I don't know that there's a way they can win this game if he doesn't at least have a pretty solid night.
Okay, well done by you, Luke. Okay, so there is a theme, Basinonians. As you know, many times I like to work with a theme with Fulcrum football. And I would have to say my third Fulcrum football player is Yelda Froholt. Yes, Yelda Froholt, Basinonians. Communication has been an issue for the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to have to be able to communicate and do it well on the line of scrimmage. And it all starts with the center, Yelda Froholt, making sure everybody knows what their assignment is. The reason being is because the Dallas Cowboys give up more first downs than anybody in the National Football League. Anybody in the football universe. They give up more first downs, number 32 in the NFL in first downs allowed. And because of that, as the Arizona Cardinals try to run the ball and throw the ball and protect their quarterback, Yelda Froholt is going to be very important communicating on the line of scrimmage, and he is my third Fulcrum football player.
Well, this is where I would take Micah Parsons, but Dallas traded him away for some reason, so I guess I won't be taking Micah Parsons. I want to go Cardinals secondary here because you're facing essentially 2 number 1 receivers in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Will Johnson, I guess, is technically questionable. I'm going to go with Max Melton. Give me Max Melton.
Okay.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Rick just has a whole file of Jerry Jones.
Jara.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how the Cardinals' secondary shakes out in this game, I mean, it's going to take a pretty strong effort from all of them. I would imagine Nick Rallis isn't telling them they have to shut Dallas out, but they have to slow them down. This is not a game where the Cardinals can go win 37-35. They haven't shown that sort of offensive prowess yet. I mean, I guess maybe if Dallas is really that bad defensively, but you got to at least slow down CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. And Dallas hasn't even had both of them all season. CeeDee Lamb missed 3.5 games, and they're still scoring like this. So a lot of pressure on the Cardinals secondary tonight.
Yeah, okay, he'll like that. Speaking of pressure, my fourth Fulcrum football player, Basinonians, is giving up way too much pressure on the season, and that is Jonah Williams. That's right, Jonah Williams, Basinonians, has got to do a much better job protecting whatever quarterback is going to be back there tonight, be it Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett. Jonah Williams has got to step up and protect better. And the Dallas Cowboys, number 25 in the National Football League in sacks per attempt. Jonah Williams has got to step up, and that's the reason why he is my fourth Fulcrum football player.
All right, I'll go with I'll actually take a Cowboy. I'll go with Javonte Williams.
They ended up in the bathroom.
What was that one?
Oh,
It was some Jerry drop that Paul had in his
no,
folder.
that's okay. We don't need the backstory.
Can you imagine doing a sports talk show in Dallas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even remember who I picked after that. Javonte Williams, just because you look at what the Cowboys have done through the air, but he's also run the ball really well this season. And if the Cardinals have any issues stopping him, that's going to open up everything else for Dallas on offense. And as we've seen around the league, that's not – you don't typically beat the Cowboys if you let them get going on offense. The way to beat them is to just keep their defense on the field and attack and attack and attack. And hopefully Jacoby Brissett is up to the task. And I just love that we ran out of time before you could pick a fifth offensive lineman, Wolf.
I was going to do that, too. Kelvin Beachum was indeed my fifth offensive lineman.
I don't know if you're going to pick him.
My fifth Fulcrum football player, and he is the sixth offensive lineman.
Yeah, I was going to say you're going to have to pick a sixth offensive lineman for the Cardinals as well. All right, when we come back, we have a short show, actually, so the next segment is it. Join us today at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2. We're here right now, pregame Cardinals and Cowboys for Monday Night Football. We are giving away tickets every hour for the Cardinals 49ers game on November 16th, plus autographed merch as well. Like I said, we're here till 2, so swing by. When we come back, final thoughts on this Cardinals-Cowboys game this evening. How badly does Arizona need a win, and what could it potentially do for them if they actually do get it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Play some pickleball with Arizona Sports. Get a partner and sign your two-person team up for the second
All Pro Shades
pickleball tournament. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Compete for the coveted golden paddle. And your share of cash prizes Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text pickle to 620-620.
May apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade. That's what they like to say. And you do have to have shade, Basinonians. It's one of the reasons why we had All Pro Shade Concepts come out to the Wolfley compound. Man, they met all our shading needs. We're happy they did. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. That is something that I really appreciate about All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the basin. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
Ready?
Pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
Yep, that's all I need today. Thanks.
Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
10.
Been injured? Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Thank our listeners in El Mirage as well. Thanks to everybody, but especially right now, the listeners in El Mirage. Wolf, and I have a couple things to throw at you before we get to final thoughts on the Cardinals game, okay?
Okay.
One, you see the Suns are bringing back the Valley jerseys?
I did not see that.
Yes. Valley jerseys for those are their city edition
Okay.
jerseys. For
They should be the
25.
Basin jerseys.
Yeah, it gets everybody all jacked up.
Right, loves the Valley jerseys, like iconic, like some of the best jerseys we've ever had in this city. And then a couple updates for ASU real quick, as Kenny Dillingham was speaking today. So Prince Dorba, Tate Romney likely back for West Virginia coming out of the bye.
Okay.
And Jordan Tyson ideally back for Colorado. Which, I'll be honest,
Boy,
Wolf,
he must have really tweaked that thing, man.
Yeah, but I mean, where they were going into that game on Saturday with Levitt out for the year and Tyson dealing with that, and considering what his draft stock is, you wondered if they lost to Iowa State, if or when we would see him again. You win that game, Kenny's saying he's been working to get back anyway, and I'm sure he was, but that's good news if they can get him back with a couple games left.
That is so big right there. It really is. And you wonder what that is going to do if Jordan Tyson does come back, and if he is able to play against Colorado, those last two games, that'd be awesome. It really would. It changes a defensive coordinator's perspective and what a coordinator has got to do. When you have a Jordan Tyson, that's job one.
Yeah.
Not even Jeff Sims. You have a Jordan Tyson, that is job one. We have to eliminate this guy. We have to take him away from Jeff Sims and make them one-dimensional. And maybe that's what they're going to try to do, which could open up the door for Jeff Sims running the ball if they're going to try to take away Jordan.
Be nice to have Jordan Tyson against U of A, too, if you're a Sun Devil fan.
No doubt.
As well. All right, Cardinals, Cowboys tonight. We just have a few minutes left here before we give way to pregame coverage for that one. Here's Jonathan Gannon talking about the matchup against Dallas and what they're going to try and take away from that Cowboys offense.
Yeah, I thought Vance did a really good job. They got a really good unit, They took the ball away. That helped. Denver's offense stayed on the field, which helped. If you look at that time of possession, that game. And then when they did a pretty good job in the run game. When they got to known pass, they won a lot, whether through, pressure or coverage or whatever it was. They did a really good job. They affected the quarterback, did a good job on those receivers. That's a good unit, though. So, we obviously that was in the cut-ups, but we're different than them. Our players and how we play schematically, we're a little bit different, but try to take something from everybody.
Your thoughts on that, Lou?
Well, I mean, the reason they're talking about Denver is because the Broncos held Dallas to 24 points last Sunday in Denver. Denver won that game 44-24, and you look at what the Cowboys have done on offense this season. They had 14 against Chicago in Week 3, which is kind of crazy, but other than that, they are typically well into the high 20s, 30s, or even up to 40 in that tie with Green Bay or that win over Washington. I think to win this game, you're probably going to have to win a close game if you're the Cardinals, and it's probably going to need to be in that 28 to 27, maybe 31 to 28 range. I don't know that the Cardinals are built really to get into a huge shootout with the Cowboys. I just don't know that they are.
No, I would agree with that, but the Dallas Cowboy defense is that bad, brothers. Number 31, once again, in points allowed, 31.3 points allowed. And yet the Dallas Cowboys offense is number 2 in points scored, 30.8. Now stop and think about that. On average, 30.8 points, and yet they're giving up 31.3 points per game. It's truly amazing that they've won 3 games giving up that many points, but it's because of their offense. The Dallas Cowboys offense has been extremely efficient, excellent. To be number 2 in the NFL in points scored, that truly says something about their offense and the kind of year that Dak Prescott is having.
What do you make of them? 3-4-1. They've beaten the Giants, the Jets, and the Commanders.
Yeah.
So those aren't necessarily impressive wins. They played Philly close in the opener. They lost by 4 in Philly on that Thursday night game. They lost to the Bears. They lost to Carolina. Rico Dowdle got his revenge on the Cowboy. They lost to Denver. And then the one game where you're like, okay, this is maybe the one we're going to read the most into. Well, they tied Green Bay, so you can't read anything into it because in a game where 80 points were scored, they tied.
Yes. I see 7 wins, basically, for the Dallas Cowboys right now. That's just a guess, based on earnings. That's not a prediction. That's just a guess. But I think, once again, because their defense is so bad and their offense is so good, I wonder at what point in time there's going to be some type of blow-up that might actually happen inside the locker room. I've seen it myself. I've seen it happen, especially when you get into December, based on earnings. The finger pointing that will go on sometimes amongst players, it's maybe a little bit more pronounced than what you may think it would be in an NFL locker room.
Yeah, I mean, when things are going bad, and it feels like they're on the verge of going bad for the Cardinals. And I don't mean that in the sense that they're definitely going to.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if you don't start winning soon, this could go bad. And this is a winnable game tonight. Would you not? I mean, I look at this
for the Cowboys from their perspective.
Well, I'm saying
okay.
For either
I'm talking
team.
about
You're saying Cowboys with their offense looking at the defense and saying,
right.
"Hey, what's going on?"
At some point in time, that could divide them, and it could go south quickly. But what was your point?
My point was just for the Cardinals. I mean, if you lose this game and you go to 2-6, there's not going to be the defense or offense pointing fingers at each other. It's just going to be kind of more like, where is this all going? And you start to question the direction of everything, even if it's a close game. I mean, they lose another close game. We're really going to be sitting here tomorrow being like, well, but they could have won. At a certain point, you have to actually win the games. Here's Buda Baker on Friday talking about going up against Dak and that Cowboys offense right now.
Yeah, Dak Prescott, really good offense, really great offense. You got, their two receivers that they love to throw to, as well as their tight end, who's doing a great job. I think he has the most receptions in the league. And just a very high, potent offense. Can throw the ball, deep balls, intermediate, screen game. Everything starts with stopping the run game, So you stop the run game, get them to throw the ball, which they like to do. And, just play our game from there.
I think Budda Baker is going to be huge in this game. It's interesting that you actually played Budda because, once again, the Dallas Cowboys can run the ball. They're good at running the ball. Javonte Williams is excellent. What a tough tackle Javonte Williams is. And when I think of a tough tackle, I think of number 3. I think of Budda Baker.
Yeah, because he loves a tough tackle.
He'll accept that challenge and go out and play over and over and over again. Javonte Williams is a tough tackle. That's right, Marshawn.
Over and over.
Sure.
And over and
That's
over
right.
and over and over and over again.
And you know what, Marshawn? Budda Baker's going to be right there when you go over and over and over and over again. He'd be right there. He'd be the guy tackling Marshawn Lynch.
He's like the defensive equivalent of Marshawn Lynch. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick back at the studios. Thanks to Jamal and Jeremy and Aaron and Anthony, everybody out here setting us up. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Cardinals, Cowboys coverage coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.